Hello, I am very glad to see you on my channel. If you have already seen this video on YouTube, I want to let you know that I made a continuation of this story that you definitely haven't seen, so I advise you to watch it now. The story began in a green forest that was located in the mountainous area. It was sunny outside that day. The wind did not show any signs of bad weather. In the same forest, the gang kept the situation under control. Each of its members was armed to the teeth. Their victim was a man who was going on a secret mission. He carried with him the seal of the Auditor of the royal palace. The bandits had a couple of pets with them, which rather resembled wild animals, which are ready to tear a person apart at any moment. The men were not at all bothered by the fact that their pets began to eat humans. It was part of their plan to cover their tracks. The bandits threw the golden seal at the corpse's feet and prepared to leave the place, mocking the murdered auditor. Ordinary people worked very hard in this area. Behind them were earthen lands that needed to be protected. For this, the workers built a dam, putting a lot of effort. All this happened under the supervision of the top management. The overseer constantly ordered the workers to move faster, otherwise any of them could feel the force of the whip. The workers continued to work hard, and the man added that an auditor would visit their town, but something happened to him. A noble gentleman with a huge belly was making out with beautiful girls in his rooms, until suddenly someone interrupted him and announced that he had finished his work, having dealt with an unnecessary person. Pan was satisfied with such a result, and considered his town quite dangerous after this. He laughed at the situation. After that, the man threw a number of gold coins to his ward and ordered to generously thank everyone involved in this case. Another one was located not far from this town, towards which a man in a black robe was confidently heading. He approached the central gate, but the guards did not know who he was, and said that there was no way in here. After these words, the man took out a golden sign from his bosom and displayed it in front of him, introducing himself as the royal auditor. The guards were shocked by this turn of events. Now they realized that they need to be more careful with the man. One of the guards quickly called his master and informed him that an auditor had arrived to inspect them. The man was let in and immediately asked to bring all the account books that he wanted to examine in person. He added that no one has the right to interfere with him in the storeroom, and anyone who does so will be considered a violator of the law. Suddenly, the inspector turned his attention to the men standing to his right and addressed them with acclaim. These workers should have been punished for not being at the workplace of the communications department at the time when the inspection came to them. The men were simply shocked and scared at the same time. They did not know what could be countered in response to the royal auditor. The auditor went to one of the rooms and sat down on the throne. He immediately called the chief governor of this district to him. He immediately raised a claim to him about the not very good well-being of the people he met on the way here and asked what the reason was. Without waiting for an answer, the auditor said that this was unacceptable and ordered a report to be drawn up immediately and brought. The governor was not at all satisfied with the inspection visit, but he had no choice but to agree with the auditor. The head of the district went to the warehouse, which had many rooms, but the light was on only in one. He called to him the mercenaries who were to kill the auditor, and asked them how they could allow such a thing. The bandits tried to prove that they really killed the one they needed and even covered their tracks. The governor ordered not to contradict him, because they had not fulfilled their task. He absolutely did not like this attitude. That night he again ordered them to deal with this auditor, who was supposed to spend the night in a guest house in the district. Exactly at midnight, the mercenaries set out on their secret mission. One by one they began to climb over the stone wall. The men approached the guest house and saw the shadow of a man sitting on the floor studying documents. The mercenaries tried to behave as quietly as possible so as not to attract any attention. They wore masks just in case. At some point, the men began to talk among themselves that everything that was happening to them was as strange as possible. They were very confused by the fact that this same man was identical in appearance to the one they killed and fed to the dogs. The bald man in front was the leader, and ordered the men to shut up. He thought it was impossible and missed that it might be a twin brother. The bandits continued to watch the shadow of the man sitting outside the window. The leader of the robbers, as usual, had a plan. He carried 3 metal bombs with him, which were supposed to destroy the stranger, even if he turned out to be a ghost. The auditor continued to sit in his cell and study in detail every document that he took into his hands. Suddenly, his calm situation was interrupted by a loud roar. one of the metal bombs took out the wooden wall of the house. A split second later, there was a loud explosion, accompanied by a lot of heat and smoke around. The leader of the mercenaries was not going to limit himself to one bomb, but decided to throw out all of them in order not to fail the task. He sent another bomb into the guest house with loud shouts for the worthless auditor to go straight to hell. An explosion rang out in the building again, this time taking out another wall. The whole house started to burn with red flames. The bandits watched the actions of their leader, who assured them that these ghostly metal bombs were the best weapons. At that moment, the governor came out from the stone wall and ordered his wards to kill the unwanted guest. He humbly asked the men what kind of loud noise they had here. The mercenaries bowed at the sight of their boss. Their leader replied that apparently the inspector blew himself up in his own house by accident when he was checking for gunpowder. The manager said it was a serious matter, scratching his eye. He ordered his wards to get him and bury him, but the leader of the mercenaries could not immediately complete this task. Something stopped him, and he looked in front of him with frightened eyes. In front of him, the man saw the figure of the auditor, who rose from the ashes. It looked completely intact and undamaged after the fire. The auditor slowly emerged from the smoke and fire and stood in front of his detractors who had just made an attempt on his life. He looked at the people in front of him, and said that this afternoon he had seen these same men on the mountain. The mercenaries were simply shocked to see a living man in front of them, whom they had actually buried twice. The auditor approached the district manager and told him to be forthright about his plans for the auditors. The governor was shocked no less than his wards. He needed to finish off the auditor at all costs. After the development of all these events, a dozen soldiers came out from behind the stone wall holding machine guns in their hands. They stood in front of their boss and pointed their barrels in the direction of a man who was not a welcome guest in this area. The governor turned to his enemy and said that he would like to know that he is the king in this city. The manager ordered to kill the man. The shooter's reaction was immediate to the order. They immediately fired a dozen bullets at once. The auditor opposite was ready for any development of events. He spread his arms wide and was about to repel the attack. After that, he brought them together, forming a shield from his cloak, which was supposed to receive the bullets of the enemies. The auditor's plan turned out to be effective, and each bullet met a shield on its way that no one managed to penetrate. Avoiding the attack from the enemies, the man rose to the sky and looked down at the worthless opponents from the mountain. Residents of the city were simply shocked by such a turn of events. They could not believe that this man was a vampire. The governor became very nervous when his charges began to run away, and ordered them not to stop, but to continue firing at the enemy. The auditor behaved as discreetly as possible. His cold gaze scared opponents more than his actions against them. He took out his golden seal from his bosom and directed it at his opponents, ordering darkness to appear on this world. After that, dark purple energy began to pour out of the golden seal, which was accompanied by strange sounds and lights. Gradually, the purple smoke began to transform into small bats that had many sharp teeth in their mouths. These little mythical creatures swept away everyone in their path, biting off the head of anyone who dared to resist. There were a lot of them, and each one had its own face, which was terribly frightening just by its appearance alone. Fighters with rifles tried with all their might to shoot back at the bats, simultaneously retreating back to stay alive. But against these creatures, bullets were absolutely powerless. Each creature grew steadily larger, devouring more and more people. In the backyard of the guest house, something was happening inexplicably. The fighters have already regretted entering this battle. Bats were constantly devouring or biting their enemies. The men had no choice but to scream. From the bite of this creature, green liquid poured from the men's mouths, and the body stopped obeying its master. After that, the bitten began to attack their brothers, who could not understand what caused such actions of the fighters. On the battlefield, the battle of kindred against kindred began. The surviving men had no choice but to shoot their friends. The bitten behaved as strangely as possible. Their faces no longer showed any signs of life, but their bodies continued to move. The inspector observed this action and explained that the bitten was already a dead zombie, and he did not distinguish between people and creatures. A man in a black raincoat landed on his feet and said that this is the punishment for not complying with the law and breaking it. The perpetrators had no choice but to simply accept it. The zombies continued to simply kill and tear their fellows to pieces. The main residence of the royal palace was located in the middle of a dense green forest. It stood out very much in contrast with nature. People gathered in the hall where the head sat. The wards stood from different sides, forming a wide passage. The report to the chairman was started by one man, who immediately apologized for the fact that something incomprehensible is happening all over the country. A vampire, who calls himself an ancient auditor, appeared on their territory. The man added that he drinks everyone in his path, even officials. Another ward entered the dialogue and said that there was no evidence that it was a vampire. The man said that people are turning into zombies. According to his logic, only a vampire can turn people into zombies, and this man considered it a very big problem. The head of the royal palace felt rather alarmed. His ward suggested gathering an army to defend himself. The chairman could not believe what he had just heard and asked if zombies had really started to appear in his country. At that moment, someone's voice was heard behind the tent saying that their people were created from the beginning to resist vampires. A female voice added that ordinary people fought vampires by hanging garlic on themselves as well as eating it. The woman did not like the fact that millennia have passed since those times, and now one of the charges declares that the vampires are back. Everyone present in the hall listened attentively to the voice that said that this could sow great panic among the population. The man who told about all this turned to the Dowager Queen, asking her to deal with him quickly, meaning the vampire. The woman completely agreed with her ward and asked him what he saw as ways to solve this problem. The man was very confused by this question. He could not give an exact answer and began to get confused in his speech. The queen interrupted him and said that he should be ashamed of himself for not being able to do anything but just creating panic. The ward immediately apologized to his queen. Everyone present in the hall also bowed their heads to the woman. After taking out a sharp instrument, the queen concluded that if they gathered an army to fight the vampire, then difficult times would begin in the country. She started just sharpening her nails while simultaneously talking to her wards. The queen offered to send a skilled swordsman to kill the vampire. One of the wards approached the queen with a proposal. He began to tell about one robber who operates on Mount Thiebeck. He described very well his excellent fighting skills as well as magical technology, even though the thief is only 15 years old. The queen gave her answer on this account, saying that although he was a robber, he must obey them and kill the vampire. The robber carried out his business mainly at night. Today there was a full moon outside, illuminating a large area. The robber was standing at the top of a tree, which was the tallest in the district. The population remembered this person's surname as Han. His name was Gilden. He stood at the top of a tree and looked down in front of him, looking out for danger. He was only 13 years old, which was definitely not possible to tell from his face, which had features reminiscent of a 30-year-old. The young man was threatened by a centipede with a human face, which was going to take revenge on Han Gilden for his brothers. The boy replied that his name was not Han Gilden. He communicated with his potential adversary rather from above. The robber took out his weapon of war and set it on fire for a shot. It was known in narrow circles that he shoots silver bullets. The young man confidently said to call him Hong Kill. After that, he pointed his weapon at the enemy and fired in front of him. The opponent called the robber an idiot because his shot was too easy to simply dodge. A loud explosion rang out on the battlefield. The robber said that his blow would bring instant death because his name was Han Kildon. In narrow circles of the population there were rumors that vampires ruled the earth from the very beginning. But over time, the balance of power has changed. The heroine Anen, who was a student of Huan Gun, was able to defeat the vampire king and seal him forever in the sacred tree. Before dying, the vampire king said that he could not be killed and that he would rise up when he found a new source of energy. Sealing himself in a tree, the vampire shouted that the war was not over yet and that it would be a curse for the heroine's people. Before her death, the heroine left a message to her people, because she was afraid that they would not be able to defeat the vampires without garlic. She ordered to pickle garlic before the onset of each winter, to be ready for the attack of vampires, who will not be able to resist it. A lot of time has passed since then, and the struggle between the descendants of the heroine Una and the vampires scattered around the world continues. All this was painted in detail on the pages of the old book, which already had an ugly appearance, but had value. The young man reread these facts with great interest. He was completely focused on the ancient book. In a small room, which was comfortably lit by a candle, His mother was sitting across from him, cutting rice cakes into pieces. Mom decided that her son had studied enough, so she thought it was time to put out the candle in the room. The woman turned off the light in the room, offering her son to work in the dark if he still wanted to. Gilden did not like this idea very much. He lit the candle again and looked at his mother opposite. He saw in front of him the blood that his mother had drawn when she cut her finger. The woman writhed a little in pain. The mother apologized to her son for the fact that he is studying in a poor house, and she cannot even pay for his education at the academy. There was light in the house again. Gilden told his mother not to hide her feelings from him anymore and asked her to tell about it. The young man looked at his mother with a serious look and asked her where his father was now. After that, the woman fell powerlessly to the floor. She did not want to answer this question, but her son continued to insist. She raised her head and said that her husband had gone to America to earn them a lot of money. The son did not like this answer, because he understood that it was not true. He wanted to know who his real father was. All this time, my mother behaved discreetly and wittily. But at some point, she gathered air in her lungs and exhaled. She decided that it was time to tell her son the truth and told her to look at the bandage. Gilden asked what that even meant. The mother told the son that his father is a warrior, a great hero who is now in Spain and helping in the fight against evil. She looked at the bandage again and said that the father ordered to give it to his son as soon as he grew up. The woman added that it is too early for the young man to wear this mask, but since he asked, it is the right time to tell about it. He grabbed this hero mask, took the door to the house and just ran straight screaming and crying because of the injustice. The young man did not understand what was so good about these heroes. He just wanted to achieve at least something in his life. The guy wanted fame, money and a big house, that's why he studied so well. But everything turned out to be in vain, so tears poured down his face. Gilden was angry at the fate that condemned him to live in this shack and pray that the water would be warm in the season to wash. But most of all, he was not angry with his father. He needed his signature so that the young man could enter the university. He could no longer contain his anger. All his past achievements and efforts turned out to be useless with the passage of time. The young man wanted to live in a world that would need him. But the realities turned out to be different, and all he had now was a worthless mask. With tears in his eyes, the young man still decided to wear the only thing he got from his father, a mask that resembled a robber's mask. Putting the mask on his face, the boy felt excruciating pain, and his eyes began to glow. He discovered new abilities in himself. The young man screamed loudly in pain. His mother ran to his voice and began to worry about the future fate of her only son. She told her son not to wear the mask because he would be cursed, but it was too late. Gilden was fast asleep, covering his face with his hat. When he woke up, he couldn't understand why it happened again. He saw the same day from his past again in his dream, and he didn't like it very much. The young man got up from the floor. Suddenly, his thoughts about the dream were interrupted by the surprise of someone's figure standing in front of him. The young man saw in front of him a small creature that resembled a combination of several animals, and was dressed in a cloak. This creature said it was waiting for the young man to wake up. Hilda was very surprised and asked if everything was really ready. His interlocutor decided not to wait, and immediately show everything in practice, taking out a very strange thing from the chest. After that, a strange creature began to perform magic right before the young man's eyes, teleporting a completely different object in front of his eyes. He placed a small gift on the floor and said it was 100% pure silver with accumulated experience points. The strange guest knew that the hero was giving away all his wealth to the poor, but could not understand why he was taking the silver for himself. Suddenly, something dawned on this creature. He assumed that the young man could make silver balls and asked the interlocutor about it. Gilden yawned and replied that it was, adding that he needed to break the curse that was placed on him. The interlocutor realized that such balls can only be made from pure silver, which can only be found in their otherworldly bench. The guest bowed low and thanked the young man for choosing their store, because they always sell goods at the best price. Gilden didn't care what this strange creature thought. He calmly leaned against the wall and began to light a cigarette. The merchant from the underworld decided to attract the interlocutor's attention and said that he had heard about some vampire in the human world. He added that most likely he acts secretly from human eyes and works completely alone. The merchant tried to convey to his interlocutor that the moment may soon come when the king of vampires will return to life. Gilden asked if his amulet of 8 spirits could find this vampire. The merchant replied that unfortunately it was impossible. He added that this artifact needs to be upgraded to gain more experience since vampires are quite high-level monsters. The merchant in the cloak and hat carefully warned his interlocutor to avoid vampires when meeting, despite his power. He added that he was not trying to humiliate the young man, but was simply asking him to be more careful as he did not want to lose his business. Gilden understood everything perfectly. He was slowly breathing out of his lungs and thought about what to say to the merchant. He said that he didn't care about the power of this vampire, as he would still die when he met Gilden himself. The morning bazaar in one of the towns was gaining momentum. It was constantly replenished with new merchants and visitors. People were constantly rushing somewhere, trying to be on time. Some even transported hay in a cart through the entire bazaar. It was quite loud in this place, even if you don't take into account the shaman, who made loud noises with his rattle, hung with colored ribbons. He danced almost in the very center of the market, chanting that His Majesty would soon come to them. The man did not have the most pleasant appearance, especially considering his teeth. He continued to chant about the king of all monsters. In his song, shaman advised people to flee from this city and not to trust anyone. In his opinion, a big trouble will come soon. People could not notice the disorder in their country. They whispered that even the shaman was now singing about this bullshit. The two men discussed the economic state of the destroyed houses and the vampire king as the same vampire walked past them. A man walked into a food establishment and asked for raw beef. He added that he did not need to add sesame oil to the dish. The man had a delicious meal at the restaurant and paid with gold coins. No one could even think that a vampire was so close. After that, under the guise of the Auditor, the vampire went on a journey again, calmly walking through the mountain ranges. The man walked along a rather narrow path, on both sides of which grew grassy plants and trees, the roots of which were located at an angle. Suddenly, a surprise awaited the man from behind the tree. He saw in front of him a strong man holding a sword in his right hand. The inspector looked around and noticed several more potential opponents hiding in the bushes and planning something. The man opposite turned to the vampire and said that he would have to hide the money, otherwise many people in these parts would want to borrow it. The vampire looked into the eyes of his interlocutor and said that he did it on purpose because he was a little short on funds. The robber did not understand at all what this man was talking about. He simply ordered him to give the money and move on. However, the auditor had his own plans on this account. He took out his sword and struck a powerful blow at the speed of light. His opponent did not expect such speed and could not do anything. His sword, the tree behind him, and his throat were instantly cut. The vampire wasn't going to stop there. He put his left hand out in front of him and directed a stream of purple energy at the opponent. The robbers did not expect such a turn of events. Unknown to them, a purple substance enveloped their bodies and limbs. The men continued to scream loudly in pain as their enemy drained them of all their energy using a strange technique. The vampire gathered the life threads of these men into a red ball that he held in his left hand. The robbers had no chance. The bright red stream of energy in the vampire's left hand took on its final form. He finally finished bullying his opponents. The man did not show any emotion during this period. His face looked callous and cold, like silverware. The young man reported to the higher command, putting his hand to his chest. He said that he came here on the orders of the master. One of the men in a red robe told the young man that he entrusted him with an important matter. The boy was given 2 envelopes. He was to open the first of them as soon as he left the city. The man said that there was a mission written in that envelope, which must be carried out immediately. The young man was very happy with such words. He was excited about the urgent mission, saying that he would leave the city immediately. Bowing to his command, the young warrior immediately headed off to perform his first emergency mission in office. One of the men asked if it was wise to entrust such an important mission to a young man. The other replied that he was a junior officer, even though he was small. The man added, "Despite his age, the boy is brave and smart, so he is very well suited for this mission." A young man named Anson walked steadily forward, not noticing anything on his way. He always behaved responsibly. Finally, the boy almost left the city and went outside the stone fortress. A difficult but interesting path awaited him ahead. Anson, as ordered, immediately opened the first letter that was given to him and began to read the task of the mission he was to complete. At that moment, a bird of dark turquoise color, with a hat on its head, began to fly towards him from behind. The bird sat on the young man's shoulder and began to read the task with him. This was Anson's assistant, and they understood each other perfectly. Burning the first letter, the young man ordered his assistant to find Gilden and deliver the second envelope to him. Anson explained to his godfather that this is the same young man who at a very young age mastered complex Chinese treatises in his business, so asked if his owner knew how to find this cool guy and deliver the envelope to him. Anson was going to find out for himself. Having warmed up properly, the young man rushed out of his city with lightning speed. His assistant was not going to lag behind the master. The young man set out on the adventures of his first important mission and was about to jump off the mountain. His bird accompanied him. The two brothers covered the distance quite quickly. They worked in pairs, where the bird had to carry its master in the air. A man came to one of the estates of the managers, shouting in front of the gate that he had come to repay a debt. The security refused to let him in because the gentleman was busy. But the man had to return the debt without fail, since today is the last deadline. The guard slammed the door in the guest's face. The man continued to shout, calling out to Mr. that it was Chuansu the dwarf who had come. The people from the palace tried to explain to him that the sun was already setting and one should not disturb the master over such trifles. The guest still got to the palace, but they immediately began to beat him with sticks, teaching the uninvited guest a lesson. Suddenly this unequal battle was interrupted by the voice of the master from his palace. He still ordered to let the debtor in. Chuansu entered the huge palace and saw a long corridor in front of him. There were a lot of rooms here and the master could be anywhere. Chuansu started walking straight down the corridor, looking around. He kept calling the owner with the hope that he would respond. Having walked a little further, the man saw an open door to one of the rooms in front of him and decided to look in there. He was very shocked when he saw in front of him a huge plucked cock, which was devouring human flesh at that moment. This creature said that although the man was late, he still returned the money, so he would only eat his meat and return his bones. Chuansu was very frightened by the picture he saw before his eyes, and the man just fell on the floor and screamed loudly. The rooster instantly changed his mind and grabbed the man's leg. He decided that you can just eat it, and then you don't have to give anything back. After that, the animal began to devour Chuansu. The man was very frightened and only managed to scream for help. His cries were not in vain. At some point, the roof of the house was blown up by a bomb, which made the rooster stop eating. Gilden came to help the poor man, who was sitting on the roof and smoking his pipe, releasing smoke. Around his neck hung a bright blue amulet that he had to pump. This is why the hero came here. Gilden turned to his would-be enemy and said he expected to see a human here, not some monster. The robber concluded for himself that if an ordinary person is influenced by bad thoughts, then he will become a monster. After these words, the monster decided to spit out the unnecessary victim. Now he had more important things to do than food. He recognized his enemy as the famous Gilden and said that he had heard a great deal about his adversary. The monster said that even if Gilden killed him, he still wouldn't be able to get a high position in this corrupt country. The young man replied that he did not expect anything for defeating the monster. He asked the rooster if he wanted to break the curse. His gigantic enemy was not going to chat for long, so at the same moment he jumped up, breaking through the roof of the house. The huge monster was able to throw his opponent back with a powerful wing. For the time being, Gilden accepted the enemy's conditions on the battlefield. After that, the rooster flapped his wing and released a sharp feather from it, which he directed in the direction of his enemy. Gilden repulsed the attack of the enemy. People in the palace began to scream loudly and run in different directions from fear. Gilden tried to hit the enemy with a spear, but he did not succeed. The young man did not understand at all how it happened. His enemy folded his wings together and told the best man that his sharp feathers could block all spears and bullets, so he could not be defeated. He added that this could only be done with the help of silver bullets. But Gilden had a different opinion and had already dealt a blow to the enemy. He hit the rooster squarely in the stomach, using an explosion combo in his attack. The bird was pierced through. A strange green substance began to pour out of his back. The monster could not understand what was happening to him at this moment. Gilden swung his weapon at the enemy and said that even with such protection he would still lose this battle. According to the young man, there is no one stronger than him. He gave a powerful blow to the nose of the rooster, whose carcass flew downwards. The monster crashed through the roof with a loud crash and fell to the floor. This attack sent a powerful shock wave all around. Gilden landed on the roof and said that a fool like that didn't need silver bullets because they were made from people like him. After the battle, the young man calmed down a bit and decided to check his artifact. He was very surprised by the following events. Gilden couldn't figure out why his pendant wasn't glowing. This meant that the points were not accumulated, which did not suit the young man. Suddenly, the bird-like monster that was supposedly defeated came to life. It began to divide into two parts, and the location of the lesion. The monster was able to split in two and flew in different directions. Gilden remained unmoved in his place. The monster said that Gilden would not be able to defeat him, and how much he could come back to life, even when only one of his clones was alive. The young man perfectly understood what was the matter. He took the pipe out of his mouth and decided he needed another weapon in this fight. He took his gun from behind his back and set it on fire with his pipe. Hilda had a clear plan of action at that moment. After that, he rose into the air to rise to a height comparable to the monster. The gun was fired from both sides. The monster continued to mock the young man and said that he could now tell the king of vampires that he had killed Gilden. The young man, in turn, chatted less and preferred actions. His gun fired a double shot in both directions. Only at that moment, the monster realized that his opponent had planned a much more complicated attack than he had imagined. The bird began to burn. He couldn't believe how he was going to lose so easily. However, he could not do anything and simply continued to burn. Gilden used his special weapon, striking both monster clones at once so that he could not survive in any way. After that, the young man landed on top of one of the Christmas trees in the forest, and continued to watch his enemy fall to the ground. He turned to his ranged enemy, and said that his dual weapon special always hit the target. Already, his artifact began to emit pink energy, which indicated that progress was being made and points were being accumulated. It was dark on the street. From a bird's eye view, you could see the agricultural lands planted with rice. In one poor house, a boy told his grandmother that he wanted to eat and asked when his mother and father, who went to pay back the debt, would return. At that moment, the old woman paid attention to the sounds coming from outside. She immediately realized that her children had finally returned. The grandmother quickly ran outside, calling her daughter and son-in-law. She was very glad that they had returned home. However, the old woman saw something else in front of her. There were coins in a bundle on the ground, and there were jugs of rice and a chest nearby. Gilden took the owners of the house home and went on his way. He did all this completely selflessly. He kept thinking about his hero mask. When he put it on, a curse fell on him, which the young man had to put up with somehow. He could not use force for his own purposes, but only to help others. Under the guidance of the full moon, the hero headed forward. Two girls were standing near the gazebo with a stone wall and did not know what to do. They kept repeating that the fire had gone out again. Their faces looked very confused. The girls were worried that their mistress might find out about everything and then everyone would be punished. While one of the girls was trying to rekindle the fire, a powerful figure of a man with a small beard appeared behind them. It was Gilden, who was in time to help the needy. Without waiting long, the young man created a spark in the air with just a movement of his fingers. After that, he lit a fire, the flame of which went up. The girls watched all this action and were simply shocked. They were very happy to see the fire. The girls thanked the mysterious stranger for their help and asked who he was. The stranger replied that he helps anyone who needs it, even if it's something insignificant. He called himself Han Gilden. After these words, the hero immediately rose into the air, because he was not going to stay in one place. The girls wanted to talk to him again, but it was too late. After Gilden jumped into the air, he wondered why he did that instead of just walking away. In the end, the man didn't care. Only words and slogans about justice echoed in his head. Because of the curse, he wanted her all the time. The hero hurried to one agricultural town, which was located at the other end of the country. It was surrounded by a stone wall. A lot of people gathered near the central entrance to the city, where state flags were hanging. All of them were waiting for only one event. The center of attention was a young red-haired boy who was shackled. His arms and neck were trapped and unable to move. This whole structure was attached to the lock behind the young man's back. He was a little excited, but he wasn't going to show it. The man standing in front of all those present began to say that the trial of this young thief would take place right now. After these words, a massive man with a weapon in his hands appeared in the arena of the court. He looked very angry and serious. He thumped his bat on the ground so that people shuddered. He told him to listen to the accused towards the serviceman in the past. He was referring to the same red-haired boy who was taking advantage of his government position and looting grain using weapons. The man added that even after all this, the thief does not want to confess and says that it is all for the people. The young man listened to the accusation in silence. This formidable judge looked straight into the thief's eyes. He considered this lying about people much more of a crime than theft. After that, the man turned to the people and said that he is an honest judge, so he will give the thief the right to justify himself before the people. The young man began his defense and said that he believed that he had done nothing wrong. Nothing was found in his house after the search. He added that state grain was not delivered to people who were dying of hunger. Therefore, the people's forces decided to commit a crime. The red-haired boy said that he could not come to an agreement with the owners of the barn, so he was forced to use a weapon to help people. The audience gathered more and more with the hope of pushing their heads forward to look at the young man they were sitting on. Among this crowd was the young officer Anen. He was behind everyone, but he managed to raise his head to see the situation. The judge continued the case. He did not believe in the young man's excuse and asked if he knew what happens to those who break the law. The judge bent over the thief and looked at him with his business eyes. He said that he was ready to chop his head off with a club right now, but first he decided to check the truth of the excuse. He turned to the people and asked those who also participated in this to come forward. Everyone present was simply shocked by this turn of events. They did not know how to behave in such a situation and simply started to turn away. A drop of hope appeared in the red-haired thief's eyes. The young man hoped that at least someone from the crowd would gather courage and take a step forward, but all those present stood immovably in their places and looked at each other. No one dared to admit their guilt in the crime. The judge waited about 10 minutes and got tired of it. And he took his mace and again loudly hit the ground with it. He was very furious and ordered everyone who had received anything from this thief to immediately come forward and confess the crime. Those present did not like this development very much, so they decided to ignore it. Of course, no one wanted to put themselves in danger. Then, the judge again turned to the thief and asked why no one came out. He assumed that perhaps the thief was transferring the grain to some other town. The red-haired youth was simply shocked. He could not believe that no one had the courage to confess. The guy looked at the people who were with him, but they just turned their heads away and did not want to confess their crime. The judge continued to get angry and said that the young man was trying to cheat the law. At that moment, his speech was interrupted by a little girl. She turned to the evil judge and said that the thief named Chandel was telling the truth and the people had divided all the loot among themselves. The girl turned her face to the people and said that they were all involved in this so as not to die of hunger, but for some reason they are silent. Chandel held his breath for a few seconds. At the trial, events finally began to take place that could at least somehow affect his life. The judge was interested in the words of this little girl. He put the mace on the floor and asked the people if this child was telling the truth, but people still did not want to admit their guilt. They said that she did not take anything, and that this girl is an orphan and has lost her mind. The little child was simply shocked by the behavior of those present. She yelled at them that she wasn't crazy, and they were all just lying. The girl began to have hysterics and tears. She could not understand why people could not respond with nobility to the kindness that Chandel had done to them. At some point, the convict decided to interrupt this uproar. He told the girl to stop proving her point to these people. The young man told her to calm down. He was already glad that at least one person in the square was on his side. The judge heard everything he needed for the verdict. He stood before the judge and was going to give him a sentence. He ordered to tie the thief in front of the gate, and not give him anything to eat or drink. If someone really helped him, then they will feed and drink him. The judge, not taking his eyes off the thief's face, added that if he could survive for 100 days, he would acquit him. At that moment, a young man in a blue robe came out to the square where the trial was taking place. He apologized and interrupted the judge. It was Anen, who introduced himself as a traveler from another town, and it seemed to him that the defendant was not lying at all. Anen explained his logic that people do not want to plead guilty because they will immediately be accused of a joint crime with this young man. A traveler from another town added that people are simply afraid of him, and this is not justice. People were shocked. The judge listened attentively to the unknown traveler and did not interrupt him. However, he did not really like the statements in his direction. Then, he pointed his finger at Anen and ordered his charges to immediately catch this suspicious young man disrupting court. The guards immediately followed the judge's order and headed for the arrest. However, Anen was not going to just surrender to anyone and told him not to touch him. He introduced himself to security as Officer Anen, not some suspicious teenager. That was quite smart of him. Such a schedule of events immediately changed the opinion of the chief judge. He ordered his men to stop, as this man was on some errand. The judge ordered the military officer not to interfere with fair justice, but rather to do his job. Sharps were still directed towards Anen. He thought for a while about what answer he should give at this moment. He decided to bow before the judge as a sign of respect and apologize. He added that he hoped that the final decision would be correct. Anen immediately left the scene. His helper Bird did not understand why the boy just left. The young man said that there was nothing wrong in the words of the court. Besides, the officer now had completely different things to think about. Anen could not forget that he was entrusted with a very important mission. He was looking for a mysterious man named Gilden, who at that moment was resting on the roof. He looked down in front of him and watched. The hero was present at this trial, but Anen, unfortunately, did not notice it. Gilden carefully followed all the events that were taking place. He should have done something by now, but he was curious about what would happen next, so he decided to watch people's actions a little more. In front of the central gate of the town, life was raging. Ordinary village life. Everyone was going somewhere, carrying different cargo. As the judge promised, he tied the thief in front of the gate. Chandel was forced to ply his face in front of all passers-by. All this time, the same little girl went around asking people to give her a little rice, but every time she was refused. All the people ordered her not to come for food anymore and to keep quiet herself. Otherwise her words could lead to something worse than a trial. The girl came to Gilden and immediately apologized to him for not being able to get rice, but only brought him water. The red-haired young man thanked the girl for her help. He looked at her with kind eyes and said that she had better not come again. The girl was simply shocked by such words. She did not want to leave her little hero alone, and cried bitterly because of this. The sun was shining brightly outside. It sent its rays to all corners of the earth, which heated it to an unbearably high temperature. Chandel, tied to a pillar. He lowered his head down to somehow hide from the sun. Near him was a tablet on which was written the same sentence, which forbade people to bring him food and water. A man in a black hat who pretended to be an inspector approached the young man. He read the inscription on the table and then looked at the red-haired boy. The scorching sun was at its zenith, and created the shadow of a mysterious stranger who approached the red-haired criminal. Chandel was already in a preconscious state, and did not really understand what was happening around him. His condition, at this moment, left much to be desired. Seeing this, the vampire took his sword from its sheath and brought it to his hand. After that, he quietly cut his little finger with the sword. Then, the vampire raised his left hand to the red-haired youth's face and touched his little finger, which was covered in blood, to the boy's mouth. Chandel immediately tasted something strange. His eyes widened in surprise and his preconscious state suddenly went somewhere. The boy lifted his head up and saw in front of him a mysterious stranger in a black hat, who for some reason brought him to his senses. The guards who were keeping order near this pillar were simply shocked. They did not know how to behave in this situation. All this time, Gilden continued to stand up for fair justice. He now noticed another strange scientist. The hero behaved quite freely and tried to constantly cheer himself up. He continued his inactivity and just watched. Gilden expected someone to give the boy food. It was important for him to find out if justice would still prevail. The vampire turned to the boy, who had just recovered from the taste of his blood, and said that he had enough courage. The man added that he likes the red-haired sign, and he has been looking for just such a person who looks like him all this time. At the moment of the dialogue, the guard interrupted the stranger and pointed a sharp spear at him. They didn't really like the man's behavior. The vampire confidently turned his head in the direction of the guards, to which the latter reacted ambiguously, as if afraid of his gaze. The security guards mistook the man for a scientist and asked why he was helping this guy, because the nameplate showed that he was a criminal. The man did not react at all to the fact that he was called a scientist, and simply asked what was so important that he helped the girl. The guards were simply shocked. They said that the governor had ordered the arrest of anyone who helped the criminal, so they were forced to arrest him as well. The vampire replied that there was no need for this. He agreed to go with them voluntarily and asked to be taken directly to the governor. Gilden watched intently and waited for the moment when justice would prevail. He continued to sit on the branch of a tall tree. The vampire turned to Chandel and told him not to worry and to wait a bit until he returned to this place again. The criminal did not expect such a turn of events and tried to stop the man. He said that it was not necessary to do all this for him. However, the mysterious scientist did not listen to the boy. He had his own views on this situation, and he went to the governor under the guidance of security. Hilda reacted to the course of events with great interest. He still did not know who the guards had detained. The hero also considered this man to be an ordinary scientist, so he thought that things were bad and justice would still lose. The vampire was led to the main building in this town. The governor sat in this very building, which was well guarded from all sides. It was one of the subjects who reported to him, who took away all the people's property and even documents for the rights to own land. The governor stood undisturbed and looked at the map in front of him. He replied that this was not enough, at which the ward was very surprised. Then, the governor began to rage and repeated that this was very little. His plans included returning to the capital in the near future. The man believed that everything collected in this town was just garbage, and he needs to give a big bribe to an official in order to find himself in a high position again. The governor was very angry with his ward. He broke all the papers that the ward had collected with his foot in different directions. He ordered to listen to him carefully. The ward bowed low before his boss. Papers and gold taken from people lay near him. The governor took the man by the hand and told him to collect 1 million by the end of the year, otherwise he would sell him to the Qing Empire. After that, the master went to the front door, opened it, and threw his ward out into the street, telling him to get out of here. The guard, who came to inform the gentleman of the unpleasant news, was simply shocked by the governor's mood. First of all, he was afraid for himself. However, the guard still dared to tell the gentleman that they had caught a person who dared to give food to a criminal named Chandel. The governor said to kill anyone who would do it. But this time, the guards thought it was a very respectable man who looked like an official. He did not know what to do in such a situation. He ordered that this official be locked up in prison for the time being, and then he will deal with him. Having given the order, the governor went back to his residence. He said that no one here can do their job properly. The man was not satisfied with his current position, and he did not want to spend his whole life in the position of the head of an ordinary small town. He wanted more, much more. His thoughts were focused only on this goal. The governor thought about it around the clock. Suddenly, the man's thoughts began to affect him in a very strange way. He noticed that something strange had appeared in his room. An unknown creature appeared unexpectedly, and the governor was very frightened. When it began to take on human features, the man asked who it was. The governor did not want to listen to incomprehensible words from some creature that threw its hat at him. He wanted to see the stranger's face. The governor was finally able to look at the man who stood before him. He looked very much like himself, and asked him about his wishes. The head of the town was very scared again. The man who appeared in the room told the best man that the governor's clothes were not suitable for such a great desire. After that, scary noises began to echo in the room, and the governor's clone itself began to take on a demonic appearance with a red glow. After reincarnation, he looked completely different. More precisely, his clothes changed and now an official crown was placed on his head. The strange creature said that this look was more suitable for a man. The clone asked the man if he was right about that. The governor was simply shocked. He did not know how to react to this and said that it was indeed so, asking who had come to him. However, the demonic creature did not want to answer this question. It made the man fascinated and dive into the darkness. The governor saw eyes and teeth in front of him, which frightened him greatly. In addition, he heard a voice calling him deeper and deeper into the darkness. The man began to go crazy from what was happening. He was fascinated by his dreams and shouted to show him even more. At that time, the scientist who gave food to the criminal was in prison. It was short-lived, as the governor himself had to come to him. The vampire asked the guard when they would come to him. To which the man replied that it would be better for him to remain silent and not interfere at all in this situation. The guard advised the man that if he had any connections, it was better to use his status now and promote the governor. The man was leading to the fact that otherwise the scientist could be executed tonight along with the boy he helped on the street. The scientist sat motionless in one place and answered that everything was clear to him. Despite all this, the man decided to wait. At that moment, another guard came to the prison and loudly opened the front door. He looked very angry and unrestrained. Another guard asked why this man beat, but he was not joking. The latter replied that he had no choice because she had angered him. After that, the guard opened the cell door and threw the innocent girl on the floor. She was the same one who always helped Chandel. She went to jail for her behavior. The vampire looked at the body of this girl and did not understand what she did to deserve such treatment. Many days have passed since Chandel's trial. People gathered in front of the central gate to watch the next verdict. Chandel saw in front of him the instrument that was to execute him. He didn't focus on days, but he didn't care when to die. But another man suddenly appeared in the arena. It was Gilden who came to save justice and thereby shocked the guards. He confidently emerged from the crowd of people and headed straight for the boy who was tied to the post. So far, everyone was silent. As soon as the man got closer, the guards immediately pointed sharp spears at him and told him to get out of here quickly. Gilden heeded not a single word of the guards. He turned to the criminal and told him to raise his leg a little. The guards did not understand what he wanted. The hero quickly decided to demonstrate the seriousness of his intentions. As soon as Chandel raised his legs, Gilden hit the post with all his might. With one blow of his leg, the muscular young man broke the wooden pole that was holding the thief, who was not guilty of anything. The guards were simply shocked by this turn of events, but could not do anything. They understood that a fight would be inevitable. Gilden brought a bottle of water with him, which he put into the red-haired youth's mouth immediately after his release so that he could drink. The guards again pointed their sharp spears at the thieves, and among them the order rang out to seize both lawbreakers immediately. Gilden ignored the guards' words and asked the boy why they tied him up at all, because he could have simply not allowed them to do it. The hero called it a real injustice. He could not tolerate such laws that could endanger lives every day. The young man heard motivational phrases in his head, and could not understand what they were. But Hilda did not have time to explain all this to the boy. The guards continued to order the mysterious stranger to surrender and kneel, or else they would kill him on the spot. The hero paid attention to the weapons of the guards and did not understand how it would help them at all. The young man ordered everyone to keep their mouths shut and listen to him. Hilda, lighting a cigarette, said that today at this place, true justice will prevail, because Han killed on himself visited here. The mysterious stranger who visited the town and was imprisoned continued to watch the little girl who was lying in the cell next to him. He tried to bring her to consciousness with his unearthly abilities. The man lifted the girl from the ground and turned her over on her back. On the face of a small child, you could see the beating she received at the hands of a guard. For now, she was still lying unconscious. The man in the other cell carefully watched the girl and waited for her to come to her senses. He felt a little sorry for the little one. Finally, the little girl began to open her eyes. She sighed heavily, and tears could be seen in her eyes. Seeing that the girl had regained consciousness, the man turned to her and offered to talk. He introduced himself as an undercover royal auditor. The girl was simply shocked when she heard these words. She even for a moment forgot about the pain, which was blocked by surprise. The child immediately turned to face the man and bowed before him as a sign of respect. She asked him to save Chandel. The girl told the auditor their story, when Chandel was forced to rob government granaries in order to survive. She added that he did it not for himself, but for the sake of other insects, including her, since her parents died a long time ago. The girl raised her eyes and asked the auditor not to follow the governor's orders, because they were too unjust, and he himself was a terrible person. The auditor under the ceiling looked at the poor girl and said that she was right. He completely understood her inner pain. The girl continued to ask for a favor. Suddenly, her strength began to leave her, and her body stopped holding on and sagged downwards. The little child fell powerlessly to the floor, but still continued to ask the auditor to save her friend Chandel. The guard overheard talk of the royal auditor. He was very worried and asked the man if it was really true. Without waiting for an answer, the man quickly apologized to the prisoner and told him that he would immediately let him out of the cage. At that moment, the guard's actions were stopped by a giant man in the form of a tiger, who asked what the guard was trying to do. The governor turned into this monstrosity. He began to explain to his ward that violators of the law should be in prison. The guard tried to justify himself, but it was all in vain. The governor could not control his strength and emotions and simply crushed his ward. After that, with his tiger eye, he looked through the cage at the prisoner and asked if he was really the same famous royal auditor. The prisoner called the man too cruel. He added that he would need to filter his thoughts so as not to lead to such a conclusion. After these words, I was very surprised. He concluded that this man in front of him really could take the form of a vampire. After that, the tiger laughed loudly and said that he now understood why the vampire was in this dungeon for so long. He believed that the vampire was waiting for the night to get rid of him. But he was lucky that it was daytime, and the governor asked the vampire what he was going to do. Meanwhile, an inevitable conflict took place in front of the central gate. The guards shouted loudly and tried to catch the thief. Gilden deftly dodged each javelin strike as if flying into the air. Security couldn't do anything about it. After avoiding a joint attack from the enemy, Gilden delivered a powerful kick to the face of one of the guards in front of him. Gilden began to call the guards to him to try to kill him. Chandel was shocked by such skills and concluded that his savior was from the royal army. The hero turned to face the interlocutor and said that he belongs to the royal army and just does what he thinks is necessary. Hilda added that members of the royal army had no right to kill innocent people at all, but they were doing so at the moment. His brief speech was interrupted by loud shouts about the royal guard. Gilden eagerly awaited their arrival. A whole squad of fighters was approaching him, each of them holding weapons in their hands. Their leader asked the stranger where he was from. He added that no one has the right to break the law and create disorder in this place. Then the man ordered his wards to load their weapons. Gilden did not pay attention to a single word of the leader. He calmly began to subdue his cradle and told his enemies to finally finish. The hero looked his would-be adversary in the face and asked how they could consider themselves the royal guard if they were going to kill an innocent. The leader confirmed these words, but said that theirs was only here to carry out orders from above. Gilden replied that all these words and orders have no meaning, because a real soldier would never point his weapon at an innocent person. The soldiers of the royal guard felt lousy. They perfectly understood that the stranger was right, and now they did not know what to do. At this moment, the silence on the battlefield was interrupted by a female voice calling Caldon. A woman approached him and said that something had happened. The woman informed the young man that a little girl who tried to bring him food was beaten by one of the guards. Hearing these words in Dell's name, the people watching the entire action began to discuss this issue. This name seemed quite familiar to them. Chandel was very angry with himself and Dell. He kept asking her not to do stupid things, but the little girl didn't listen to him. The latest news made the red-haired young man very angry. He started to get to his feet. Strength suddenly began to flow to his muscles. The boy got rid of the pillar behind his back and promised to take revenge on the governor for this, no matter what sins he had to commit. Seeing this, the leader of the royal guard told the boy that, although he was in the reserve, he was still a soldier. Chandel entered into battle with his former comrades. The leader tried to persuade him that they were not guilty, and that he had simply broken the law. He told the boy that now he must answer for his actions and ordered him to put down his weapon and kneel down. The red-haired youth replied that he was not going to do that, and that was enough. He added that he was leaving the army so they could shoot him. Gilden watched all this and listened to the dialogue while smoking his pipe. He felt quite relaxed and confident. Chandel was not going to wait until he was shot and decided to act. The young man moved from his place and joined the battle. The leader of the royal guard immediately ordered his charges to open fire. Shots began to ring out on the battlefield. Chandel was forced to put up a shield in front of him to protect himself from the bullets that flew at him in a flurry. After a few seconds, absolutely nothing happened and the young man was very surprised. He was still sitting behind the shield and trying to understand what had happened. His former comrades could not carry out the order of their leader and pointed their muzzles upwards so as not to injure the young man. The leader was very angry at such actions. He called his wards cowards who cannot shoot a traitor in front of them. He loudly ordered the soldiers to reload quickly to prevent Chandel from escaping the battlefield. Suddenly, something strange caught the red-haired youth's attention. He looked straight ahead and worried about Uncle Chan's fate. The leader of the Royal Guard unit was in danger. Someone launched a sharp spear into his head, which blew off his hat. This spear flew further forward. Now Chandel had to worry for his life as the melee weapon was moving towards him. But Gilden managed to react to these actions in time and deflected the spear while Chandel tried to hide from the attack behind his shield. The cold weapon could not touch anyone on the battlefield and after several ricochets ended up in a stone wall. A man on a horse arrived on the battlefield, who considered the blocked way to him disrespectful. He asked why they were all angry with him. People had already observed such clashes before and recognized Hab's squad. He became famous for his heartlessness, so people began to flee. The man who was sitting on the horse was the leader of the squad. He pointed his finger at his enemies and ordered his charges to kill them immediately. His fighters immediately began to carry out the leader's order and rushed into battle. More than a dozen soldiers started their movement towards Gilden and Chandel. But the hero in the blue mantle was not at all afraid of the number of enemies, and he was preparing to accept this battle, getting into a fighting posture. The young man rose into the air and used the feng shui technique, which was accompanied by the bright fire of a black dragon. The first victims appeared on the battlefield. Gilden said he doesn't like hitting people, but he has to. Chandel said it turned out well. Squad leader Gaps was not satisfied with the following schedule of events, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. The man slowly took the sword out of its sheath. After that, without getting off the horse, the warrior hit his nose with his sword, the blade of which created a powerful shock crescent. Gilden, along with Chandel, had to react quickly to this attack. They chose different actions for this. In the end, the young men managed to evade the powerful attack of the enemy. They turned back and saw a strong cut on the stone wall. Gilden looked at his enemy and praised him for his attack. He added that it's not bad, especially when you don't get off your horse. The hero behaved in his crowning style, mocking the enemy a little. He pointed in front of him with his finger and continued to speak. After a few minutes of the battle, the power of the amulet awakened on the hero's neck. It began to move and ignited with a bright red flame. Gilden asked the enemy what kind of circus trick it was. The young man wondered how the man would react to his burning amulet. The leader of the Haps detachment behaved quite discreetly. He calmly looked at the relic around the enemy's neck and asked what kind of bells it was. Gilden playfully replied to his enemy that such a noble monster happened to him on the road in such a wilderness. After these words, the military officer immediately understood everything. He recognized in his adversary a person about whom there are constant rumors. The man concluded that before him was no simple bandit, and ordered his squad to immediately line up to attack. Hearing this order, Hilda immediately decided to retreat. Chandel was simply shocked by this behavior of his recent ally. However, the hero did not care about anyone's opinion. He easily jumped over the wall and headed away from this town. The leader of the Gap squad was in no hurry to catch up with the enemy, but turned his attention to another criminal who could threaten them. He pointed a finger at the young red-voiced boy. Chandel realized that he was not happy with people now and became a little worried. He needed to think logically and quickly. The young man turned his head back. Behind him lay a man who was trembling with fear. Chandel realized that if he stayed there, he would put everyone else in danger, so he started to catch up with his ally. Hilda, at this time, continued his relentless movement away from the province. He deftly pushed himself off the trunk of the trees and continued to fly. After another enemy left the battlefield, the leader of the mounted unit decided to act. He immediately moved from his place and rushed forward. As Chandel assumed, the officer did not touch the rest of the people. His target was two scoundrels who had fled the battlefield. Gilden finally got far enough away from his pursuers. The young man arrived at the seashore, where he could rest a little. Chandel barely caught up with his ally and began to catch his breath. Gilden stood immovably in place, staring into the depths of the sea. Gilden heard the boy behind him breathing heavily. He turned his head and asked how he even managed to catch up with him. Chandel replied that he himself did not know how he managed it. Continuing to breathe heavily, the boy told the hero that he needed his help. The young man fell to his knees and asked an ally to go with him to the state administration and help free Dell. Gilden replied that he was going to do it anyway, because it was true justice. Chandel was very grateful to the hero. Gilden said that he did not need to nick for anything, because his whole body was permeated with justice. He is justice. Chandel decided not to say anything more. Instead, he asked how far the two of them managed to get away from the army soldiers. Hilda immediately replied that you cannot escape from them so easily. The young man pointed his finger in front of him and said that there they are. Chandel looked in the direction his ally pointed, but so far saw nothing. He did not understand who Gilden was talking about. Literally after a couple of seconds, the figure of a horse began to appear on the horizon. Chandel realized that Gilden was going to kill the officer. The man on the horse continued to ride and laugh loudly. He said that Gilden's magic would not help him separate him from the squad. After these words, something strange began to happen to the officer's body. His face leaned forward and began to take on a different form. In the end, this man merged with his horse into one being. He shouted loudly that he was going to enjoy every moment of this fight. Chandel was simply shocked by what he saw in front of him. His expression conveyed simultaneous fear and shock. The monster in the form of a horse was not going to wait long and immediately entered the battle, swinging his mighty sword. He delivered a powerful blow that was meant more for Gilden, as he was the monster's main threat. However, the hero quite easily avoided the blow of the enemy's sword, rising high in the air. The monster lifted its head up to assess the situation. Gilden landed next to the shocked young man who asked what it was. Gilden was very surprised that the boy had never seen a demon. The monster laughed out loud and said that he couldn't guess what was connecting Han with the demons, but his time had come. He went on to talk about the day when the sun and the moon meet and the vampires will finally be able to take over this world again. Chandel was very stunned and shocked by the demon's speech. His face was covered with drops of sweat from the experience. He asked the demon why he was saying this. Gilden shut the boy up and told him to let him talk because it was interesting. The demon chose an opportune moment to attack. He entered the battle saying that for a long time he wanted to compete with Gilden. He asked the hero why he did not attack. The demon knew the rumor that more than 50 demons had fallen at the hands of Han. The monster wanted his enemy to show everything he was capable of. Therefore, he decided to use the strongest techniques in his arsenal. Chandel didn't know how to behave in such a situation as fighting demons, so for now he decided to sit back and get drunk on the shield. The boy was very worried about his ally, who stood still and looked at the blade of the sword, which rapidly approached his head. However, the boy's worries were in vain. Gilden clearly knew his business and how to fight monsters. He deftly avoided a collision with the sword. The demon was very furious because of the behavior of his opponent. He couldn't stand how the famous hero just ran away. Then, the horse decided that it was time for him to demonstrate something to his opponent. He used a technique called Shining Blades. Gilden realized that he couldn't just hide from this technique, so he decided to use magic in return and split up. The monster was simply shocked by the enemy's magic. He now saw before him dozens of enemies cloned by Gilden. The demon couldn't do anything with this technique as he didn't even know what kind of magic it was. He continued to rage and brandish his sword. In flight, the real Gilden said that he felt it necessary to respond to the use of magic with his unusual technique. After that, each Gilden clone ignited its two-pronged weapon and aimed it at the enemy. The hero used heavy artillery. The demon was completely powerless against this technique. He could not counter anything in response to hundreds of shots. After a couple of seconds, the horse's body was lying on the ground. Gilden stood with his back to the defeated enemy, ending the attack. The horse could still breathe and move, despite the bullets taken. Gilden saw this and immediately pointed the muzzle at his face. The demon was worried and asked the enemy to wait. He asked if he didn't know who he was and what killing him would lead to. Gilden stood silently over the enemy, listening to his stories about his boss. The monster began to threaten the enemy with his master, but Gilden is not a demon's words. He continued to silently watch his weapon, which was about to fire. The hero finished off another demon by shooting him in the head. After that, Gilden left the scene of the murder. Chandel was simply shocked and said that he had never seen such a battle. The boy liked it very much. He considered it shocking. Gilden approached the boy and asked him what questions he had. Chandel enthusiastically replied that these skills were very cool, but he still did not recognize the style. After the battle, his artifact on Gilden's neck came to life again and lit up with a red flame. The young man received a reward for the demon. Gilden was pleased with the outcome of this battle. He got a lot of points and said that he had not encountered such valuable monsters in a long time. Chandel sat over the body of the defeated monster and could not believe that demons disguised themselves as ordinary people and even as officers. Gilden approached from behind and said that it was time for them to leave, as the boy was still going to get someone out of prison. The allies immediately set off. Chandel was determined to free his little friend from prison. Literally after a few minutes, the young men were able to reach the state fortification. They punched a hole in the wooden wall. After that, the allies stopped and decided to assess the situation around. They tried to be quite quiet. What they saw in front of them stunned them a little. The surrounding area seemed ragged and battered. The young men tried to understand what happened on the territory of the state administration. Gilden tried to assess the tracks on the ground. Chandel paid no attention to anything. He understood that in such conditions anything could happen to his friend, so he went to save her. The red-haired young man loudly called his girlfriend's name, running forward. Gilden continued to look around, trying to grab onto something. Chandel hastily ran to the prison where Dell was supposed to be. Inside, the prison was also broken into, and the bars were broken. One picture immediately caught the boy's eyes. Behind the prison wall, a man who did not show signs of life was hanging from the branch of one of the trees. The boy looked at this man until Gilden came to him. Now they watched it together. Hilda immediately recognized this man as the governor. Chandel confirmed the words of his ally and was simply shocked by this development of events. The young men were trying to understand what had happened to the governor, and where Dell had gone, until suddenly something interrupted them. They turned their faces back and saw in front of them terrified guards holding spears in their trembling hands. Seeing the whole picture in front of them, the guards immediately concluded that the governor was killed by one of the young men standing in front of them. Chandel immediately began to make excuses and say that it was some misunderstanding as they had come here when the governor was dead. The guards meant exactly Chandel, because they all heard when the young man said in the square that he would not let the governor live in peace. The young man did not deny this at the moment, but he did not kill him. Chandel says they just came here to save Dell. The guard glanced at the cell where the little girl was. There was no one there now, except for the trail of murder. The guard concluded that the young man killed the governor for the sake of this girl and asked if he even knew that she was not here. Chandel emotionally answered that he did not know where she was. That's why he was looking for her, and when they came here, the girl was no longer in the prison. Hilda decided to intervene in the conversation, and said that he had seen everything with his own eyes and that the boy was not guilty of anything. Security said he was an accomplice. The head of security ordered to stop this mess in the prison. He ordered the young men to kneel down as they were under arrest. Gilden was still trying to justify Chandel, but the guard didn't care. He was very angry and ordered to shut up. Then Gilden asked his ally if he wanted to go to prison. Chandel replied that of course not, especially since he didn't do anything. Hilda behaved in his style. He grabbed the boy by the collar and said that he didn't really want to go to prison either. After these words, the famous hero rose from his place with all his might, knocking all the guards around with a shock wave. Gilden held his ally firmly by the collar and moved relentlessly forward, slicing through the air in front of him. The guards recovered after a few seconds and realized that the violators were running away. The chief ordered to quickly find them and arrest them, but the rest did not know what to do. Violators of the law were no longer here, and the spirit. The men stood silently and looked at the sky in front of them. Then, their eyes were drawn to the tree where the governor's body had recently been hanged. At the moment, he was not observed there, and the guards were on alert. The chief told his wards that it was not the most important thing now, and ordered to find the body and take it to the infirmary. At this moment, a figure began to approach the men. The man was wearing only one shoe and was moving forward. It was the same governor who had recently been hanged on the tree. He seemed to have risen from the dead, and his face did not look good. The guard was very scared when she saw a man in front of her. They could not understand how this was even possible. Strange things began to happen throughout the territory of the state prison. The sounds got louder and louder, and people started to get up. Their figures looked dead, but their eyes were open. The picture looked very scary, and the zombies were approaching the living. The guards have concluded that their governor is now a zombie. The men made the right decision to immediately run away from the fallen dead. They screamed loudly, notifying all the survivors that they were attacked by vampires. Real chaos and panic began on the territory of the town. Gilden and Chandel left the unbearable place. The hero took his ally high into the mountains to avoid unnecessary problems. The young men settled on the slope of one mountain. Chandel looked exhausted, although he was straining more and more this whole way. Gilden, the red-haired young man, could not understand what was happening at all. He was very disturbed by the events that had happened to them before that. The guy clenched his fist as hard as he could out of anger, and not understanding where Dell is at all. He didn't know what to do. Gilden decided to refute the boy's arguments, and told the godfather that it was all the work of the vampire. Chandel at first did not understand what was being said. Gilden explained that the ruin of state administration and the state of the governor was caused by the absorption of this man's soul. Chandel still did not understand anything. Gilden said that this particular monster gets its energy from eating human souls. He added that darkness heals brains of a person and promises him the fulfillment of all the most secret desires. This is how the brain gets trapped. After that, a person no longer knows how to stop himself and in the end is forced to join the dark forces. Chandel replied that if this is so, then this darkness must be defeated immediately. Gilden said that it was virtually impossible to beat her. All this is caused by the fact that it is caused by human desires, and they are always specific and in some cases not entirely honest. Chandel now understood that the governor died because of the darkness, but he was interested in something else: what happened to Dell. Gilden took a short break to think. He possessed a sufficient amount of information about demons, so he formulated the following. He said that when the darkness has completely absorbed the soul of one, it switches to the body of another that is nearby. The hero said that perhaps the girl did not become the next victim, since an honest and pure soul without dark desires does not succumb to darkness. After these words, Chandel fell to his knees before his savior. He rushed to such actions, because he did not understand how to deal with everything. The boy begged Gilden to help him find and save Dell. He admitted that he was ashamed, but there was no other choice. The red-haired young man promised the savior that he would gladly devote the rest of his life to him if they saved Dell. Gilden slowly took out his pipe and put it in his mouth. He said that the boy does not have to beg him on his knees. The young man promised to help the boy selflessly, as he considers himself a person of goodwill who fights only for justice. After these words, Chandel seemed to come alive. He was infinitely grateful to the hero, and said that he would help him in any situation. Gilden said his name and asked the boy what his name was and how old he was. Chandel replied that he had turned 16 last month. The guy asked if Gilden had any guesses about what might have happened to the prison in which Dell had previously been. At the moment when the governor was engulfed in darkness, he attacked the vampire. The tiger pinned him against the wall with its powerful paw. The governor thought that if he ate vampire blood, he would receive a huge amount of energy that would help him fight. After these words, the tiger immediately got down to business. He bit down hard on the left side of the man in front of him, trying to bite off a piece of flesh. The governor saw this as his chance to gain more power in this world. He thought that God himself had given him this opportunity, but not everything was as the tiger thought. At the moment of the bite, the monster was stopped by something that did not allow him to continue eating. The vampire turned to his enemy and asked what happened, because a couple of seconds ago he wanted to eat him. The man began to taunt his opponent, and suggested that he try to chew his body harder. The tiger became very angry after these words. He threw the vampire's body to the floor with great force and began to bite it again. The governor promised the vampire to tear him to pieces and made every effort to do so. tiger wasn't going to give up just like that. The vampire said the monster had better hurry as the sun would rise soon and then the governor would get nothing but his naked body. The demon inside the governor raged. After the vampire's words, he punched him hard, pressing him to the floor, and ordered him to shut up. He shouted loudly that he would not leave a piece of flesh from the man. He then asked if the vampire even knew who he was. Without waiting for an answer, the governor shouted that he was the master of this state. The vampire behaved quite discreetly and noticed something in front of him. He turned his attention to the girl who was lying unconscious in the next cell. The man decided that something should be done with her. He pulled out his right hand from under the body pressed to the ground and put 2 fingers forward. Thus, the vampire wanted to take control of the sword. He succeeded and was able to control the sword even in such a situation. The weapon flew incessantly to the place where the vampire directed it. In flight, the revisor under cover began to spin the sword around its axis to increase its striking power. After that, a sharp weapon broke through the wooden bars of the prison, behind which the unconscious girl was. She continued to lie on the floor. At some point, the monster noticed that the vampire was looking in a completely different direction. He understood that the man wanted to help this girl. He thought that right now a vampire would be better off taking care of himself, and not playing his games that vampires love. The tiger collected a lump of bright energy in his mouth, and said that it was time for the vampire to leave this world, in which there is no place for such. With loud cries for the destruction of the enemy, the demon continued to fill with energy and, at one point, decided to burn the vampire. However, the auditor had his own plans for this account. He was not going to lose to some governor, and delivered a powerful blow to his chin. All the flow of energy that the tiger gathered in its mouth was directed upwards. By doing so, it caused an explosion that blew off the roof of the house. The demon could not do anything, the opponent was much faster. Not only energy but also blood flowed from his mouth. The vampire rose to the sky with the help of his magic and turned to the governor who was located below him. The man took the girl and told the governor that he was cruel to innocent people and forced them to work for his insignificant needs. The vampire said that now was the time to pay for his sins. He took out his golden seal and shouted that he was summoning the darkness. At that moment, the vampire's attention was drawn to something other than the governor in the form of a tiger. He was forced to stop for a moment. The inspector looked to his left and saw on the horizon someone moving, easily jumping long distances. The vampire looked into the distance with a very surprised look. He continued to hold the little girl in his arms so that she would not be hurt again. A figure of a man could be seen on the horizon, which periodically hangs in the sky. The moonlight brightly illuminated the surrounding areas. The vampire looked more and more closely at the image of a person. He tried to prove or disprove his opinion at the expense of this person. In the end, he managed to recognize in this image the young man who had previously saved the boy in front of the central gate of the town. The vampire was completely distracted from the monster in front of him, who continued to repeat that he was the master of this country. Finally, the vampire used his dark powers, releasing a stream of dark purple energy from the seal that moved forward. The clots of her energy gradually turned into a human-like face that was going to absorb everything in its path. The governor in the form of a tiger was not an exception for dark energy. She began to swallow him from head to toe, and the man screamed loudly. The vampire finished his business with this demon, and could leave this place with peace of mind, taking the little girl with him. Having covered some distance, the vampire decided to land on the ground. His dark purple energy helped him in everything. He flew to the same place where Chandel was imprisoned recently. But he was not there, and the pole was broken. The man could not understand anything. He returned for the boy to take him under his wing, but he was nowhere to be found. The vampire looked around him, where a couple of hours before there were a lot of people. Dead silence reigned on the territory of the state administration. For some time the man simply stood still and listened to the emptiness. At some point, he took out his weapon and took the sword in his left hand. Meanwhile, Gilden continued to stun Chandel. He offered the boy to go on a journey, but he did not understand anything. The hero said that they need to go to one of the 4 rejets. It was God who embodies the wisdom of all life. Gilden described this place as a dream within a dream, a place that is within 9 consecutive dreams. This man taught Gilden everything. Chandel listened carefully to his ally, and imagined this old man in his head. He was wise, had a long beard, and was constantly writing something. After his short story, Gilden brought the fingers of his left hand to his mouth and blew with all his might, making a loud whistle. He used the transport summoning technique. In an instant, a carriage appeared in front of the two young men's feet, which was supposed to take them to the teacher. This thing was called a palanquin. Chandel was simply delighted with such a trip because it was the first time he traveled on such a transport. The palanquin moved steadily forward across the sky. With every second, the red-haired young man became even more excited. He was cool and fun. The place of arrival of the two young soldiers was the capital Hanyang. Dead silence reigned in the city, as it was deep night outside. One place where life continued even at night was Gangnam. Its bright purple light illuminated the nearby houses. Quite a lot of carriages were parked near this place, and there were quite a lot of people who wanted to get here. Finally, Gilden and Chandel arrived at their place called the Burning Sun. Their palanquin landed slowly. As soon as the young men got out of their carriage, Chandel immediately paid attention to the girls, who had incredible beauty and were having fun around them. Now the boy understood what his ally meant by otherworldly words. It was really like a dream. Chandel saw a disco. Hilda immediately went inside the building and the boy followed him. They met the first passerby on their way. He turned out to be the mistress of the Burning Sun, Yul, who immediately recognized Gilden. They had not seen each other for a long time and the girl was happy. Hilda immediately said that he did not come here for entertainment. The girl asked why the busy young man is so important today. She started flirting with him and said that they hadn't had fun together in a while, implying that now was the time to do it. Yul began to touch the young man's muscular body with her fingertips. She said that life is too short, so you need to do everything in time. Hilden did not feel very comfortable at this moment, and had to refuse. He said he needed to meet the King of Dreams. Yul did not persuade the young man and did not even get very upset. She pointed to the corridor and said that the king was inside. After that, a portal opened, inside which was what Gilden needed. It was quite unusual magic. The hero approached the portal and was the first to stick his head inside. Chandel was standing behind and watching it. After Gilden entered the portal, the red-haired boy followed him as well. He was very surprised and excited. The boy looked in front of him and knew only that Teacher Cumin lived here. He felt too strange, as if in a dream. Chandel continued to move after his ally to keep up with him, and kept thinking that he was in a dream. Finally, the young men completely passed through the portal and found themselves in a large room that rather resembled a library. Against the background of these huge stacks of books, the two young men seemed like small grains of sand. Having gone forward, they sat down on the floor. The teacher, who was still sitting on top, immediately addressed them. He was also glad to see Gilden, who had not come here for a long time. The third regent of the supreme constellation Cumin and Bandits reread his memoirs. He turned his attention to the boy that Gilden had brought with him. The young man explained that he met him when he was hunting a vampire. He added that Chandel was going through a dream sequence for the first time, so he was nervous. Having finished a short story about his partner, Gilden got down to business. He informed the teacher that he had new information. Gilden said it was about a demon he had met recently. He told him that the king of vampires was going to descend on this world and destroy humanity. Teacher Cumin, although he knew a lot about this person, was still surprised by such information. His emotions could not be seen under his glasses. Gilden added that he was also looking for a girl named Dell who was with the vampire. In his imagination, she looked quite strange. Chandel was lying on the floor and staring at the ceiling. He couldn't control his body and brain through all those sleep portals. The boy believed that he was overcome by sleep paralysis. He could neither move nor speak a word, but he could hear everything perfectly. Master Cumin realized that his student wanted him to take a look and check where Dell was now, and decided to help. The old man took one of his books and began to flip through its pages. He stopped at one and pointed to the name Dell. He informed the two young men, however, that this girl was alive. This was pretty good news, both for the teacher and the students. Chandel was happy. Gilden said now all they had to do was track the little girl down and find her, but that was not all the teacher wanted to say. He added that there is also bad news, which is that Dell's name is on the list of vampires and demons. Chandel's face suddenly disappeared. His emotions could not be expressed in words. He was lying with his mouth wide open. At some point, sleep paralysis seemed to decide to let the boy go, and he rose to his feet, asking about demons. Master Cumin congratulated the young man on his first awakening from his dream. He saw a lot of energy in the young man, and asked how he was feeling. Chandel did not answer the teacher's question, but continued to ask about Dell. Cumin confirmed his words about the demon girl. Gilden decided to interrupt this dialogue and informed the teacher that there was information that the king of vampires would soon be resurrected. When the moon and the sun meet in the sky, the vampire king will be able to attack the human world. The teacher began to think about the fact that vampires never got along with other demons, which in this situation could help humanity. He added that one more important detail is needed for the abyss and hell to merge. Otherwise, the fight against vampires will be impossible. Cumin added that in any case, humanity will have to face two forces that can bring this world to destruction. Chandel was simply shocked by the old man's speech. He stood before Gilden with his mouth wide open as he digested the information. The young men began to ask the teacher what they should do in such a case and whether other regents would be able to help them at all. The teacher replied that he would not be able to help them except by dying. This also applies to the remaining 3 regents, who will not be able to stand up to the vampire king. Cumin gave the boys to go into the abyss, maybe they will find something there. After that he laughed with his assistant, but Gilden was in no mood to joke now. He seriously asked the old man how he could get to this abyss. The young man added that he was concerned about one more question. He wants to know how to remove this curse from himself, to which the teacher replied that he had already taught the student all the magical powers available to a person. Then Chandel entered the dialogue, who said that he had not been taught anything. Master said that no matter how strong you are, he still won't be able to use magic to find Dell. Chandel was very serious. He said that he doesn't care about factors and he agrees to any conditions. Teacher Cumin and Yul were a bit shocked. They did not expect such a decision from the young man and silently looked at him. Gilden entered the dialogue in his trademark style, saying that when the boy faced 2 opponents in the future, he could kill 2. Master Cumin turned to Gilden and said that he hasn't killed many monsters in his life, so don't be an idiot. The teacher explained to Chandel that the mask worn by Gilden is a trophy obtained after the last war with demons, and it is a symbol of strength. The old man told about Huangun, who created a large magic sphere to help people fight vampires. Gilden possesses the power of Hanikingen, which is obliged to help humanity. The teacher noted her as one of the strongest magical powers. After that, the old man asked the boy what he thinks will happen to Gilden's mask if it falls into the hands of demons. Chandel said it was better not to think about it. The old man did not insist on answers and offered to hear about the king of vampires. He said that even all the regents that Wanun had brought from the heavens put together could not withstand the power of the vampire king, and it would be a very difficult war. Gilden asked what humanity should do in such a case, if Wanun had already done everything possible. The boy was also interested in the fact about monsters. He wanted to know if the mask's curse would go away if he got rid of the monsters before they got rid of him. The teacher replied that the young man would have to kill not only the demons, but also their king. Only Gilden can do this thanks to his power. The old man added that of course if the young man takes off this mask, then the mighty and majestic power of Hanikingen will leave him in an instant. Gilden understood that the teacher was implying that he was the one to get rid of the vampire king and the demon king, and asked why he was calling him an idiot. The teacher once again repeated that Gilden was too weak and he was already tired of repeating it. He was interrupted by Chandel, who did not like it, but Cumin asked him not to interrupt so that he could finish. He meant that even the weakest can defeat the strongest. The old man began to teach his students that mankind has invented much stronger elements than magic, but this is only possible with the cooperation of all people. He led to the point that only if people can use their full potential, they can count on stunning results in war. Chandel immediately rose to his feet after these words. He suggested that Gilden discover the location of the enemies and notify the royal service. But Gilden wasn't going to do that. His own ego was much higher than the interests of other people and the life of the entire planet. Then Chandel turned to the old hermit and asked him for help to tell the young men where to look for Dell and the Demon King. Cumin opened his book again and said that it was impossible to find the little girl because she was not in the human world. Yul also intervened in the dialogue and said that the Demon King cannot be found in these books because you need to know his name. Chandel turned to his partner and asked if it could be the darkness itself. Gilden replied that it could not be so. He explained that the darkness is just a bunch of parasites that prey on human desires, that is, just pawns of a demonic army. Yul turned to the young men and said that although they did not know the exact name of the Demon King, they had found his possible whereabouts. Chandel came back to life and said that they needed to inform the royal service and asked the hermit for their exact location. Master Koman looked at one of his maps and answered the young boy that the Demon King was somewhere in the Kenbokan Palace. Chandel listened to the teacher very attentively all the time. Gilden, on the other hand, had nothing to do with it. He was just resting. Kenbokan Palace was located almost in the center of the country. His Majesty was illuminated by the moonlight from all sides that night. A squad of several soldiers, dressed in black gear and wearing hats, secretly entered the palace grounds. They knew this place like the back of their hand and felt quite confident. They sneaked over the fence from the backyard. The king was in his room. There was a bright red light that completely illuminated the building. A young man was sitting on the throne, who was forced to ascend it after the death of his father. He looked rather confused that night. A voice behind asked His Majesty to rest and calm down. The king replied that he could not do this to anyone because he was very afraid. The young man was shaking from head to toe, and he was afraid that someone would come after him again and try to steal him from the palace. And a voice behind said to the king, "There is no need to be afraid yet, as his mother is with him. And she will be able to protect him from everyone." The palace was well guarded from all sides. There were soldiers wearing red uniforms and sharp spears, as well as a lantern for light. A fight broke out in the backyard. A squad of fighters in black uniforms attacked the palace guards and killed one of them. This guard could not do anything and fell to the floor. At the same moment, his body began to stand out and take on a demonic account. One of the black uniformed warriors said it was all a demon, just like he thought. He ordered the remaining fighters to attack. A squad of fighters entered the palace and began calling their king's best man, announcing that they had come for him and would help him get out. The head of this intelligence ordered to find the devils and clean the royal palace in order to protect and take the king from here. One of the warriors broke through the entrance door to the king's chambers, shouting loudly that he would punish anyone who dared to attempt on His Majesty's life. But the king's chambers were empty. Not at all. The warrior saw in front of him a giant woman who was dressed in traditional clothes. She looked at the soldier and said that she had been listening to him carefully, and he suddenly fell silent, so she offered to continue. The warrior could not believe what he saw before his eyes. He was stunned by the queen's presence and her unexpected words. The queen was not going to wait long and decided to deal with the warrior quickly. Taking one of her needles and thread, she pierced one of the fighters with her needle. Several other men who hoped to defeat the monster rushed to his aid. However, everything turned out to be much more complicated. The woman was able to fight with several fighters and she strung them on her thread. The rest of the warriors decided to retreat immediately, because they realized that they could not defeat this woman without a well-prepared plan. They left the main palace and tried to hide from the queen in the narrow streets adjacent to the central one. But again everything did not go according to plan. The giant queen was able to track down the warriors and immediately dealt a fatal blow to one of them. On the ground remained a huge mark from her hand and the body of a soldier in black uniform, which was smeared on the ground and bleeding. At that moment, the queen seemed to be looking at a huge map and playing a game with little men who were trying to escape from her. She saw their worthless figures and said they were so foolish as to think they could escape from her. After these words, the woman immediately hit her hand on the map at the place where two fighters were trying to leave the territory. The elite unit of the royal guard could not resist this magic. The last warriors died from the powerful blow of their enemy. Dying, the men shouted loudly that this woman was a witch. These were their last words. There was no one to save the soldiers. The king continued to sit in his chambers and weep loudly. His emotional state was seriously disturbed. His so-called mother reassured her son and told him not to worry, because now everything is fine and all enemies are defeated. She looked at the king through the hole and advised him to get some sleep, and his mother will always protect him, no matter what. There was a full moon in the sky that night. Its powerful glow broke through the clouds that drifted across the sky with the wind. A bat flew by in one of the mountain valleys. It moved rather slowly, as if healing its victim somewhere low on the ground. The flying animal flew just in front of the abyss, where its gaze was directed. The bat hung for a second over this abyss. Suddenly, he began to descend and fall into the abyss like a stone. It seemed that the animal could simply crash against the rock. Bat continued his incessant downward movement, and perfectly understood what he was doing. His bright yellow eyes glowed in the darkness. Finally, the bat reached the place where it was headed from the beginning. After that, the bat began to turn into a man. This was the same undercover auditor who took Dell with him. When he landed, he fully accepted the human account. Then, the vampire began to climb the high stairs, which were located among the mountain ranges and led to a small house. Holding the girl in his arms, the man went to the gate and turned to the merchant, who was to bring him what he asked for. The merchant bowed low to his buyer as a sign of respect, and said that he had brought everything the master needed. He took out a purple box from his pocket and held it forward with a request to check the buyer, whether everything is in order with the goods. It was the same merchant who sold Gilden silver. He said that he could not leave the best customer with a bad product. He sold him souls. Gilden said that one should not expect help from the king, especially if something very strange is happening in the palace. He added that if you break into the palace and try to kill the demon, they will consider you a traitor and try to kill you. Gilden considered it superfluous to their mission, as he had his own ways of solving the problem, which he had not yet revealed to anyone. After listening to his student, the teacher replied that in this case, Gilden should collect all the magical items for himself. He explained that these magical items are created using the power of defeated demons, and the more you collect, the stronger you become. The old man continued his story and said that if enough of these magical items were collected, the following would happen. The teacher was referring to the highest one, which a person who collects a large number of magical items will be able to recruit into their ranks. Hilda was very surprised by these words. A drop of sweat appeared on his face from worry and surprise. He asked the teacher in his style if this girl was beautiful. Cumin replied that his student had definitely lost his mind with his questions. He turned to Yul, who was standing next to him, and asked to find the location of the closest magical item to them. Of course, the girl agreed to do it. With the help of light magic, she began to sort through the books in the air and look for the necessary information. After that, the teacher turned his attention to the young red-haired boy and asked what his name was. Chandel called his name. Having named the young man the same, the teacher Coleman suggested that he conduct a test while Yul searches for magical items in the archives. Chandel was very surprised and did not understand what test he had to pass. The expression on the young man's face at that moment said everything for him. The old man clarified that he would come in with the need to understand whether the boy could go through this difficult path and fight the demons. After these words, the teacher took his pen, soaked it in ink and began to draw unusual hieroglyphs on a sheet of paper. Having finished the painting, the old man took a piece of paper in his hands and waved it in the air. The hieroglyphs on the paper suddenly came to life. They were small ink men with weapons in their hands, whose task was to attack the young man. Chandel did not expect such a turn. The boy immediately began to panic. Gilden climbed onto a stack of books and shouted loudly in support of the young fighter. As Gilden watched his partner from above, one of the painted warriors cut through his shield with his spear. Chandel was simply shocked by this result. He did not expect that even these painted little men would have a real sharp weapon. The ink warriors continued their attack, and now Chandel was no longer catching the gall, but trying to dodge the clash of swords. The painted enemies surrounded him from all sides and constantly dealt blows. Chandel noticed the location of one of them above his head. The boy made the right decision to immediately strike in advance, and cut the imaginary enemy with his weapon. After this attack by the young man, the painted warrior began to disappear and seemed to dissolve in the air. But there were still enough enemies on the battlefield. Finally, Chandel gathered his strength and rushed into a brave attack to prove his readiness and strength for a difficult mission. He faced dozens of opponents, each of whom had to be carefully monitored and counterattacked in time. The teacher observed the young man's actions and said that so far he was doing well, but it was time to make the task more difficult for him. Then, the old man drew a dozen more soldiers, whom he placed on the mountain. Each of them had a bow in their hands, and Chandel began to panic again. A fraction of a second later, arrows began to fly in the boy's direction. He had no choice but to fall to the floor and try to shield himself. And Chandel had to remember the ground troops that were attacking him in parallel with the archers. The boy gathered all his strength into a fist and prepared to face everything. He successfully blocked a barrage of blows from enemies. At some point, the boy decided not to sit on the defensive anymore and launch his attack to hit the opponents. He used a technique called a spindle, spinning around his axis and dealing dozens of blows to his opponents. After this attack, the boy decided that he first needed to remove the archers from the mountain, as they would constantly interfere with him. Chandel quickly found himself on top and got as close as possible to the archers. He began to defeat them one by one. After the boy had dealt with the archers, the old man praised him again. He said that the boy has great potential, but according to the teacher, potential alone is not enough to deal with demons. The teacher declared the training completed. He told his new apprentice that now it was time to start equipping him. After that, portals appeared opposite the boy's hands. Behind the teacher was another portal, from which weapons similar to nunchucks, but with one longer end, began to appear. In addition to this metal weapon, a mask appeared. Chandel was completely shocked by this. He did not expect to see the following in front of him. The boy began to appeal and demand that the old man return his weapon to him. The old man replied that he simply made his weapon stronger. At this moment, Yul finished searching for magical items and gave a report to the hermit. The old man praised the student for the work done. After that, all found data with the location of the nearest magical item in the middle of the bag was given to Gilden. The teacher added that he also wrote in the letter what young people should beware of. After that, he wished them luck on their journey. At this moment, Chandel was far from the place of dialogue and tried to reach the mentor to tell him something important. Literally after a second, the boy came to his senses and saw two figures in front of him, who asked him where he fell from. Opening his eyes fully, Chandel realized that he was lying on the cold ground, and two guards were trying to wake him up. The security guards talked about the fact that every weekend there are drunks hanging around here. It was the dry season during this period, so perhaps they got sunstroke. The guards slowly moved away from the building, near which a dozen people were lying. They could not understand what was going on in this place. Chandel also did not understand what was happening to him. He was just in a different place and concluded that it was all a dream. His thoughts inside his head were interrupted by Gilden, who was already sitting in the carriage. He called Chandel to him so that they could go on their journey. Anen continued his journey. He had to wander through the forest. They had already been on the road for quite some time with the helper, so his bird suggested that his owner stop and have a snack. When the young man asked for a snack on one of the rocks, he saw people below who were running away and shouting something about zombies and vampires. Anen stopped one man and asked what they were running from. The man replied that there were zombies in the nearby town, and the governor had been killed by a vampire. The events took place in the town of Taekonsan. Anen perfectly remembered this place, through which he had recently passed. The central gate of the city of Dechen has been barricaded for security. The guards were outside the city and had weapons in their hands. Anen decided that he needed to return to this city, and steadily moved towards the gate closer and closer to the guard. When he appeared before the guards, he introduced himself as the royal auditor and asked to let him go. But the security refused because of zombies in the city. They informed the royal auditor that they had barricaded the gate because the zombies were too strong and dangerous. Anen realized that he would not be able to slander the security, so he decided to act alone and, at the same moment, rose into the air. A young officer jumped over the central wall of the city to assess the situation inside. The guards failed to stop him. The young man deftly overcame a high obstacle on his way and in a moment found himself at the other end of the stone wall of the city. As soon as he landed, he was attacked from all sides by zombies. They looked very hungry and craved human flesh. Anen decided to do something about it immediately, and decided to use light magic, covering his left arm with a stream of energy. He lowered her to the ground and used a defensive art called Emil's Bell. The zombies stopped a meter away from the officer. His assistant was not going to stand aside and also decided to help the owner. He accelerated in flight with all his might and headed forward. He used an attack called Magpie's Retribution, slamming his head into the bell. The stream of energy that was formed swept away all the zombies in its path. Anen, together with his bird, could overcome a dozen zombies. The protective ring around the young man disappeared after the attack. The young officer ordered his assistant Kangchi to assess the situation from the air, while he himself was going to head to the royal office. But there was someone else nearby who was going to start doing this to the young man. Another zombie approached Anen, holding a bat in his hands. The zombie governor slowly approached the young officer. Anen was immediately alert and reached for the arrow behind his back. The young man carefully looked at the zombies, as he saw them for the first time in his life. He was very shocked by the human shell, which remained without a soul. He did not think at all that he would have to meet them someday, but fate turned out differently. Now one of them was going to kill the young man. However, Anen wasn't about to die, so he fired back immediately, just as the zombie struck with his bat. Moreover, the young man even managed to avoid the attack by lying on the ground. Sliding across the ground, Anen fired another shot at the zombie. An arrow hit the head of the governor. If he were human, he would have died a long time ago, but zombies lacked feelings of pain and self-preservation. A split second later, a loud explosion rang out on the battlefield. The whole thing was in the officer's arrows, which blew up after hitting the target. Kangchi continued to assess the situation in the air and, at one point, shouted to his master, notifying him of a new attack. A whole bunch of zombies began to attack the young man again. They were going to the breach, no matter what, and they were making creepy noises. Thanks to his assistant, Anen managed to prepare in time for a new offensive, and took out a couple of arrows from his arsenal. The young man drew all this pile on his bow and covered the arrows with a stream of bright blue energy. He needed to be as precise as possible. After that, the officer fired arrows into the air using the stinging fan technique. This attack specialized in mass destruction. Anen proved to be quite accurate, and his arrows successfully hit the zombies. Some of them even pierced the body of the soulless twice. The guards stood immovably behind the central gate and watched. They could hear the sounds of murder coming from the other side of the wall. The men talked among themselves and could not understand what was happening there. Suddenly, something above caught their attention. Anen went up to the central tower and shouted loudly to the guards, ordering them to open the central gate immediately. The young man added that he managed to clear the palace, and now the guards should go in with him and help him investigate everything there. The guards ran to barricade the gate. Anen also asked to bring in artists and witnesses to be able to depict the face of the thief. The officer and the guards entered the palace and went to the artist. He described the faces of the thieves according to the witnesses. When the artist finished, Anen turned to the people and asked if these faces looked like thieves. A vampire and Gilden were depicted there. The crowd of people began to shout in unison that these were the ones who could have committed the crimes. They poked at the portraits with their fingers. Anen was pleased with his work and said he would sue them immediately. Kangchi was also present at this rooftop event. Suddenly, Anen asked why the artist had painted the eyes of one of the thieves with ink. To which people replied that he looks exactly like that. Gilden himself, not suspecting that he was already considered a vampire and a zombie, continued his long journey together with Chandel. Uniki rode in a carriage. Gilden took one of the pieces of paper given to him by the teacher Cumin and read about the Temple of Mitra on Mount Anen. After reading all the prejudices, Gilden said he had never even heard of such a mountain. Chandel agreed, and the young men thought about how to find her. Gilden turned the same piece of paper to the other side and read the inscription. The teacher advised the young men to beware of smart people. Chandel also read this inscription and asked his partner what it was all about. But Gilden himself did not understand anything, so he remained silent. The young men continued their conversation in the carriage, which was constantly moving, and did not yet suspect that they were in danger on the left side. Gilden said they needed to find someone who knew where Mount Anen was. At that moment, the enemy came up behind them. Gilden turned to the warrior and told him to get out of their palanquin as they were not going to work as taxis today. A different robber pointed a sword at the young men and told them to shut up. He ordered them to simply drive forward as quickly as possible. Gilden did not like these words very much. He decided to teach the palanquin hijacker and show a real roller coaster. The hero continued to look sideways at the soldier who met them in the trunk, and tried to understand who he was. A split second later, Gilden ordered his palanquin to quickly rise from its seat and start moving upwards. The amazing machine quickly flew up into the sky. The robber in the back seat could not find a place for himself at this moment. Chandel tried to calm Gilden so that he would not make such sudden movements. The robber was already sick from the flight. Suddenly, the hero noticed that they were being chased by something that looked like a bird. In addition, he asked the robber why he was wearing such strange clothes. The warrior said that now it is better to just go. He promised to reward the young men handsomely if they would get him out of here. Gilden's palanquin was indeed haunted by a bird. But he looked quite unusual. He had 3 eyes, thick feathers and a strange hairstyle. Having come as close as possible to the car, this bird decided that it was time to burn it, and powerfully exhaled fire from its beak. He continued to shoot fireballs for a while, trying to hit and stop the transport that moved with ease in the air. The warrior in the back seat was feeling pretty bad and thought he was dying. Chandel reassured him as he knew it was the first time. Hilda felt the best of those present in the transport. He sat relaxed in his seat and did not even pay attention to the bird. When the 3-eyed creature approached the door of the car where Gilden was sitting, it again began to gather fire in its mouth. Gilden himself, so he could no longer sit quietly. He pulled out his famous portable cannon from his arsenal. Without even turning to face the bird, Gilden pointed his weapon at her and shot her straight in the head. The hero hit the target. The bird that chased the palanquin was killed, and its body continued to rot from the shot of Gilden. The robber could not believe what he had just seen. He couldn't understand how a seeker sent by the Dowager Queen could be killed so easily. These words of the passenger were heard by young men who were hunting demons. They were very interested in these facts, and returned to the warrior. They began to ask him about the widowed queen, but did not receive an answer. Then they saw that the warrior had simply lost consciousness. In the same period of time, on another wire, there was the one who was behind all this. He deftly controlled the puppet with a string. Of course, it was the queen who sent her spy puppet after the warrior of the elite unit. But everything did not go according to her plan. The bird, which was supposed to hunt down the secret hideout of the rebels, was simply killed. Her puppet was lying on her floor and burning. Passing out, the warrior in the back seat shouted that she was a witch. He remembered the very night when the blood of his brothers had been spilled. The Dowager Queen was not going to spare anyone and killed absolutely all the warriors in her path with the help of her demonic magic. This warrior that night watched with the Shah at all the suffering that his brothers had to go through, but he somehow managed to get out. When the warrior regained consciousness, he immediately began to scream. He dreamed terrible pictures, but Gilden immediately calmed him down. The warrior came to his senses already on the ground. Gilden said that everything was fine and he killed the spy, but running from a demon in the daytime is certainly cool. The fighter immediately asked the young men who they were. Chandel replied that he was out of his mind as he jumped into their car himself. The warrior felt very sick again. He tried to overcome his dream and constantly repeated that he could not cut down now. When he was conscious, the man said that the queen had left him alive only to find out where he was going and who was behind it. He spoke about their organization, which had been created by the previous king. But the king died while they were on an important mission. Then it turned out that the queen had entered into a conspiracy with the demon himself, and thanks to this, she is able to control the young king, keeping him in fear. Chandel wanted to ask a lot, but restrained himself because he understood that asking about a secret spy organization was very inappropriate. The warrior continued and said that everything turned out to be much worse. The Dowager Queen is a giant witch who can control everything. The man added that the information they received turned out to be false. It was a trap to get rid of their secret organization. Gilden cut into the warrior's monologue and said that he also heard that evil was spreading in the royal palace at an insane rate. The warrior looked at Gilden and asked him once again how he managed to kill the queen's spy who had been chasing him for half a day. The man called Gilden an unusual person and added that he could not simply allow the sacrifices of his fellow men to be in vain. The warrior reached for his mask and decided to untie his face. At the same time, he said that he considers this meeting a gift from heaven. It turned out that it was not a man at all. A beautiful girl showed her face and confidently asked 2 young men for help. First, the girl asked permission to introduce herself and called herself a golden guard. The young men listened attentively to the girl opposite. She slightly raised her head to the mountain and said her name Hilda. She had bright blue eyes that looked like the sky. Gilden liked the girl's name, but he didn't understand it a bit. In addition, he asked where she even came from. The warrior replied that she was from the Kingdom of the Netherlands and served in the Marines, and then their ship got caught in a storm and they were washed ashore in Joseon. The entire crew, including the girl, was taken to the seashore. They were completely exhausted by the storm and were later found by local residents. These people began to raise and train strangers for the Joseon army. In the end, they were formed into a separate special battalion. Thus, Hilda settled in this country and fell in love with it. Chandel in his thoughts came to the conclusion that it was the usual brainwashing. Hilda went on to say that they were usually sent to spy in other countries when the past king was still alive and ruled them as a battalion. This man had given one of the warriors the title of head of the Golden Guards, and only he knew who this title belonged to. In time, the king died. The battalion had a hard time and they were all gathered to give a new main order. The masked man said that strange things are being observed in the king's death, so the squad must do their best to gather true information. He gave a speech in front of 100 soldiers. He ordered to keep a special watch on those who visit the palace of the Great Queen and on everyone who lives there. Gilden caught the entrance of the girl's thoughts and assumed that after that they attacked the queen's palace. He asked what they found inside. Without thinking long, Hilda answered that their main find was a demon. This is a queen who is a kind of scary witch. Gilden asked how a queen of such gigantic size could fit in the palace, to which the girl replied that she was usually smaller. She added that the queen hides her real account, and when they broke into the palace she immediately showed it. Hilda very emotionally told all these events. At the end, she said that she was now trying to find out the identity of her master. She was referring to the same man who had given them the top secret mission. She needed to give him all the information, but for some reason the girl was a little doubtful. She assumed that the master would still find out that the queen was a giant witch, but she is too strong an adversary to fight her, and it doesn't matter how much strength the secret battalion puts into this mission. Gilden carefully listened to the girl until the end. After that, he began to rise from his seat and said that everything was more than clear to him. The hero turned to face the door and thanked him for the interesting story. Hilda asked if he was going to help the battalion at all. Gilden turned his head back slightly and said that only the royal family could bring the justice they themselves needed. According to Hilda, he had more important things to do. Hilda was angry with the young man who actually refused to help his native country. Gilden said that this country is run by the royal family and aristocrats, and if the people are going to solve their problems, why are they needed at all? The girl behind could not bear these words anymore. She drew her sword from behind her back with lightning speed. In a fraction of a second, his vine was right next to Gilden's neck. The young man did not pay any attention to this and slowly exhaled. Hilda continued to hold the sword at the young man's neck and asked if he really thought he could just abandon his country at will. The hero bent his head to the right side and ordered the girl to lower the sword, since he had not yet said everything he wanted. At this moment, Chandel decided to intervene in the quarrel. The boy tried to calm the conflict, and said that it was not necessary to fight. The young man told the girl that after a while they will be able to help them in the battle with the queen, but now they themselves are in a difficult position. Chandel praised the girl and said that she could do without them, and now they needed to find Mount in action. Hearing these words from Chandel, Hilda immediately struck a powerful blow to Gilden's chest. The hero did not expect this at all. The girl pushed the young man back and he punched the entrance door with his back. Gilden quickly began to draw his weapon. Hilda was not going to stop there and continued to advance. She moved towards the enemy and swung her sword. Gilden was forced to fight the girl. Chandel was still trying to calm his friends down and asked why Hilda did this. The girl was very angry with the young men. She shouted loudly that no one has the right to know about Mount in action. Since the young men found out about this place, Hilda considered them her enemies. Gilden in the battle asked if the girl knew where the mountain was. In the royal palace, as usual, incomprehensible things happened. A dozen girls stood in a crowd and were very worried. They looked just below their feet, where they saw their colleague, who was not alive. She was recently beheaded alive. This was not the first victim of the bloody queen that the girls had seen. They could not understand what the queen wanted at all. Absolutely all the servants were scared to death. They told each other that it was better not to ask anything, but to be silent. From behind the door came the voice of the queen, who said that the girls knew the rules well, and she repeated many times what could be done to whom, and what could not. She killed people for breaking her rules. The queen ordered that the body be removed so that the king could not see it. Having dealt with the naughty servants, back to the palace. She entered a large room, the ceiling of which was supported by red columns. The queen turned to some creature and said that she had seen the person she needed. All that remained was to find her. The demonic allies had a portrait of her to send out to everyone. It was time for the queen to go to the meeting. At that time, a meeting of officials led by the king himself was taking place in the meeting hall. They were going to review reports from each region. But before that, one of the king's aides suggested that he review a letter that said vampires had been spotted in a certain region. The king looked very confused. The queen realized that her wards had not completed the task and she needed to do something about it. She watched all the officials in the meeting hall very carefully. She hoped that someone would still give himself away. She needed to find the golden guard. But it was not so easy to do without seeing the face. It could have been anyone in the room. The aides opened the large letter with the report in front of the king so that he could read it without getting up from the throne. Suddenly, the queen, who was behind the screen, ordered the servants to wait. She had her own plans for this letter. The giant witch in her evil voice ordered the men to show her this portrait immediately. She had considerable power in this hall. After these words, the queen, almost all the officials in the hall became very worried. They did not understand at all why the queen was interfering in these matters, but no one could not give her a letter. The witch took a piece of paper and looked at the portrait that had been sent from the region. There was a clear depiction of Gilden's face, which was detailed to the smallest detail. The queen continued to study him. After that, the witch asked the servants who painted this portrait. The man replied that it was drawn and sent by Anen. The queen didn't quite know who he was, but she had plans for him. She ordered that this person be brought to her immediately. At that time, events unfolded in a completely different world. It was the same gate where the vampire had met the merchant. Little Dell has just regained consciousness. She slowly opened her eyes and immediately did not like the situation around her. An unknown voice asked the girl if she slept well. After that, she got even more scared and got out of bed. She looked in front of her and saw a man there, whom she had met in prison and considered him a man with good intentions. Dell calmed down a little after that and took a deep breath. She looked around and asked where they were anyway. The vampire could not give a clear answer to the girl's question. He simply replied that now she will live here. The man immediately warned that the girl cannot now go outside when the sun is shining and wanted to explain in more detail. With his words, the vampire put Dell in a bit of a stupor. For a split second, she thought about her husband's words. Suddenly, she concluded that she was in the netherworld based on the fact that she was wearing a crimson skirt. The vampire looked at the girl and answered that it was not quite so. He could not understand why the little girl was so glad that they were in another world. The man asked about it, to which the girl happily replied that there is no Chandel in this world, which means he is still alive. The man looked at the girl and smiled. He really liked her for her trusting nature and outlook on life. After a short conversation, the vampire offered the girl a short walk. He took his things from the wall with him. They had to leave the place for the night. The vampire explained that he needed Dell to do something. The fight between Hilda and Gilden did not stop. The girl was serious because she considered the young man an enemy. She swung her sword and used a crossfire technique, hitting Gilden with all her might and knocking him back. The young man tried to stop the girl and said that he did not want to fight, since his credo in life is not to touch innocent people. When Gilden saw that the girl was not going to stop, he decided to attack her in return with his artillery. He shot just centimeters from Hilda's head, setting her hair on fire. Fortunately, the shot missed. The girl was simply shocked. She said that it is not good to do that. Gilden apologized and said that he had gone a little too far. Chandel again tried to intervene in this conflict and end it. He offered to solve everything with words, not with a fight. Hilda decided that the boy wanted to lull her vigilance with these words, and then at some point he would attack her, just like Gilden. After that, she swung her sword at Chandel and a loud thud accompanied by a bright light rang out on the battlefield. Chandel was able to block the girl's blow at the last moment with his new weapon. He was still trying to calm her down. At this moment, the young man's mask began to close on his face of its own accord. Chandel did not understand what was happening, because he was fighting as usual. A split second later, Chandel's face was completely covered by the mask. He turned into a real warrior in armor. After that, the young man used Penguin's technique called Whirlwind and knocked down the girl who dared to attack him. Gilden was simply shocked by this turn of events. He didn't expect the power that the boy's teacher gave him to be so powerful. Hilda was shocked no less than Gilden. She was forced to retreat to avoid an unnecessary confrontation with a powerful enemy. Chandel was simply unrecognizable in these armors. He seems to have merged with his weapon and turned into a fighting machine. Hilda exclaimed that she had heard about Chandel's mask that he had just put on. She can give the master the true power of a goblin. The girl added that she also heard about its reverse side, bad power. She asked where the boy got this mask. Realizing that she would not be able to face such an opponent, Hilda put on a smile and offered to talk to resolve the conflict. But Chandel did not agree to such conditions. He said that there was no need for him to speak as he could now finish off his opponent with a single blow. After these words, the boy kept his promise and struck a powerful blow with his own nunchucks. Hilda did not expect such a turn of events. The girl could no longer do anything and was forced to take the blow. She flew back a couple of meters from this attack. Her body landed right under the feet of Gilden, who was looking at the motionless girl and did not know what to do with it. He watched Chandel, who was infinitely happy with his new power and wanted to be people. Gilden called the boy a true goblin at this point. Hilda lost consciousness and found herself in an empty room. The girl lay motionless on the floor, if she was there. Having regained consciousness, Hilda lifted her head up and saw in front of her the figure of Gilden, who was waiting for her. The hero greeted the girl in an empty room. Hilda was extremely surprised. She did not understand how this could be. Gilden reassured the girl and told her that this was a special room to talk to. The young man offered the girl to take his hand. He added that the most effective use of time in this room is not to engage in idle chatter and to achieve mutual understanding. Hilda just looked at the young man for a while, but in the end she decided to trust him. She grabbed his hand, which he extended. After a short battle, real chaos reigned in the town. Everything was lying anywhere, but just not in its place. Hilda and Gilden finished their conversation across the room and returned to reality. The girl said that she understood everything. The young man asked that he really needed to know where Mount Anen was and only the girl could help him in this matter. The heroes set off. Hilda began to talk about how she had only heard of the mountain, but had never been there. Gilden asked about the location of this game. Then Hilda said that actually Mount Anen is not a mountain, but an island. She said it with some mystery and uncertainty. The young men did not understand. The girl explained that the island is in the North Sea, but it is called a mountain because it has the appropriate shape. Hilda knew that in the port called Hasla, there is one person who knows how to get to that island, but the girl did not know her personally. Hilda slightly misunderstood the schedule of events. He asked why the girl was so angry when she heard about the mountain, if she actually knew nothing about it. The girl did not clearly answer the question, but said that I could not return to the headquarters, despite the fact that it was a direct order. Gilden was not going to put pressure on the girl and immediately understood everything. He summoned his palanquin and invited Hilda to go with them. At this time, Anen had already arrived at the royal palace. The security guards searched him in detail during the trip to make sure he wasn't carrying anything dangerous. After that, 2 guides had the honor of escorting the military officer to the rooms where they wanted to see him. Anen went into the queen's chambers and sat down on the pillow. He saw in front of him only the shadow of a woman who was behind the tent. The officer bowed low to the woman and said that he had come because his great mother had called him here. The queen immediately got down to business and said that she had seen the portrait that the boy had sent, and now she wanted to hear in detail about all the circumstances. Anen began to report to the queen about the circumstances and obstacles that he had to meet on his way. He confessed briefly. After listening to the story, the queen approved of the officer and said that he had done a great amount of work. Anen thanked him back. The witch behind the screen continued to praise the boy who was faithful, calm and energetic. She said she wanted to ask him one question. After a short pause, the giant queen asked if the young man wanted to serve her. Anson was put in an awkward position. He replied that the queen was in vain concerned, since he already served this palace, and therefore was completely subordinate to her. After such an answer, the queen laughed loudly. She added that this is an absolutely correct answer, and she likes the boy more and more. She decided to give him something. After the words about the gift, a servant entered the room and brought something on a tray. The queen explained that it was a sign that confirmed that someone could speak on her behalf. She decided to give it to Anson. A giant woman gave birth to a boy not to be ashamed to use this sign. She sent him to complete the search for Gilden. In addition, the woman said she wanted to be the first to receive any reports from the officer. It sounded quite threatening. Anson bowed low to the queen and said he understood. In addition, he thanked the Great Mother for the tablet. After that, the young officer could relax and leave the royal palace. The young man walked under the escort of the guards, and behind him they carried the queen's tablet. Anson left the royal palace with a satisfied face. He still did not understand anything, but he was glad that he had earned the praise of the queen herself. The travelers moved from their palanquin to the boat. Together with the rest of the fleet, they arrived at the port of Hassa, where they were to find a guide. Their ship slowly docked to the side and people began to get out of it. Seagulls flew in the sky, as if welcoming guests. The three travelers finally disembarked as well. They immediately began to look around, assessing the situation. Wherever you turned your head, the shrill voice of seagulls and the noise of the sea could be heard everywhere. The port sometimes resembled a big city. Hilda was very surprised by the lively life in the port, because she remembered Hasla as completely different, and since those times she had already grown up. The girl pointed to the night tavern and offered to spend the night there today. The young men asked why this was necessary. Hilda explained that ships carrying contraband enter the ports at night, breaking the law. And that's why they know all the ways in the North Sea. The girl had a plan to follow the hot tracks of the robbers and demand help in exchange for silence. The young men were amazed at such a plan. In the end, this plan suited everyone, so the travelers stayed for the night in the tavern. They saw a ship approaching the shore. It was large enough to hold a fair amount of merchandise. Some of the crew landed on land and began to unload the boxes. Observers saw this ship and the fact that the crew was unloading goods without light. The three of them were hiding behind the boxes on the shore. Hilda also noticed that they looked nervous. Gilden immediately offered to go and blackmail them, but Hilda interrupted the young man and told him to wait. She said to look at their cargo and looked very confused. Small children were sitting in a metal cage. Some of them cried piteously and did not understand where they were being taken. The young men immediately noticed that there were children in the cages. They now began to experience the same feelings as Hilda. In addition to his worries, Chandel asked himself why they had children. He assumed that thieves could use children for some purpose. The boy told the best man that it didn't matter now, as they had to save them as soon as possible. But he was stopped by Gilden. Heroes said that this is an injustice. Chandel could not understand why his partner thought it was unfair to save the children. Gilden began to explain the course of his thoughts by saying that the robbers were unloading the cages from the boat, and therefore a buyer should arrive soon. The young man suggested waiting until all the thieves gather in one city and they can cover them, so you need to wait for the right moment. Hilda was against such an idea, as there were a lot of guards around, and if she raised her voice, they would be in big trouble. The girl offered to quickly save the children and run away from here, especially since they need to go to Mountain Axon to complete the mission. Gilden replied to the girl that he did not care about the number of enemies, because he could handle them all. Hilda didn't like how the young man was squirming. The hero added that his plan is better, because if they attack now, then tomorrow the port will be surrounded and they will have to be stuck here for a long time. While the two partners argued, Chandel carefully watched the pier. He interrupted the dialogue and said to look there. Gilden deduced that one of the men in black was their leader as he began to communicate. Hilda offered to wait a little and listen to what they were talking about. This can be done, since buyers will definitely not harm their goods. But the girl was a little late with her plan. When she turned her head in the direction of her partners, they were no longer there. The man, who was going to buy children, looked at them carefully. After a little checking, he said he was picking up the kids. The buyer repaid the man who delivered this cargo, saying that his boss would be very pleased with such a product. But the money was not destined to reach the sailor. A bag with money was suddenly intercepted by one man who sneaked onto the pier unnoticed. It was Gilden who demonstratively unpacked the bag and took out gold coins strung on a string. The hero said that this money looked as if it had just been used to buy children. He gave the robbers 20 seconds to explain the situation. The man, who was supposed to receive money for the delivered cargo, was not satisfied. He asked the stranger who he was. The same man continued to shout loudly at the stranger who dared to enter his pier without permission, even at night. He ordered 2 of his charges to immediately close the port from the other end and not let anyone in. The 2 mercenaries quickly reached the end of the pier and followed their boss's order. They could not close it in any other way, so they simply guarded it. Literally after a couple of seconds, something unexpected happened for the guards. Their throats were cut in an instant, but they could not do anything. Hilda rushed to help her allies, despite the fact that they did not listen to her. But now, it was necessary to stick together. The girl stood at the end of the port, and shouted that she was also at work, and, in this case, they were not going to let anyone ashore. At this moment, the robbers realized that Gilden was not alone on this pier. The order was given to cut the uninvited guests to pieces. However, as Gilden said Hilda, for him there was not a terrible number of enemies. He confidently faced a bunch of bandits. The young man deftly dodged each of their blows, instead landing many more blows in return. The man giving orders realized that the young man was a master of martial arts, and ordered him not to rest. Behind him stood buyers. Hilden's justice scale was filled to the max. He was done fighting the first herd of fools. After that, the hero proceeded to the rest. He used only one of his right arms to deal with the next enemy. Gilden deftly slapped his opponent, while simultaneously rapping to this beat of blows. The robbers were powerless. The young man moved with such speed that the opponents could not even think. He began to throw them into the water one by one. The sea robbers could not resist an enemy unequal in strength even as a whole bunch, so they were forced to swim in the cold sea. At this moment, the man who was going to take the children with him decided to join the battle. He could not let his goods perish. The buyer made a lightning strike with his sword, trying to hit the martial artist. But the latter deftly evaded. Gilden didn't particularly strain in this fight, but he made his enemies sweat. It was as if he was making them dance. At the moment of approaching, Gilden struck a powerful blow with his left palm on the face of a man who was not able to keep up with the enemy. Therefore, he was forced to endure these abuses. Gilden gave him a couple of slaps while rapping and seemed to get the audience going. The man's face looked like porridge that was a little overcooked. His nose was completely bleeding. Gilden struck the final blow. After that, he easily lifted this man's body and threw it into the sea. The next opponents were preparing for battle. Seeing what was happening on the pier, the crew that remained on the ship decided that it was necessary to raise anchors and get out of here. Chandel appeared on the battlefield. He immediately dealt with the man who was giving orders to the rest of the crew. He turned to the rest of the people and said that they would not be able to escape so easily, so he suggested that they surrender immediately. Gilden slowly approached his next opponents, who were going to defend the cages with their goods. The young man put his hand on one of the cages and ordered to release the children immediately, and tell him under what conditions these children were caught. The buyers in black clothes could not get a word out of themselves. Hilda said his justice scale was starting to fill up again. At that moment, someone's voice rang out from behind Hilda, shouting to wait and stop the carnage on the pier. The girl turned her head. She saw in front of her a man in black clothes who had arrived with security, and asked what was going on here. The men standing next to Gilden, who was smoking a pipe, were shocked when they saw who had arrived at the dock. This man, together with the guards, approached Hilda. His wards immediately fell to their knees and apologized for not yet carrying out the order. The chief turned to Gilden and said that everything is not as simple as it seems. He considered this situation a small misunderstanding. Gilden wondered what kind of misunderstanding could be behind them buying innocent children in cages. One of the wards asked the master if he was sure that all this was necessary. The man replied that yes, to fix this situation. Chandel was also surprised to see several more opponents on the dock. He silently watched them talk with Gilden. Hilda, who let these men go to the pier, also waited with impatience and curiosity to see what they would justify themselves with. This man in black took out a bag of sea salt from his pocket and began to pour it on the children in the cage. The effect was not long in coming. Under the influence of sea salt, small innocent children began to turn into mermaid-like creatures. Gilden was simply shocked by this turn of events. He did not even expect that these children would turn out to be unusual people. The chief buyer said that Gilden should have pointed out that these children did not make any sounds because they were not human. By his actions, the man turned the children into mermaids and clearly demonstrated that Gilden and his allies were wrong. They were heading for some kind of cave, where the light was coming through. The man constantly told the girl to be careful and follow him. Dell obeyed the vampire and constantly caught up with him. He announced that they had finally reached their destination. Dell was a little tired. The girl was surprised to see the following in front of her. Hot lava flowed right in front of her and the vampire's feet. This orange fountain looked very beautiful and was a natural wonder. The vampire pointed to the orange flow of liquid and informed Dell that it was called lava and it was actually molten rock. The man explained to the girl why he took her with him. She brought with her in her hands a thing that a vampire could not touch. Under these conditions, the man sincerely thanked the girl for her help. A bat flew over their heads, which Dell noticed. He quickly flew to his master and hung on to his hat. Dell did not understand what was happening, but the vampire understood everything perfectly. He turned to face the girl and told her not to forget that such a place exists. The man said that it was time for them to leave. Dell listened to the man and looked at him with great surprise. She asked where the two of them were going now. The vampire told the girl that the next stop would be Kosla. The vampire had his own motives for coming to this port. Meanwhile, Chandel, Hilda and Hilda were already in Hasley. They decided to follow the merchants and make sure of the truth. The chief took the strangers on the pier to some cemetery, in one of the graves of which a secret passage opened downwards. The man asked the travelers to follow him down and began to lead them down a steep staircase that led to a secret place. This man decided to introduce himself and called himself John Yul, the leader of the Yulpo in Hasla. He didn't want to show off, but they were the best company in the province. He warned that what he saw would affect the fate of people, including the city itself, so he asked to keep this secret to himself. After these words, the man threw his lighted torch, which he was holding in his hand, into the abyss. His assistants understood what he wanted to demonstrate. The lighted torch moved downwards with great speed and on the way illuminated the cave, which was a real creation of nature. The stick of fire landed on a piece of rock that was located right next to the water that flowed in this cave. These actions of the man were not ordinary. They were aimed at causing certain reactions that were directly related to the reservoir. Suddenly, seeing the light on their horizon, mermaids began to emerge from the water. There was an awful lot of them in this reservoir. The guests were shocked to see such a sight. Chandel could not believe that he saw hundreds of fairy tale heroes in front of him, whom he had only heard about in books. Gilden behaved somewhat more restrained than his partner. He carefully looked down, assessing the condition and living conditions of the mermaids. The young man turned to the chief and asked what these mermaids had to do with what the man was saying about the fate of the city. Young Yeo reached into his pocket and pulled out a liquid reservoir. He said it was all about this thing. It was mermaid oil. The man added that there are records that there are inexhaustible lamps in Qingshur Tumwana use this particular oil. He called this oil very valuable for wide use. Even a small amount of this oil can cost a fortune. Suddenly, Chan's story was interrupted by one of his charges, who ran out from behind the rock and shouted to his boss to turn off all the lights immediately. Young Yeo already knew what to do in such a situation. He immediately ordered all lights to be extinguished and advised the guests to follow him elsewhere. Not far from the port, dozens of torches could be seen, glowing and constantly moving. Someone arrived here and began a search. At the quay you could smooth out a couple of large ships that had just docked. Torches continued to light on their sides. Some on the ship shouted loudly, addressing their wards, that they had received some information, so it was necessary to search everything immediately. The guests watched all this action from the top of the cliff, along with Chong. He informed the people that the governor's guard had arrived. The man added that all these searches are related to the preciousness of mermaid oil. Thanks to these funds, the governor wants to participate in big politics. He needed a lot of money for this, because money is always needed in the big game called politics. Chandel immediately remembered in his mind the governor from his city, who was also obsessed with wealth. Everyone perfectly remembered what he finished with. Immediately after that, the boy remembered his girlfriend Dell, who disappeared. He had high hopes that she was all right. Chong continued his story about the governor of Kum who used fishermen to catch whales, but one day the fishermen caught a mermaid. The governor realized that catching mermaids is much more profitable. Chong added that the viceroy's men use horrible methods to do this. Hilda still had no idea what the man was talking about, and asked him to tell him more about these horrible fishing methods. Chong replied that people catch mermaids and tie them to ships. This provokes the mothers of the mermaids who follow the ships. When mermaids swim to the required distance, they are caught with harpoons. Chong said that this method has actually been discontinued. This is due to the fact that mermaids belong to the family of the Dragon King, and if a mermaid is caught in such a way, a curse will be placed on the person. This curse will be associated with the entire port, because then constant storms will begin and Hasla can turn into an inferno. Chong explained that this was why he was a mermaid and disguised them from the governor's eyes to take them to the island and then release the sea. These words somewhat alarmed Hilda. The puzzle about Chong formed in his head, and the young man immediately assumed a terrible thing about the man. Chong had to admit this bitter truth. He was the only one who knew how to painlessly catch mermaid children and take them away. But it was a method that only the man and his family knew. It was passed down from generation to generation, and could not be told to anyone else. These words put Chandel in a stupor. He couldn't understand how Chong was telling them such secret information now. This thought occurred to Gilden as well, who directly asked Chong why he was revealing his top-secret plan to strangers. Yeo didn't know what to say and just remained silent. At that moment, a roll was brought to him, in which something was kept. The man had his own plan of action, which he followed. He took the paper and unfolded it. It was a wanted poster for Gilden. The guests immediately understood that there was a smell of roasting. Hilda and Chandel began to take out their weapons from the arsenal and prepare for battle. But Chong said those posters have not yet arrived at the state administration, and timely information is invaluable in his work. He turned to Hilda and said that he had heard a lot of good things about him, so he did not want to enter into an unpleasant conflict with him. Chong added that he felt he could fully trust his guest and asked him for one thing. Chandel was shocked when he saw another one next to Gilden's portrait. He lost the gift of speech for a second. Chong held a portrait of a vampire in his left hand. Chandel recognized that face and could not believe what he was seeing. From the very morning, there were some disturbances near the main building in the port. The guards were informed that a ship was moored to the pier yesterday. A reward was announced for accurate information about him. The security guards informed the local residents. The reward was also issued to anyone who knows about any suspicious actions of the Yelpo company. People were asked to report any known data, because even small details will help maintain law and order. Local residents were dissatisfied with such a decision of the governor. They believe that Castle is fed not by the state system, but by the Yelpo company. A vampire also lurked among the crowd. He listened to the people expressing their displeasure towards the governor who wanted to grab as much money as possible. The vampire approached some of the many disgruntled people and asked who they were talking about anyway, and what was going on in town. People explained to a local resident that the Yelpo company is the main company in the city, and the governor is constantly trying to squeeze as much money as possible from them. Thanks to this company, merchant ships carrying products regularly enter the port. Another stranger was told that the company was concerned about orphans. The man explained that the Yelpo company owns a local shelter and is concerned about the homeless, which is why they are not in their city. People were very satisfied with the local monopoly company, which, despite its wealth, is not going to feed the governor. The vampire was very surprised to hear something good about the rich from the poor residents. He seems interested in this information. While the man went to the port of Hasla, the house remained on Dell. It was not as bright in this world as in the other. The little girl stayed at home alone and decided to clean up before the owner's arrival. She first washed all over the floor. Then, Dell was busy wiping the dust even in those places where things were lying. She was literally everywhere and handled it very quickly. Suddenly, her cleaning was interrupted by a knock on the central door. A small stranger with a backpack on his back was standing in front of their house. Dell quickly ran to the gate and opened it. She saw a guest in front of her and told him that the owner was not there now. It was the same hell merchant who sold vampire souls. He introduced himself as Anen and recognized the girl. Dell politely invited the guest to the threshold and guessed that this was the same merchant who brought orders to the vampire. The one-eyed creature walked to the threshold and sat down. It seemed quite strange to the merchant that the little girl did not get scared when she saw him. Then, Dell smiled pleasantly and said that she had nothing to fear because she was dead. She became interested in what money looks like in hell. The merchant replied that she would not see them today, but that he would come here often. He asked the girl what she thought her roommate did. The girl's eyes lit up from such a question. She was very interested to find out, and asked for at least a little hint. The merchant said that his work is related to souls, and he personally deals with a person who buys evil demonic souls. The night continued in the human world. Gilden and his allies stood on the seashore and continued their dialogue with Young Yul. He once again said that he had a small request for the hero, asking him to take the mermaids to a safe place and set them free. Gilden asked if it wouldn't be easier when he would transport them on his own and not involve outsiders in this story. Chong explained that when he returned, he would have to speak with the governor, and everything he did here would be investigated. The man assumed that after that, his people would be followed and it would take a long time for the spying on them to weaken at least a little. Based on all this, Chong said that mermaids will not live long in captivity, so they need to be released into the sea as soon as possible. Chan offered a reward for fulfilling this request. He understood that it was difficult for the young man to make this decision, so he suggested that he think a little and rest. At that moment, one of his subordinates interrupted his boss and informed him that the soldiers were blocking the port. Chong had to go immediately. He told his interlocutor about it and turned his back to him. Hilda immediately stopped him and asked him to wait. The young man asked a person who should be well versed in the local maritime area if he knew where Mount Inaxon was. John's guards turned their heads in the hero's direction in surprise. John stopped his movement and stopped in place. Without turning his head back, the head of the Yelpo company asked the young man who told him about the existence of this mountain. Chong did not tell anything new about this island, but he said that it was there that the mermaids should be released. Hilda was satisfied with such an answer. The next morning came. The sun shone brightly with its rays on the crowns of trees, which seemed to sparkle in the air. As suggested by Chong, the three travelers stayed for the night to rest. Gilden and Chandel woke up and went out into the yard. Chandel was very much pleased with the hospitality of the richest people of the city. He asked Gilden if he had already tasted their food, but the hero did not give any answer to his partner. Then, Chandel noticed that the young man was looking at something and asked about it. Gilden replied that his 8-pointed bell always senses demons and monsters and rings when they are near. The young man added that there were no sounds yesterday, which meant that there was no monster near them. Chandel asked if mermaids were not monsters, to which Gilden replied that mermaids were among the natural creatures of their world. He explained to everyone that they are completely ordinary creatures, but if they harm someone, they can attack, just like people. Chandel then assumed that Gilden believed all the information Chong had told him yesterday. Yulam was untruthful and asked how the young man would search for the truth. Gilden replied that the truth was in his heart. Pointing a finger at his chest, he added that this is where justice accumulates. The hero began to flaunt his muscles. He behaved in his own style and said that justice was calling him to search. Gilden invited Chandeliva to go with him on the investigation, because true justice had to be done. Only now did Hilda notice that Hilda had disappeared somewhere. Chandel said that when he woke up she was gone. The sea lived its turbulent life. Its waves powerfully hit the shore, rising up and splashing up. Hilda woke up early and went to the sea. The girl stood motionless and just looked into the distance. The sea reminded her of her childhood and her family. She asked to take her heart to where her home is. I wanted to sing something in my native language. Hilda sang a song in Dutch. The sea seemed to sing to the girl with its waves and they sounded like an orchestra. Missing home a little, the girl went to the market and found a clothing store where the sign was written in her language. She immediately remembered her uniform, which had been worn during the Great War, so it had to be changed in order not to attract attention. Hilda went into the store and started sorting through things. She noticed one blouse and said she needed something similar to it. The seller offered the girl a couple of options. But when the girl saw the price of 100 yang, she was simply stunned by it. Hilda began to complain that an ordinary fake could not be worth such money. The seller said to buy elsewhere. The girl created a real scandal and continued to shout at the seller, who sent her away from here and directed her to the bridge where Choi sells. Real slums were located under the bridge passwords. People lived a completely different life here. Their houses were more like dog houses. Hilda came to these slums, where the shopkeeper told her to go. She probably didn't really want to be here. The girl headed straight for the bridge that diverted across a small strait. A woman was sitting on the canvas under him. She was constantly embroidering something. To be honest, the appearance could have been better. In addition, it was very untidy. Hilda approached the woman from behind and asked if her name was not Choi because she had come to her to order clothes. The woman said nothing in response. She opened her mouth as if in surprise, but could not utter a word. After hearing the young girl's proposal, someone's voice was heard from one of the slums, asking why she wanted Choi at all. It was a young guy who told that the woman used to be a talented seamstress, but they had to survive a sea storm together as a whole family. The son said that his father could not survive, but his mother had lost her mind and now just sits there and sews various rags. Hilda once again cast her eyes on the poor woman who had no home of her own, and not even an opinion of her own. Suddenly, she understood what the young boy was talking about. She asked if he was talking about them, then they must be related. The young man replied that it was his own mother. He added that a lot of people died on the ship during the storm. Children who were left without parents after the accident were forced to go to the only shelter in Hasley, to Yelpo. The guy spoke well about the shelter, where all the young people who can already work were growing up, and the food there was very tasty. The young man said that when his father died in that accident, his mother came to pick him up from the shelter and caused a big scandal. The guy was very angry with his mother, because now they live in poverty. He wanted his mother to explain it to him, but she continued to be silent. Then the boy said that if she continued to sit here and be silent, then he himself would go and ask to go back to the shelter. Immediately after these words, the boy turned his back to his mother and ran forward. The woman was very worried about this situation. She rushed at her son like a wild animal to prevent her victim from escaping. She knocked the boy to the ground. Then, the boy broke free from her incomprehensible embrace and ran again. He kicked his heels so as not to stay in this shameful place. Hilda was not going to interfere in family affairs. She stood silently in place and looked at the boy who ran away. The young man came to a local restaurant, and was forced to ask for food from people who could afford it. Someone poured him. A few hours later, deep evening came in the yard. The boy never returned home and the mother fell asleep alone. But still, his conscience tormented him. He returned, opened the screen where his mother was sleeping on the floor, and informed her that he was here. The boy asked for a lot of food and brought it to his mother. He asked her to get up from the floor and eat at least a little. Suddenly, the boy noticed that the same girl who was already here during the day approached him. He asked what she needed here again. Hilda placed 3 boxes in front of the young man, which were placed one on top of the other. Inside was delicious, colorful food. The boy was simply shocked to see this in front of him. The girl kindly gave this food to the young man and his mother for dinner. She asked the boy not to put too much pressure on his mother, as not everyone will be able to survive such a nightmare at sea. Hilda fell silent and looked at the boy. Tears appeared on his face. Then the girl asked if he understood that his mother simply did not want to lose him. After these words, the young man became very angry. He turned to face the girl and told someone that she was talking too much and did not know the whole situation. The guy no longer wanted to have a dialogue with the stranger who brought him dinner. He slowly moved away from the slums. The young man decided to leave this unbearable place again, so as not to look at his sick mother and not to get bored of all rescuers. Almost every evening, the boy came to the seashore to look at the moon and listen to the quiet sound of the sea. He could share all his experiences with the sea. The boy could no longer tolerate this life and was going to go to the shelter himself. The young man expressed all his experiences to the sea. He promised himself and his interlocutor that he would leave tomorrow at sunrise. Suddenly, the boy's thoughts were interrupted by anxiety. He felt someone's presence behind him, and realized that he was not alone. It was Young Yeo. The boy was shaken by the fact that there was someone else behind him. He asked aloud who was here. Turning his head back, the young man saw in front of him the head of the shelter, who came here together with the little girl. Young-Yo greeted the boy and asked if he was Mr. Choi's son. He even remembered the boy's name, Song-gu. The boy was shocked that such a respectable person remembered his name. He added that it was a great honor for him to meet the man. Then a little girl entered the dialogue and asked Song-gu what he was doing in this place at such a late hour of the day. The guy explained that he just couldn't sleep, so he decided to walk to the shore and get some fresh air, and then he ended up here. Song-gu instead asked the little girl named Min-oh what she was doing here. Min-oh replied that she goes for walks with the foreman. Song-gu was very saddened by this fact. He looked at the girl who was now being cared for by the foreman. She was wearing nice clothes and going for walks. Young-Yo did not interrupt the little children and gave them a chance to talk. When everyone fell silent, the man continued to look at the boy for some time. On his way back, Chong said that it was too late outside to be out here alone, so he told the boy to go home immediately. But Song-gu didn't want to. He asked the elder to take him back to the shelter, as he wanted to live there. Hearing this request from the little child, Chong stopped. He turned his head towards the boy again and calmly looked at him. The man apologized to the child for not being able to take him to the shelter, as he would not be able to do so if his mother was against it. At this moment, the boy began to rub his tattered clothes in his hands. His thoughts were filled only with the fact that if Mom was not there, everything would be fine. The central building on the pier at night resembled an ordinary museum, to which very rarely anyone goes, and it is only for beauty. Hilda was walking through the night streets of the city and came to the pier, which was located near the bridge where she was. The girl immediately noticed that during the day it was too crowded, but now it was dead silent. Night had not yet come, but there were exactly 0 people. Suddenly, at the very end of the stone wall, Hilda saw someone's strange figure. She was immediately alert and started to retreat back. This strange being, seeing the girl in front of him, recognized her and called her name. Then, she started getting closer to Hilda. The girl immediately drew her swords to defend herself, and assumed it might be a spy, and ordered him to stand still. The spy agreed with the girl and stood still. Then he came out of the wall and showed his true face. His shadow was so strange because an old woman was sitting on his shoulders. Chandel was also present at the place. Hilda was very scared a second before and could not believe what she was seeing. She asked Gilden who it was behind his back. The young man decided to tell everything as it happened. As the young men strolled along the docks, they were interrupted by a woman from below. They looked at the shore and saw there an old grandmother who asked their help to lift one thing in front of her. Chandel immediately went to help the old grandmother. Gilden decided that his partner could handle everything and sat down to watch it. The boy approached the straw jug and took hold of it. He tried with all his might to lift the tank, but he couldn't. The old woman watched as Chandel complained that the jug was too heavy for him to lift. Then, Gilden decided to enter the arena. He rejected Chandel, embarrassing him, and said that he could handle it with one hand. The hero slowly and demonstratively leaned towards the jug and took hold of its narrowest part. He also asked everyone to leave. Gilden tried with all his might, but he didn't succeed either. He couldn't understand anything because he never had a problem with difficult things. Then, the young man gathered all his strength in his right hand and lifted this heavy iron tank onto his right shoulder. Gilden did not give up. The grandmother watched every movement of the young man. It was as if she did all this on purpose and chose such a moment when something could be done. As soon as the young man lifted her heavy jug, the old woman jumped on his neck. Gilden nearly lost his balance and fell. His grandmother's behavior. He asked her what she was doing and ordered her to get off immediately. However, the old woman did not want to listen to him. She whispered in his ear that she had finally found the right energetic man. The grandmother told the hero to forget about this fool and help her find something. She said that she definitely couldn't do without his help. The woman added that she would bless the young man for his help. After that, she asked if the man could refuse the old grandmother. Gilden decided to shed some light on the situation and asked what the grandmother was looking for. She replied that it was necessary to find a blue turtle. Grandma explained that she can't walk, so she rides this turtle and catches fish for a living. But last night someone stole the turtle. Chandel suggested that the only town where such a turtle could be sold was the fish market, and that it should be kept somewhere in that place. The grandmother began to cry and continued to ask to find the animal. She said that this is not just a turtle, but part of her family. Gilden listened carefully to the woman and agreed to help her. He said find the turtle, but the grandmother must get off it. However, the woman did not agree to such conditions of the young man. She said that if she got off him now, he would be forced to turn into a rabbit. Gilden did not want to listen to this delusion. He began to sway in different directions and asked Chandel to remove this stupid head from him. But Chandeliva never managed to do this, so the old woman remained sitting on Gilden's shoulders, serving as a backpack. Hilda was shocked by such a story and asked if the young man really carried it around the fish market. Gilden replied that he had to. The hero asked the girl where she had been all day. At that moment, their hands folded together like in that empty room. The partners moved to the monochrome room and Hilda told everything that had happened to her during the day. The sea was overflowing. Back in reality, Hilda suggested the travelers ask Young Neil something if they haven't found the turtle yet. In her opinion, a blue turtle should cost a lot of money, so such a product would immediately be brought to the head of the largest company. The old woman laughed softly after these words. After hearing about this man, he seemed very interesting to her. The travelers went to Yelpo's house to find his owner there. The building was illuminated at the entrance by 2 lanterns. The guests asked the host, but they were told that it was already too late, so they should come tomorrow. Gilden did not object. At that moment, they looked down and saw a bunch of children and a man moving into the house under the guidance of security. All 3 immediately recognized the foreman. And they were all very surprised, not understanding where a man could come back late, especially since he brought children with him. Also, the guests could not understand why there were so many children in this place. Hilda knew that the elder raised orphans, so she assumed that all these children could be from the Yelpo shelter. Chong really looked like a man who really loved his job. He found a common language with children perfectly, and the children loved him. Hilda offered to return to the hotel today, and to come here again tomorrow. Friends agreed with the girl's opinion. Suddenly, Gilden stopped in his place, as if he still had some unfinished business. Friends were also forced to stop. They all looked straight ahead and lost in thought. Their faces at that moment were literally like stones. Friends talked among themselves and asked if they were really thinking about the same thing now. These were very terrible thoughts. They thought about the fact that the foreman could turn not mermaids into children, but quite the opposite, orphans into mermaids. The heroes immediately decided not to stand still, but to go to the place where Young Yul and the mermaids are. Because Gilden is forced to carry a dragonfly with him. The sea was rough this evening. Its waves beat powerfully against the rock, making a loud noise that was pleasant to listen to. On the shore of the sea, on one of the rocks, Song-gu continued to stand. He could be recognized by his tattered rags and old shoes. He remembered in his head the figure of a girl who had no problems in her life in the shelter, and walked with the elder whenever she wanted. The boy mentioned that Minho had said that she wanted to learn to sail someday. This was practiced at this place under the shore. Song-gu cried bitterly because the children in the shelter are learning seamanship, and the only thing he himself wants is not to wear rags in the future. The boy shouted out of helplessness that he lives in the slums with his mother, and is forced to beg food from people on the street. He was very hurt by the fact that someone lives much better than him. The boy ran away from the shore, wiping his tears on the way. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly and looked down at his feet. Song-gu saw a wooden box there that was decorated with gold and was abandoned on the ground. Song-gu took the unknown chest in his hands and opened it to see what was inside. He saw a professional compass in front of him. The boy did not expect to come across such a find, because real sailors use it. He missed that someone had lost him. Song-gu thought that this must be a very useful thing and could be needed at the shelter, so he intended to give it there. One of the guards was conducting an evening inspection of the area. He approached the central gate and asked the guards if they were all right. Having received a positive answer, the man went on. He carefully inspected the area, so that nothing threatened their boss. Suddenly, the guard felt someone's presence behind him. A man's shadow appeared there, which had not very good intentions. The man decided not to put himself in danger and not to wait long, so he immediately began to take out his weapon to protect himself from the stranger. However, he did not have time to do anything. Behind him was Gilden, who struck him in advance so that the enemy did not have time to attack. The young man used a magical technique called the Room of Complete Devastation. The security guard could not understand what was going on. Literally after a fraction of a second, he saw in front of him beautiful girls in traditional dresses who were dancing incessantly in front of him. The man did not understand where he was and where these girls came from. He had to watch such a dance for the first time in his life. The guard always dreamed of becoming a professional dancer, and his opponent fulfilled his dream by giving him the opportunity to try himself. In real life, this guard fell powerlessly to the ground from the blow of Gilden. He sprawled on the ground and lay without clothes. Uninvited guests took off his clothes. Gilden explained the essence of his technique, which made it possible to fulfill the most secret desire of a person. The heroes began searching through all of the guards' belongings only to find one. Finally, Chandel managed to find the right bag. After that, the friends went to the shores of the sea, where they had to find mermaids. They moved there using teleportation. A guard was with them. Chandel felt a little sorry for this man and asked Gilden if he could not deal with him in some other way. Young had shown them before and pulled one of the mermaids ashore. After that, they sprinkled her with powder. The young men were very surprised when the mermaid could not transform back. Chandel thought it was the same powder, but it didn't work. Hilda assumed that this powder only transforms people into mermaids, not the other way around, and said that there was no need to shake it again. At this moment, friends were very surprised when they heard confirmation of their words. They jerked their heads back. Young approached them on the stairs together with one of his wards and informed the soldiers that they had understood everything correctly. Going down to the shore, the man added that it was obvious that this powder could not work on the mermaid, since she had already been reincarnated. Young was going to explain to the guests how these powders work. He said that the whole point is in the knots with which the bags are tied. They differed among themselves, one was twisted, and the other was flat. After that, the assistant elder began to take out his sword from its sheath. He slowly took out his weapon and aimed it at the starfish that lay at his feet. This was necessary for the experiment. Then the man lifted the creature up and asked Chandel to sprinkle the star with powder from a bag with a twisted knot. Chandel chose the right bag. After that, the man threw the starfish on the ground, and the red-haired boy sprinkled it with powder. Literally a second later, the starfish turned into a boy who looked like an albino. He lay motionless on the ground. The warriors were absolutely shocked by the results. Then Chong himself turned to them and told them to sprinkle powder from another bag. Chandel took the powder from another bag and sprinkled it on the albino. The man immediately turned back into a sea creature. Chong explained that the powder in a bag with a twisted knot transforms a creature into a human, and with a flat knot it returns it to its original form. The head of the company, Yelpo, said that he would leave the bags to Gildona, and let them decide to use them or not. He added that he had planned to give them the bags even at the first meeting, but unfortunately he could not due to some unpleasant circumstances. Young could now consider the conflict over. He smiled and asked the interlocutors if they still had any questions. Hilda decided to ask her husband about the orphans in his shelter, and why there are so many of them there. Young started to answer. He said that it is primarily related to seafaring. It is very dangerous. Many ships do not return because of terrible storms at sea. Therefore, John decided to take care of every child who cannot return home. They could have completely different circumstances. John believed that when he helps orphans and everyone in need, he makes a great investment in the future. The man again touched on the topic of seafaring, where, in addition to storms, there are pirates, illegal cargo ships, that is, many risks. John said that it is precisely in such situations that his kindness helps. Friends always protect the ship, cargo, and never leave anyone in trouble. Elder Yelpo concluded that such ties were passed down in their company from generation to generation, and it is the shelter that helps to bind them together. Gilden and his friends listened carefully to the man. They did not know that he could be contradicted or answered. Then Gilden decided to change the subject and talk about mermaids. He agreed to take them with him, and then release them into the sea. Chong thanked the hero. All this time, the old grandmother continued to sit behind the young man. She tightly embraced his body. Gilden added that he would need Chong's help in any case to get to Mount Anaxon and asked to keep it a secret. Young promised the travelers that he wouldn't even tell his merchants about it. The rest of the audience remained silent during the dialogue. After that, Gilden decided to show off his new backpack. He turned his back and showed the dragonfly that he met today in the market. He added that it is not so easy to carry her with him, and she is looking for a big blue turtle. The young man asked Chong if he knew where to look for her. The elder promised that he would join his people in this search and they would try to find the animal as soon as possible. It was well guarded on all sides, including the central gate. The governor himself was sitting at a table inside his small courtyard. He was rereading some important documents related to money. At that moment, a messenger came to him and announced that they had received a report of a group of people in strange clothes, among whom was a dark-skinned man. The last two words surprised the governor very much. The word dark-skinned made him a little worried. Then the man said to immediately find this group of people and, if it is possible to notice anything suspicious, to immediately bring them to this palace. Yulpo's handiwork. Suddenly, his dialogue with the messenger was interrupted by one of the guards shouting. He loudly informed the owner that they had come to him with an inspection. The secret agent wanted to inspect everything down to the last detail. The man was forced to let the inspector into his territory, because otherwise he would have broken the law. Of course, he was not very happy about this visit. The same auditor arrived undercover at the residence of the governor in Hasley. He stood in front of the governor and looked at him for a while. One of the supporters of the governor looked at the auditor and asked him not to be prejudiced against the local authorities. Hearing these words, the vampire immediately ordered to bring him all the papers and account books, hiding nothing from him. Literally in a few minutes, hundreds of account books appeared on the central square of the palace. The guards ransacked the entire vault. The auditor sat down in the place where the governor had sat before and began to reread one report after another. The governor was standing next to the table at this time. The vampire studied the papers in detail for several minutes. He found absolutely nothing illegal, and said that everything is fine here. After that, the man turned to the governor and informed about the last stage of the inspection. He wanted to inspect the local prison. The governor felt uneasy at this moment. He began to mumble and said that there were some difficulties from prison. The auditor did not understand what the problem was, because he simply wanted to know if there were prisoners in the prison who were treated worse than others. The deputy reported that at the moment there are no criminals in the prison, but there is one witness who needs to be protected. The man added that this person is very distrustful and when he sees a stranger he becomes hysterical. The vampire asked what crime it was related to. The governor was a little timid to speak on the subject. After thinking for a while, the man replied that the crime of missing children was being investigated. They had only one key witness, who was now in prison. It was a man with a strange skin color and armor on his head. At the shelter belonging to the Yelpo company, the guests were informed that the head was not there now, and even if he was, it was impossible to meet him. It was some Gu who asked the security to at least call Minnow as he needed to tell her something. The guards did not quite understand who the guy was talking about. The name seemed quite familiar to them, but they could not remember. Then one of them remembered the incident with the dog and told the other. Only then did the guards understand who exactly the guest was referring to. They replied to the boy that the girl was practicing seamanship with her head and they would not be back soon, so it would be better to come another time. Song-gu brought with him a valuable thing that he wanted to give to the head himself. He did not object to the guards and thanked them for their answer. The guy went to the bridge that connected the islands. He watched how the ships moved smoothly on the sea water. Song-gu was jealous of Min-oh's life and under the pretext of meeting her, he was going to ask the head once again to return him to the asylum. He constantly thought about the fact that the girl was practicing sailing with her head, and he himself wanted to give anything for such a life. For some time the boy just stood and watched the ships. At some point, a thought suddenly occurred to him. The boy realized that practice in seafaring could take place in the very place where he met the head and Min-Fr. Song-gu had hoped that he would meet them at this place. He did not give up hope that Chong would be able to take him to the shelter after all. It was almost night outside. Song-gu was very tired as he had been searching for most of the day. The guy spent a huge amount of energy, but it all turned out to be in vain. He was never able to find the head of the asylum and Minnow. Suddenly, the young man's attention was drawn to a cut on a tree growing nearby. To Song-gu, this mark seemed very similar to a mooring mark. The boy came to the edge of the cliff and noticed that there were also traces of the friction of the rope. He assumed that someone might have been going down it. Song-gu remembered that last time he had seen people on the edge of the cliff and assumed that they might have descended from here. The young man began to descend the steep rocks. He believed that this impregnable place could be a meeting place. He also thought that if he could find this secret meeting place, the chairman would see him from the other side. Song-gu continued to climb down relentlessly, grasping the stones with his hands. It was quite difficult for him to pass this test. At some point, the boy noticed a weakness in his hands. He felt that his strength was leaving him, and he could no longer continue moving. Song-gu hung over the rocks at a high altitude. He did not feel the rocks under his feet, and did not see the way up the mountain. His foot slipped from the stone, and it was an alarm bell. After that, the boy started calling loudly for help. He stopped screaming as suddenly as he had started. He was stopped by what he saw in front of him. It was a light in the abyss. Song-gu was able to land and survive. He could not believe that such a large fault could exist between the rocks and the ordinary passerby could not see it. The boy went into the middle of the abyss and began to look around. He was shocked by the size of this abyss, which seemed invisible from the outside. Suddenly, the boy was very scared because he heard some extraneous sounds behind him. He quickly turned his head back. After that, the young man slowly stepped behind the rock so as not to be noticed. He tried to hide his presence. After sitting behind the rock for a few seconds, Song-gu still dared to stick his head forward to check what was happening. The boy saw in front of him a huge metal mechanism that worked non-stop. In its work, it resembled a circular saw. This mechanism was watched by a dozen people who constantly took away waste and monitored the machine's health. One of Chan's assistants managed the whole process. He looked up and ordered the next unit down. Immediately after his words, a mermaid began to descend the pipe filled with water. She definitely didn't do it of her own free will. In a moment, the fabulous creature was under a large gear, which ate it as if for breakfast. Her earthly journey is over. Song-gu was simply shocked by what he saw. He could not believe it, and was very scared when he realized what was happening here. After the mermaid was transformed by the mechanism, a red liquid began to pour out of the pipe below. It was immediately packaged in gold-plated tanks that Chong showed his guests. It was real, fresh mermaid oil. After seeing everything with his own eyes, Song-gu realized that he did not belong in this factory at all. He decided to run away quickly so as not to be noticed. On his way to the exit, the boy met a couple of giant cages. Dozens of blue eyes looked at him from each of them. They were mermaids who were brought to this factory for processing. They did not want to meet such a fate, so they cried bitterly. Song-gu noticed that the fairy creatures were shedding tears of fear, but he was unable to help them because he was too afraid himself. The boy was in a great hurry for the exit, as he needed to escape. He ran past the mermaids who were asking for help. Suddenly, the boy stopped in one place and lost his thoughts. He wondered if he was doing the right thing at this moment. Then, the young man turned his head back and looked again towards the cages that held dozens of innocent victims. They all continued to cry and beg for help. Suddenly, one of the creatures caught Song-gu's attention very strongly. He could not believe his eyes. Among the dozens of mermaids was his friend Minho, who also begged for help. The next morning came. The guests of Hassel went to the pier and watched the ships that kept their sea route somewhere. The friends were going on a trip tomorrow night. It should not have taken much time, since all that was needed was to get into the ready-made boat. Gilden was already tired of constantly carrying his grandmother on his back. He told her to get off as he wasn't going to sail away with her. Grandma said that then she just needed to find a turtle. Hilda intervened in the dialogue and told the grandmother that the head of Yelpo is already dealing with this issue. Suddenly, the attention of the guests was interrupted by a loud dialogue that they heard to their right, so they immediately turned their attention in that direction. Near the docking hangars were the governor's supporters, trying to find something that their boss had ordered. They continued the scandals for some time, and the guests calmly watched them and carefully followed their movements and words. Grandmothers were very impressed by the words, however, to search each aquarium in order to find some unknown species of fish. Security opened one of the hangars to check its presence. It turned out to be empty, which did not suit the manager of this process at all. One thought came to the grandmother, and she told Gilden that they needed to go to the office to see everything there with their own eyes. Gilden realized that the grandmother was faking her turtle, and said that if she didn't say exactly what she was looking for, then he wouldn't help her. The young man turned his head back and looked directly into the eyes of the old woman. He told her to immediately tell him everything as it is. The old woman decided to ignore the young man and simply remained silent. Gilden said that if the grandmother simply remained silent, their paths would diverge. Realizing that the young man had quite serious intentions, the grandmother stopped him. She agreed to tell the hero everything as it really is. She introduced herself as the princess of the Sea Palace. Their general arrived here to investigate the latest incident, but he suddenly disappeared. After hearing the first phrase of the old woman, Gilden began to mock, saying that with such a princess in the palace, it looks like a big crisis. The grandmother ignored the young man's taunts and continued, saying that the head of the Sea Kingdom's army, Quan Chubu, had suddenly disappeared. She added that his investigation on land was difficult and directly related to the numerous disappearances of mermaids. At this moment, Yum-Yo was at home and looking at his living water corner. He was interrupted by one of his charges. He informed his master that the guests were insisting that their departure be postponed until tonight, and asked what he should answer. Chong took a moment to think. He mumbled something under his breath, remembering something about the action of a certain drug. The man went through various options in his head and assumed that the guests could suspect something. But postponing their trip is unlikely to change anything. While the head of the company was deep in thought, his assistant announced that he still had information from the state administration. He announced that the royal auditor had arrived at the office to investigate the case of illegal actions by officials. Chong liked this news very much, because it was only in his hand. He smeared mermaid oil on the finger of his right hand. After that he put it in his mouth. Chong ordered his ward to tell Gilden that they could leave today as they wished. The undercover auditor continued to investigate his case. Now he was in a prison, in which there was only one man. It was Quan Chubu, who was asked several questions by the inspector about his security, to which the general replied that it was all a lie, because he was being held in prison. At that moment, their dialogue was interrupted by something that made everyone present in the prison turn their heads back and wonder. At the end of the prison corridor, a huge hole was formed, which was made against its own will. Someone suddenly broke into a government institution. It was Gilden, who started reading his rap from the threshold. He read that the day became even brighter when Han Gilden arrived at this place. Little Dell continued her conversation with the Hell merchant. He explained to her that all souls are divided into yin and yang. The merchant added that each type of existing has its own energy, and they are balanced among themselves. Dell asked what all this was for. The creature in the form of a one-eyed hare replied that they were just right for it, but first he asked the girl to bring him water. Dell was not at all against fulfilling the request of her guest. She kindly agreed and asked to wait literally a second. The merchant felt something strange in his soul. He had a bad feeling, but hoped nothing bad would happen. Gilden broke into the prison uninvited and began dictating his rules. He confidently stood his ground, expressing the conditions. The hero looked at those present, and said that they had no right to keep a royal officer in prison, so he would go with him. Then, Hilda was suddenly interrupted by the governor. He was very angry that the robber had dared to invade his territory without permission. He introduced himself as the head of this city and, by virtue of his status, ordered the uninvited guests to end this whole mess. The warriors stood in complete shock, looking at the man. They were very surprised when they found out that this was a worthless governor. After that, another man entered the dialogue and started shouting at the robbers who dared to ignore the orders. Nor was the auditor going to just stand by. When the tone of the conversation died down a little, the vampire also decided to insert his word. He asked the robbers how they dared to break in here without even the simplest plan. Suddenly, Chandel made a guess about the man. He clearly recognized him as the scientist who had once tried to save him. The vampire was shocked at this turn of events. He guessed what it was about, but completely forgot about this red-haired young man. Suddenly, looking at the robber in the blue cloak, he remembered that he was the one who had freed the young man before him. Hilda was not going to wait long, so he immediately got down to business, and said that he was taking the prisoner with him, and would not accept any objections on this score. The governor was very angry at these words of the robber. He immediately decided to teach him by striking him with his sword. However, Gilden deftly dodged and was about to launch his counterattack so that the enemy would feel the power of his magic. However, a vampire prevented this from happening. He felt the danger and decided to stand up for the governor by joining the battle. Opponents collided in a blow, and could look each other in the eyes from close range. True, Gilden's eyes were covered by a mask. The vampire was very angry at this point. He couldn't stand it when things didn't go according to plan and told the robber not to test his patience. Gilden was not going to go back on his words. Suddenly, something important caught his attention, and it was hard not to react. His octagonal amulet rose in the air and began to burn with a red flame. Hilda did not expect such a turn of events. He looked at his artifact for a split second and assessed the situation, which was currently not in his favor. He fired at the enemy with his preloaded weapon as he realized that the man was a demon. The undercover inspector could not parry the attack and flew back helplessly. His body first hit the wall loudly, and then the floor. Chandel was shocked by this behavior of the hero and asked why he did this. Gilden explained that his bell reacted to the monster. The hero took his octagonal artifact in his hands and looked at it, waiting for points, but for some time nothing happened. The governor and his assistant immediately rushed to the aid of the royal auditor. They tried to help him at least somehow. The marine general watched all this and did not understand what was happening. He called all this in one word a mess. Gilden approached the blue man and asked if his name was Quan. He added that the princess of the sea palace was urgently looking for him. Quan was in complete shock when he heard these words. He could not believe that the princess herself had arrived on land. Hilda calmly confirmed the above words. He added that she was calling the general very urgently, so he should go with him. Quan still agreed to this adventure. It was evening on the street, and in the prison state administration finally reigned. Young Yul was informed by his supporters about the situation, so he decided to immediately saddle his horse and go to the prison. He arrived at the central gate, which was broken, and turned to the guards, asking them what had happened here. The guards replied that some dark-skinned guy dared to break in here with accomplices, and then they took the prisoner away. The guard added that they also wounded the royal auditor. It seems that Chong was not very happy with such news. He suddenly had a seizure, and the man grabbed his face. The wards immediately rushed to help their master, but under his arms, Chong was laughing. His thoughts were so funny that he couldn't even contain his face. However, Chong had no idea that they were so stupid. He needed to calm down and try to defuse the situation. The man dismounted from his horse and began to look for the governor. The governor, in turn, was simply confused. He felt very bad. The mayor turned to the guards and asked them if there was any news from the pursuit group and where they were at the moment. The governor did not want the royal auditor to be killed in his palace. He ordered to immediately mobilize military forces and find the robbers. At that moment, Young Yul entered the territory of the state administration. He immediately got down to business and asked the governor what happened here. The man immediately replied to the head of Yulpo that he did not have time to speak at the moment, and said that he would report on the events later. But Chong was already aware of all the news and informed the governor, however, that if the royal auditor was killed, a certain amount would be charged from his head. The governor did not want this at all, and Chong knew it very well, so he decided to put pressure on the man's pain point. He said that if the worst-case scenario were to happen, the province would be in for a disaster. Chong offered the strength of his merchants in this investigation. After these words, the governor could exhale. He thanked the man for his help and said that it would help. But John wasn't done yet. He said he was just doing his duty, but with the hope that it would clear up some misunderstandings between the state and his company. At this moment, the dialogue of two important people for the province was interrupted by one of the wards, who loudly called the governor. The man asked what happened. The ward knelt before his master and presented him with a letter from the Supreme Court. The governor unfolded the document and saw that, according to it, the officials were attacked by one bandit named Han Gilden. After that, the governor immediately ordered to block the port and its surroundings. Chong didn't like this order very much, but he couldn't do anything about it. Then, the governor noticed that Yelpo's head was still in front of him, and said that he could go, thanking him for his help. Another of his assistants approached the governor, and handed him another piece of paper, which contained information about the most wanted man. After opening the scroll, the governor was simply speechless. He could not believe that the royal auditor was depicted in the portrait. The man began to rage because he could not understand what was happening and why this person was even on the wanted list. Then, the head of the city went to the room where the auditor's corpse was kept. However, when he returned there were no traces of the vampire. Meanwhile, security blocked the port and notified all local residents, however, that the passage and exit of ships from here is strictly prohibited. Young Yeo hurriedly left the place of state administration and headed to another place. He quickly shuffled his feet across the ground. He needed to send Gilden in the mermaid boat, but now there was one problem. A dark-skinned young man was considered a criminal. The man had to think about another plan and make a difficult decision. Since the port was closed, he decided to allocate a merchant ship for the young man. One of the ships in Yelpo's company was forced to change its route and came ashore to complete another important mission. Chong informed Gilden that he had prepared a ship for him, on board of which there were already mermaids, and asked him to leave quickly. The hero at that moment was standing on top of one of the trees ahead. He had his back turned to Chong and was looking into the distance. Gilden asked the man if he was sure he had trapped all the mermaids, because it seemed to Gilden that Chong had miscalculated a bit. Chief Yelpo did not quite understand what the young man meant. He asked if he had violated their contract at times. Gilden turned his face to the interlocutor and answered that it was not about the contract at all, but he was just trying to protect Chong. The hero said that the mermaid business of the Yelpo company has come to an end, and justice will begin its path from here. Young Sungu was still able to overcome his fear and returned to the factory. He did it to save Minho. The boy quickly found a crowbar on the floor, ran up to the cage where Minho was and began to try with all his might to break the lock. The young man managed it quite quickly, and the mermaid was free. They started running away together to save their own lives. The friends ran up to one of the walls, along which they planned to get out. For a moment, they stopped, and the boy just looked up. It was impossible not to notice that there were no stairs in this cave so that the mermaids could not escape on their own, so there were only ladders. Song-gu doesn't have a moment to waste, so he quickly orders his girlfriend to climb onto his back. There was no other choice. Suddenly, the friends noticed that the security got confused when they heard some sounds. They assumed that the mermaids could have escaped. Song-gu ordered his friend to climb onto her back faster, but the mermaid was afraid. She cried and did not want to take such a risk. Then, the young man forcefully took the mermaid on his shoulders and said that he would not leave her here, because getting out of here is the first necessity. Sung-gu ran as hard as he could to the exit with Minho on his back. He explained to Minho that he had to run because they were doing terrible things to the mermaids here. Having approached almost to the exit, the friends met a burly bodyguard on their way. He looked coldly at the fugitives. The man immediately took out his sword and turned to the young boy, asking what exactly he could see in this factory. Song-gu began to make excuses and apologize. He said that he did not see anything and would not even dare to tell anyone about this place. While the young man continued apologizing and asking them for mercy, the guard took out a bag of powder from his pocket. Meanwhile, Song-gu's crazy mom woke up in the middle of the night and started walking around the slums. Something really bothered her. She went to one of the slums where her son was supposed to sleep, but only his things were lying there. The young man himself was not observed. Realizing that her own son was not there, the mother began to go crazy. She screamed loudly because she was very worried about the child. Although the woman was crazy, she perfectly understood that ordinary screams would not do anything, so she immediately decided to search for her son. Jong Yo continued to have a dialogue with Gilden. He did not quite understand the young man's words and said that he himself inspected the prisons. The head of the company said that everything is fine with the mermaids. Gilden continued to stand on the tree and was forced to agree with these words. However, there was another problem that bothered the young man. He told the head of the Yelpo company that the problem is the number of animals. Gilden turned his face to the interlocutor and looked at him with a serious look. He said the total number of missing mermaids is 80. Meanwhile, Chandel was on another ship, which he controlled by means of a torch, to which the mermaids in the sea responded. Gilden looked towards this ship and said that there were only 32 mermaids on board this ship, which is not true. Chong told the hero that he must have been tricked by someone, since he himself had not even heard that there must be 80 missing mermaids. After these words, the hero decided to put the lying head in its place. He said that this is information from the Sea Palace itself. Yung Yo was put in a very awkward position. He did not expect to hear such an answer and did not know how to react to it at all. Then, one of Chong's assistants intervened in the dialogue between the two respectable people, who told the guest not to dare to detain Mr. The man added that another cave with mermaids had recently been found, which no one knew about before. According to supporters of the Yelpo Company, one of their teams was followed. Gilden listened attentively to this information. After the hero's words, Chong assumed that the old woman who was holding on to Gilden's back was the one who could tell everything. The hero replied to Chong that it was none of his business. He asked the man how many more mermaids were hidden in the cave he was hiding. John began to mumble because he didn't know what to say. He replied that there are 5 mermaids in order to make butter. The man decided not to walk around for a long time and admitted his guilt. He said that he was ready to give all the remaining mermaids. Gilden described Chong as a very devious man who knew from the beginning that the crime was not being investigated against the governor, but against his company. The hero perfectly understood that Chong just wanted to get rid of all the evidence with the help of his guests, who were not aware of all the events. Giangio couldn't find any words for his excuse. He bowed his head down sadly and said that all these words were absolutely true. The man asked the hero to meet with the ambassador of the Sea Palace in order to apologize for everything and offer compensation. Chong understood that persuading the young man would not be so easy. However, he begged him to help while the trade route was blocked. Gilden decided to give the man a chance, and said that he had made the right decision, adding that he would be able to go to sea with them. Yelpo's wards were against their head going there, because it was dangerous. However, Chong himself asked everyone to shut up. He said that he should solve this problem himself, because if this is not done, then all traders in the port of Hassel will suffer losses. John was serious. Despite all his cunning, he wanted to resolve everything now to protect his merchants. His wards fell to their knees as they saw off their master. Chong had made his final decision, and was not going to change it anymore. He approached Hilda and said that he was completely ready. The woman turned her back to him and said to follow him. Marine General Quan finally felt freedom in this world. He managed to get out of prison, and now he could finish his investigation. In this case, he was helped by Hilda, who informed the general that there was really someone in the cave near which they were. Quan ordered the girl to open the way to freedom. Hilda was going to argue with the general, and immediately began to carry out the order. The girl approached the wooden barrier that held back the water and smashed it with her attack called cross strike. The mermaid trap was finally broken. All the innocent animals could smell freedom, and quickly started to leave the cave. The fresh sea water outside the rocks seemed to them like a breath of fresh air. They continued to swim behind their general. General Quan was infinitely grateful to the Earth Girl for her help. Hilda replied that she had not done anything special. Quan asked the girl why they were so kind and worked with Yelpo. Hilda said it was all because of the place they needed to get to. The general was very surprised by this answer. Quan asked the girl if she was wrong to mention Mount Inaxen. Hilda replied that it was to this mountain that they needed to go, and asked the general what it was like. The man decided not to answer. Quan suggested that the girl take his helmet with her on the trip and advised her to put it on the very nose of the ship. Hilda took the general's helmet and asked if it was really a turtle, because it looked more like an octopus. Quan replied that it was all because of the lack of hair. The ship with travelers left for Mount Inaxen. Gilden tried to get Chong to just say what he said, but the man continued to insist and asked to be tied to the mast, as he wanted to offer a sincere apology. After that, Gilden did not contradict the man and said that if he wanted it, then so be it. At that moment, Hilda stepped on board the ship. She informed the hero that all the trapped mermaids had been released, and General Quan took them all out to sea. Gilden is satisfied with this result. He looked at the rest of the mermaids, and said that they were the last slaves left. The hero was the captain of this ship, so after his previous words, he ordered to immediately leave the waters that flowed near Kasla. The ship went on a long journey, disappearing over the horizon from the shore. It was moving quite fast for a cargo ship. A few minutes later, Gilden turned to Chan and asked him if they were on the right course. The man asked to let him look at the compass. Gilden took out a compass and held it up to the man who was reeling against the mast. Checking the information on the device, Chong replied that the path was correct. Hilda, in turn, decided to go to the cages with mermaids. She felt very sorry for the animals that were still in captivity. She crouched a little to look into the eyes of the mermaids. The girl gently talked to them and tried to reassure them that freedom was near. Suddenly, one mermaid caught the girl's eye. Her eyes widened in surprise and could not believe these events. The girl immediately shouted loudly, calling Hilda to her. At that time, the hero was resting at the stern of the ship, but his peace did not last long. Chandel also noticed something strange ahead of their ship and also turned to Gilden. The boy looked a little confused and pointed his finger forward. He was pointing at several ships that were moving right in front of them. On their sides you could see torches that glowed in the darkness. These were warships that were going to meet an illegal merchant vessel. At some point, they narrowed as much as possible between themselves. Chandel immediately noticed that the ships in front were trying to block their path and informed Gilden about it. Nobody understood anything. On board the warships were dozens of soldiers who were carrying out the order. These were the troops of one of the state institutions of the country. One of the soldiers announced that the message from the Yelpo traders was correct, and it appeared that the bandits had hijacked the ship and were trying to escape. The captain of this warship was a governor from Hasla. He wanted to force the robbers to surrender, to which his charge did not react very well. The governor found it very strange that the merchants sent a letter in such a free format. He believed that Yel had his own motives for this. When the freighter of the Yelpo company had come in as far as possible, the governor ordered all the warships to close together. Yelpo's ship was trapped and surrounded by many warships that were even larger than theirs. The ship's captain ordered the robbers to immediately surrender and drop anchor, as they had no chance of escaping the trap. Gilden and Chandel understood absolutely nothing. They believed that Yel had made sure that they reached the mountain safely. Gilden informed the captain of the warship that this ship had been given to them by Yel to carry out a very important mission that they were in a hurry to complete. The governor considered it complete nonsense and a lie. He said that the merchants had already informed him about the robbers' evil intentions. At this moment, the master's ward drew his attention to the mast. He pointed a finger at the person who was tied there. Yel was hanging high above the 2-story building, who had asked to be brought here before that. The troops asked why they did this to the prisoner. Chandel immediately asked his partner why he had taken him up there. Gilden replied that he didn't do that, and that Chong was up to something. The hero informed the governor on a nearby ship that this was some kind of misunderstanding and asked what was going on here. At this moment, Hilda interrupted the dialogue of the captains. She quickly ran out of the hold and loudly called Gilden. The girl looked scared. She looked into the hero's eyes and informed him that the mermaids in the cabin are real living children. Travelers were deceived by this adventure. Gilden listened carefully to Hilda and could not believe that it was all true. Yel continued to hang from the top of the mast. Hearing the dialogue of his former guests, the man began to mock them. He said that the governor brought warships with him and offered those present on this ship to surrender in order not to die. Gilden had a slightly different opinion on this score. He wasn't going to argue with his enemy, he just smiled and decided to act. Immediately after that, the young man began to drive his ship with lightning speed. The ship had to cross the blockade to proceed further. The governor immediately noticed that the robbers were trying to escape. Therefore, the man ordered to immediately open fire on them from guns. His wards immediately approached the guns and started firing. Loud shots began to ring out in the sea, which were accompanied by smoke. State troops fired bullets that were connected to each other by a metal chain. This gave the projectile much greater functionality. One of these shells hit the target. Gilden failed to use the effect of surprise and escape from his opponents. One of their sails was knocked off by a cannonball. As a result of such events, it was impossible to control the ship. The mast flew off and fell into the sea, so the ship began to rotate around its axis. Chong was lucky that it was a different mast. Despite this, he continued to sneer and ask if the robbers really thought they could escape from the warships. In any case, Chong was absolutely right. Although there were not many ships, there were at least 6 guns on each deck of the ship. They all simultaneously threw dozens of projectiles into the air, which moved forward with lightning speed and were directed at the Yelpo's ship. The soldiers could do nothing with the bullets, which were too many. They literally smashed the ship to pieces, leaving nothing behind. Chandel considered it his duty to inform the captain that they were being shelled by artillery, and that they would not be able to hold out for long. Gilden did not know how to act in this situation. His fairness score didn't increase, so warships weren't evil. He told Chandel that if he attacked these warships, he would become a thief, because such is the fate of those who wear this heroic mask. Chandel listened carefully to his captain. He wanted to help him somehow, if only with a word, but he found the right ones for this situation. The governor stopped firing for a moment, and turned to the enemy ship. He ordered them to stop resisting and to surrender. However, he did not know Han Gilden well. The hero in a hopeless situation took out his artillery spear and shot it at the stern of the neighboring ship. The young man hit the target, where the governor was, and was giving out his orders. A fire broke out on an enemy warship. Despite all of the above, Gilden still believed that he had done the right thing. He blew up the ship of a corrupt official. The main ship of the military fleet was burning. The governor flew somewhere into the water, and his wards were immediately confused. After coming to their senses a little, the soldiers decided to retaliate against their enemies and began to fire at them even more from their guns. Hilda fell helplessly at the stern of the ship. She couldn't take it anymore, and thought that they would end because there was no way out. Suddenly, the girl remembered her last conversation with the Marine General, who told her to use his helmet on the front of the ship. Hilda, without thinking for a long time, immediately began to act. Despite the hellish shelling, the girl courageously moved towards the bow of the ship. The shelling stopped for a few seconds. The governor's troops needed to reload to prepare for another salvo. Yeo continued to sneer at the people running at his feet. He told them that they were unlikely to survive anyway. Gilden and Chandel decided to take care of the children in the hold. They rushed to them and freed them from their cages. A lot of time has passed since they left the shore. Strange things happened to mermaids. Gilden immediately understood that the transformation was dissipating and the mermaids were regaining their human form. But everything was not so simple. Gilden understood that if the mermaids completely turned into children, they would not be able to swim. The hero decided to warn the enemy that they had children on board. Yeo watched these events closely from above. He said that he would be very interested to find out if the children would be able to swim in the sea. The man had his own plan. If the children are taken ashore together with the robbers, then everything will immediately fall into place, and Chong will get out of the water dry. Hilda also understood this perfectly. For some time he stood silently and motionless in place, staring into the blue sea waters. The hero was not afraid of any threats from Yopo and said that this is not the first time he has done this, so he will not give a similar status again. Chong didn't care about Gilden's words. He continued to taunt him, and even found time to make jokes. The governor's troops immediately rushed into the water after Gilden's shot to help their master get out through a special net. After pulling the man out of the water, the troops announced that they were ready to shoot. However, they were ordered to stop by the first assistant governor. The troops did not understand this order at first, and only later they began to understand why the man gave such an order and poked his fingers in the water. Dolphins, who were saddled by sea warriors, began to jump out of the water. They looked very harmonious, being in their element. Yeo was just shocked by this turn of events. He did not expect that sea warriors would come to help Gilden. Gilden himself, along with his allies, were even more shocked by this situation. They watched this dolphin dance with their mouths wide open. Naval troops rushed to the aid of the allies in considerable numbers. They were moving right in the strait between the enemy ships. The governor's soldiers watched the enemy's reinforcements from their ship. They could not believe what they were seeing. Before that, they only heard legends about the Sea Kingdom, which was sometimes called the Dragon Kingdom, and now they saw their flag with their own eyes. One sea warrior girl ordered both sides to stop fighting immediately. The Dragon Palace's Dolphin cavalry arrived here. The red-haired girl ordered the soldiers of the warship to send a representative to negotiate with their commander-in-chief. The assistant immediately informed the governor that the representatives of the Dragon Kingdom wanted to speak with him. The man did not know where to go. Another warrior of the Sea Kingdom with white hair swam up to the allied ship and told Gilden that she would come to the negotiations. Gilden could not understand why this particular woman should enter into the negotiations. He said he was seeing her for the first time in his life. The girl looked at the young man and said that she was the princess of the Dragon Palace. She introduced herself to the allies as Heron. Sitting on the Dolphin, Heron informed the opponents that she needed the captain of this vessel and introduced herself as the princess of the Dragon Sea. The governor's assistant brought his master to his senses. The man had not yet caught up with the schedule of events, and did not know what was happening below. Anen was finally able to see the face of the governor, who was brought to the stern. The princess asked the man if he really was the commander of this ship. The man replied that he was the real captain and added that he was also the governor of Hasla. People called their master by the name So Moon. The princess of the Sea Palace was somewhat shocked when she heard the name of the governor. Memories immediately began to awaken in her head. Huron raised her left hand and pointed her index finger at one of the men aboard the warship. This man responded by pounding his fist on the tree. He interrupted the princess and asked why this was happening in the first place. The heroes stood in complete shock and did not understand what was happening. The only thing they could do in this situation was to remain silent. The monologue was led by the viceroy's assistant, who asked the princess why they should not discriminate and judge people by their skin or gender. He took off his hat and threw it high up, saying that discriminating against people is actually a huge indulgence, because everyone should have freedom. The man turned to his boss and remembered that he called him a fat man. He could not understand from what such judgments were derived. He told the troops that he didn't care how long they worked here, they weren't allowed to criticize anyone. The governor interrupted his charge's emotional dialogue and told them to stop as they needed to deal with what was happening now. In the sea, unintelligible shouts continued to be heard from one of the warships, where some unintelligible orders to surrender were constantly being given. The princess told her opponents that she had not decided anything yet. She said that she needed to talk to Gilden first. Huron had already been told that Yeol was to blame for everything, using mermaids to extract oil from them. She added that she was sure that this was not all that the man had done, so she asked the governor to look into it and pass a wise sentence. Yeol was currently in a very difficult position. He didn't know what to do, so he just shouted the governor's name loudly. Yulpo Company wanted anyone present to check the hold, where there was direct evidence of the robbers' crimes. He said that the thieves were hiding the mermaids they had caught there. The man added that they were also going to extract oil from mermaids. Hilda ran to Gilden and informed him that Chong had deliberately sailed out to sea with them to trap them. The girl added that she met a boy at the port who said that Yulpo turns missing children into mermaids. The governor heard some phrases from the soldiers' dialogue. He could not believe what he was hearing and asked what intelligent person could do such a thing. The man concluded that the girl is the real thief who kidnapped the children. He ordered to punish everyone who was on that ship. Yeol watched the events and listened to the dialogues. He really liked the quarrel here, which made him laugh. Then Anen intervened in the dialogue again, saying that they misunderstood her, because she said to do something completely different. The governor replied that it was none of her business. After all, the suspects, although they are at sea, but they arrived from land, so these are not maritime affairs. He added that the Queen of the Sea Kingdom had no right to interfere in this situation, so he ordered her to retreat immediately. Chandel also decided to intervene in the conflict, and said that it was just a simple misunderstanding as they had done nothing wrong. At that moment, Chong suggested the governor search the mountain cave not far from where the robbers were turning people into mermaids. The princess of the Dragon Palace turned to the governor, and said that everything the crew of this ship was saying was true and she herself had witnessed it. The governor informed the princess that Gilden was wanted everywhere, as he broke into the prison and even shot the royal auditor. Anen was shocked by such words. She turned to face the hero and asked if it was true what the governor was saying. Hilda could no longer tolerate this nonsense. She said it was all futile as they couldn't even prove their innocence. The girl turned to Gilden with one proposal. She believed that the only way to get to Ngaxin was simply to break through the blockade. After that, the hero turned to the governor with loud shouts and told him to listen to him. However, the man was not going to listen to the young man, whom he considered a robber. Chandel tried to intervene in this dialogue to establish contact. Gilden decided to just scream. He announced that his goal was to take control of Earth to prevent the Demon King from taking it over. The young man said that it is not necessary to look for thoughtful ways, but it is enough to simply look in front of you and you can see the problem. All this time there was a spy on board the governor's warship. It was a vampire in the form of a bat, which carefully watched everything. Gilden told the governor that he was sure Chong was behind it all Yulpo and the man need to take a closer look at this suspect. However, the young man's heroic words had no influence on the decision of the public official. He again ordered to open fire on the enemy ship. The princess of the Dragon Palace, without thinking, decided to join the battle on the side of her allies. She used the Dragon Sea art. Huron created giant waves that resembled an artificial storm and literally caused the warships to shake. The crew informed their commander, however, that the ship was shaking too much, so they were physically unable to reload the guns. Huron turned to Gilden, who was also a little affected by her attack, and said that she would deal with it here, but he needed to get out. The princess of the Sea Palace was serious. She ordered her dolphins to open the way to the Dragon Sea. The wards followed the orders of their princess without question. They began to dive underwater and circle around enemy ships. All the actions of the naval forces were aimed at creating a huge hurricane that would absorb all the enemy's forces. The sea dwellers did a great job with their task. The enemy's ships were virtually out of control and could not do anything. Huron, with the help of her dolphin, jumped up and threw the spear in front of her to open the way for Gilden. The hero thanked the princess for her help and said that in return he would give her the criminal who abused the mermaids. But suddenly something went wrong. A storm also began to rage around their ship, and Gilden could not understand what the matter was. At some point, a huge wave emerged from under the water, which, certainly not of its own volition, broke the cargo ship in two. Yel's handiwork. It turns out he could float in the air. He asked if the enemies thought they had already caught him. For Chong until the Dragon Sea Palace intervened in this conflict. This was something the man had not foreseen. Yel landed on the stern of the ship, which was at a decent height. The nose of the ship was slowly flooded with sea water. Yelpo, the head of the company, turned out not to be who he pretended to be. He went crazy and said that he would not give up fresh seafood now. Heron could not believe what she was seeing. Something had to be done immediately about the following problem. It turned out that this suspicious man possessed the art of Dragon Sea. In a fraction of a second, he created a powerful hurricane that drew him in. The warriors were simply shocked by this turn of events. They didn't expect that Yel would turn out to be an unusual male magic master. Of the Dragon Palace was most surprised by this. She could not believe that a man could control the power of the sea. At that moment, Yel transformed his hands into giant dragon-like paws, showing off his strength to the enemy. Heron was simply shocked. She recognized that the man was using one of the treasures of the Dragon Sea called Sea Dragon Fist. Yel knew that the princess was wondering where he got this power from, so he promised to tell her everything if she agreed to kneel before him. He looked at the woman with his demonic gaze and added that if she did not do this, then everyone present in the sea would simply die. The governor now understood that everything was not so simple with Yelpo's head. He asked him what was happening and asked him to explain by the hands. Yel could now ignore anyone's words. He asked the governor why he had to explain something to him, if everything was already clear. The man took out mermaid oil from his bosom. He said that it is a very good commodity, and there is a great demand for it, but there is not enough animals. John revealed that he had children that he could easily transform into mermaids by replenishing supplies. But still, the process was difficult. The man tasted the oil and added that if you mix this oil with some products, they sell even better. He simply mocked those present. After that, Gilden decided to interrupt an interesting story from the thief. He said that there is one thing that a man cannot yet know. Chong asked what it was. Gilden replies that the man's ugly lineage has filled his scale of justice, which is very good. Gilden himself, Yel just laughed at the words of his potential opponent. He asked if the enemy really thought he could kill him. The man said that he had information that the demons were looking for Gilden, but he restrained himself and did not betray the young man. He explained this by the fact that instead of notifying the demons about the young man, the man decided that it would be more profitable to transfer the dead carcass to them. Yel was absolutely confident in his abilities and said that no one could defeat him as long as he was at sea, and Gilden understood this very well. The hero was not going to answer anything to his opponent. Instead, he immediately tried to attack him and fired his weapon. Chong noticed in time how the danger was approaching. He grabbed the stern of the ship with his huge paws and moved. Thus, the man managed to dodge the enemy's silver bullet, which was able to touch only his hat. Chong told Gilden that it didn't matter how strong he was if he didn't know how to use the force. He asked if it was the first time he was in such a situation. Hilda was not at all bothered by this statement. He asked the enemy if he would mind if he made it difficult for him to move. Hilda, who was nearby, decided to intervene in their dialogue. She asked Gilden not to destroy the top of the ship. The girl explained this by the fact that they do not sink only because there is air left inside the vessel, and if the top breaks, they will immediately sink. Hilda reminded her ally of one important thing. The mermaid children were still in danger below deck. Yeo was amazed at the girl's knowledge of the ship's structure. He praised her mental abilities after her prejudice. He added that he is even more amazed by the fact that his enemies cannot control themselves and still think about the children, who are already doomed. Hilda, after these words, called the man a madman who had lost his mind. She added that she witnessed his past crime. Yeo immediately understood what the girl meant. He asked if Hilda meant the same Choi family she met under the bridge. Right now, Song-gu was in the mermaid's account. Jung said that there are some things the girl knows, but there are also things she doesn't. The man said that his mother is pretending to be crazy. The monster told a story, however, how he once disguised himself and created a small storm. He needed one witness to testify. Jung chose this particular woman and told her after she testified to just pretend she was crazy and not touch him, and then he would spare her life. Chong knew what mother's most painful emotional points were. He hinted that otherwise it would join the father with the son. The man considered the port of Hasla to be his property. He had great influence in it, and was not going to lose it, no matter the circumstances. Chong added that now everything is going against him, but when a king appears in this world, the port will still fall under his ownership. The governor finally decided to change his decision regarding the head of Yelpo. This time he already ordered his wards to attack the monster. The crew fired dozens of shells at once, which were directed at the long-armed monster that swung at their port. John was forced to defend himself by putting his hands out in front of him. He had to hold on like this for a while because there were too many shells. At some point, the monster changed tactics and decided to counterattack. He began to deflect the metal balls that were flying at him. Now the shells were flying in the other direction, knocking the ships off course and preventing them from continuing to fire. The crew shouted loudly, informing their captain that the rudders on the ships were broken, so the ships were out of control, drifting underscore. Holding the bullet in his paw, John Yo continued to taunt his enemies, and said that he didn't even know who if he lived without the help of the Dragon Palace. He tossed the bullet toward the warship and promised its crew to take care of them once he had dealt with the rest. Huron was very angry with Chong. She was unhappy that the man was using stolen weapons and promised him a less than warm welcome in her sea. After that, the princess approached the enemy at the right distance and struck him with a triple blow, which she called a single point. Yeo ignored the princess's threats at all. He didn't care what she said, because he had enough strength. The monster held out its dragon hands in front of it to parry the princess's attack and prevent her from touching it. In a second, the man managed to dispel the water attack, scattering it in the air. The warriors of the mundane kingdom were simply shocked. Chong was not going to stop there and continued to surprise the enemies. He powerfully flew down, hitting the sea and creating a big wave. He definitely managed to surprise Huron. The princess was not quite ready for such a development, but it gave her more opportunities. Yo was now in the water, which was the princess's territory. However, this did not diminish his abilities, but only strengthened them. The man spun a huge vortex under the water, which swept away everything in its path. He used the Dragon King's weapon. Huron understood this very well, so she was going to attack the enemy in order to return her to the kingdom. She was sailing on her Dolphin. The princess also wanted to know where the man got this weapon. She put a sharp one in front of her, preparing for the next attack. Huron tried her best and used a technique called the Three Dragons, creating powerful water waves in the process. John called the princess a not-so-intelligent creature because the techniques she uses are absolutely all of the Dragon King's. The man was able to use the same attack with ease, but on a larger scale. He created a rush of as many as 8 dragons. 2 technicians who agreed to hail from the Sea Kingdom clashed blows. For the first time, Huron and John faced each other in a duel. It was obvious that Chang's attack would be stronger since it had 8 streams. Huron was forced to step back a little. Chong continued to release streams of water and said that if the girl had not used these techniques, she might have been able to survive. Gilden came to the aid of the Sea Princess, grabbed the girl by the shoulder and decided to join the battle himself. The hero saw that the princess was in danger, so he decided to help her and gathered all the power of his energy in his left fist. Preparing to counterattack, Gilden launched a powerful blow that parried the 8 dragon streams that his opponent had used. A real storm started in the sea. With this block, Gilden created a huge wave that was taller than all the ships combined. The governor and his entire crew were simply shocked by such a thing. They looked with frightened eyes at the wave that almost covered them. Chandel and Hilda decided to take care of the mermaids who were still in their cages. They also did not forget to watch the battle. After his powerful attack, Chong emerged from the water with his paws. He was amazed at what had just happened. The man praised his opponent as he managed to block the water dragon technique, which only units can do. The princess of the Sea Kingdom also emerged from the water with the dolphin. She immediately noticed that Gilden was behind her. He looked into the bright orange eyes of the princess, and informed her that now it was her turn to carry him on her back. Huron was a little embarrassed by the man's presence, and turned away from him. She did not feel very comfortable in such conditions. However, there was almost no time left to choose. The enemy was already approaching, and the allies needed to quickly reach a coherent solution. The princess still agreed to carry Gilden on her back. Looking at the actions of the enemy, Huron ordered her partner to hold on tighter. Chong, in turn, wasted no time and immediately launched a second attack of the water dragon, with which he could hit 2 opponents at once. However, they had their own views on this situation. Controlling her dolphin, Huron correctly avoided the enemy's powerful shots. However, Chong predicted this development of events. He decided it was time to use another weapon and let his right paw forward. Both warriors noticed that they were in danger, so they decided to separate and avoid the blow by different paths. Gilden took responsibility and started a counterattack. He jumped on the hand of the enemy and began to approach him. Chong understood very well that his opponent wanted to get as close to him as possible, and said that this would only make Gilden's situation worse. The man believed that his opponent would not be able to shoot him within his range. But Gilden never stopped before difficult challenges. Chandel and Hilda watched the duel and were amazed by the speed of Gilden. However, they believed that he would not be able to aim at such a speed. Gilden continued to advance closer to the enemy, dodging his attacks at the same time. He said that there is no weapon faster than his. Chong did not believe to the last that the enemy would be able to catch him at such a speed, so he simply mocked and continued to provoke. Gilden, despite all the doubts of his allies, as well as the enemy, managed to successfully aim and delivered an accurate blow directly to the monster's head. Due to the powerful blow of the fighter for justice, Chong's body was forced to throw off dozens of ornaments, as well as a torn hat. Hilda managed to deliver an accurate blow from which the enemy could not evade. Young-Yo couldn't do anything and fell down powerlessly. The man landed in the sea with a loud enough sound, creating a powerful water wave that splashed to the sides. Gilden also could not stay in the air for long, so he was forced to fall down and choose a more convenient place to land. The hero fell into the water with a much louder sound than his enemy, and at the same time created an elongated wave the size of a 5-story building. Young-Yo managed to survive the enemy's previous attack, and it made him very angry. The man decided that more effort should be made. The head of the company, Yelpo, delivered a powerful double blow with his dragon paws on the sea, driving them under the water in the process. He saw very well that Gilden had hidden from him under the water, so he immediately began a sea hunt for him with his claws. As Gilden dodged the traps several times, Chong decided it was time for him to strike a blow that he couldn't miss. However, Gilden managed to escape from this attack as well. He emerged outside where he was protected by the princess of the Dragon Palace along with her dolphin. When Gilden jumped onto her dolphin's back, Heron immediately began to drive her assistant forward. They tried to avoid the omnipresent clutches of the enemy. On the move, the hero took out his weapon and pointed it at the enemy, because he understood that he would not be able to get away from them so easily. Gilden fired several bullets at the same time at the enemy, using the technique of 5 fists of Shaolin, called the machine gun of victory. Young-Yo did not expect that the enemy would be able to shoot in such conditions, so he could not do anything and was forced to take the bullets. He recognized the enemy's weapon as the machine gun of victory. He knew what kind of weapon it was and asked how the enemy managed to shoot without reloading. Gilden's confident answer is that his weapon can fire even underwater because his machine gun is charged by the fire of his heart. Young Yo was slightly inferior to the enemy in this battle. He was not going to give up. He constantly pushed the situation, stepping forward. Once on the left side of his opponents, Chong used another technique in his arsenal called the Dragon Ball. Gilden was forced to fire several shots from his weapon to meet the enemy's powerful bullet halfway. They collided in a powerful blow, to splatter on the battlefield. Huron tried to observe the actions of the enemy, but saw nothing. Chong made sure that his enemies could not assess his abilities in detail, and continued to disrupt them with splashes. Huron quickly realized that the opponent had used the sea dragon art, spraying water with his fist to block their view. At some point, Chong stopped simply blocking the view of the opponents, and tried to catch them with his paw, but again it didn't work. Although the allies managed to avoid the first attack of the enemy, they were not in a very comfortable position. Gilden looked rather tense. He was approached at lightning speed by Young Yo, who followed his plan and said that the hero had finally fallen into a trap. After these words, the man used another technique from the sea dragon's arsenal of arts called wave force, forming a huge vortex. Gilden was indeed trapped by the enemy and found himself inside a hurricane that looked like a real natural disaster. Chong continued to put more and more effort into his technique and swirled the stream of water the enemy was in more and more. Having reached the required condition, the man decided to deliver the final blow, using a technique called the dragon's mouth. Gilden could not do anything about the actions of the enemy. Chong's attack was too fast and powerful to try to block it. Therefore, the hero decided to go for a trick and used his technique, with the help of which he created a flash that blinded the enemy. Thus, Chong could not see in detail the exact location of the enemy and Gilden managed to get out of the trap. Young Yo appreciated the young man's skills. He watched his movements with a smile, and said that he was quite a strong opponent. Gilden swam to Heron, asking the enemy at the same time where he got such a powerful skill, because he is not a demon. Young Yo began to laugh loudly after this question and said that the young man was very naive. There was a short truce on the battlefield. Chong asked his enemy if he was like a newbie businessman making obscure deals with all sorts of demonic creatures. The man meant that he was a big businessman who made deals all over the country and even exceeded the expectations of the Qin people. Chong said that for an ordinary person, Gilden had really powerful skills and asked if he had anything left to surprise. A man came in from the other side and said that Gilden's powers were coming from their side, offering to join the evil forces. Gilden replied that he would never join bastards like Chong, asking what exactly powers he was talking about. Hilda is with Chandel in all this action from afar. Chandel assumed that this crazy man was definitely a thief from Joseon. Chong asked Gilden what he knew about his father. The young man replied that his father went to America to earn money, and is a hero for him. After hearing the young man's answer, the man replied that Gilden became dark-skinned precisely because of his father's power. He added that it is all the work of enlightenment. Chong gave the example of many heroes from mythology who became black when they proved themselves worthy and were blessed with strength. The man concluded that there is one who is chosen without knowledge and his mission is to enlighten everyone. Gilden was chosen by this person. John finished telling his story and congratulated the hero on being baptized by a spiritual enlightener and endowed with power. Meanwhile, Chandel learned a very important truth. He informed Hilda that the real name of the Demon King is the Awakening King. The girl said that she was disgusted to even say these words, since it was he who was behind all these cases. Suddenly something happened. Gilden continued his dialogue with Chong and said that he was lying because his mother told him everything, to which Chong replied that she was the one who lied. The man told the young man that it must be very shocking to learn the secret of your birth and asked if he was at all happy to learn about it. John continued and said that all this means that God himself chose Gilden. Ironically, his squad consisted of a black man, an Asian man and a girl. The hero did not want to believe in all the delusion that the enemy was talking about. He quickly took out his weapon and immediately fired in the direction of the enemy. However, Chong was prepared for such a turn of events, so he easily dodged the shot by simply tilting his head to one side. He said that the young man does not know how to attack properly and decided to demonstrate. Immediately after these words, the man lowered his long arms under the water. Meanwhile, the mermaids fell into the sea. Chandel and Hilda immediately rushed to their aid and tried their best to help. The crew of the governor's warship also joined this. They lowered the rope ladder and began to lift the children onto the ship. All the mermaids immediately headed for the ladder. Now Chandel and Hilda decided that nothing could keep them here, so they needed to help Gilden. Manhwa has already turned into a real person. She turned her head back and could not believe that this was all happening in reality. She saw how two completely equal opponents with unreal abilities clashed in battle. It was a large-scale event. The opponents clashed in a blow, after which a huge flash formed in the air, and the men flew in different directions. Chong moved much faster, as he had even more strength thanks to the stolen mastery. He went on the attack. The princess of the Water Kingdom noticed that her ally was in danger, so she decided to help him with a water spear. Gilden stepped one of his feet onto the natural weapon and pushed away from it with all his might to gain the upper hand in the air. The young man really managed to rise into the air a little higher than his opponent, but Chong had more powerful techniques in his arsenal. Using some of their most powerful techniques, the adversaries clashed in blows of colossal scale. Two different elements on different sides. After such a collision, Gilden could no longer stay in the air and his body began to fall down, quickly approaching the sea. Chong asked the enemy what had happened, because before that he held on well and even fought back in an unequal battle. The man decided to demonstrate the difference in strength between them and Gilden. Chong called the sea his main advantage. He explained that it all had to do with his weapon, which allowed him to gain an infinite amount of mana in the Dragon Sea. Immediately after these words, the man decided to demonstrate everything in action and began to chase the opponents who were fleeing on a dolphin. Hiran asked the hero what they should do now. Gilden replied that his power was only for finding demons. He added that when using his power against humans, his attack is reduced by almost 10 times, so it is necessary to invest in one powerful strike. Suddenly, another unexpected figure appeared on the battlefield. The mermaid that suddenly emerged from the water shocked even Chong. The mermaid suddenly pounced on the man and started scratching his face. This was very unpleasant and disturbed Chong. This mermaid turned out to be Song-gu, who cried because his idol turned out to be completely ugly. He now wanted to tear him to pieces. Chong, at some point, got tired of enduring incomprehensible scratches from the mermaid and grabbed her hand. Song-gu was trapped. Leaning on his dragon paws, the man hung in the air and held the mermaid with both hands. He seems to have recognized this young man. Song-gu said loudly that he heard everything this man said. He was finally enlightened on the whole situation in Hasley. The boy was furious because Chong killed his father and his mother is now thought to be crazy and she only cared about him, and is now looking for him. The vampire continued to hang on one of the warships and carefully watched everything. After hearing the last phrases, he became wary. After that, the bat-wielding vampire decided to leave the sea battle and quickly rose into the air so that no one would notice him. The wild bird went to land under the guidance of the full moon. His shadow moved further and further away from the ships and disappeared. As Song-gu assumed, his mother immediately came to the shelter and asked the guards to give her son, who should be here. One of the guards could not stand such behavior and hit the woman with the words, "What is this crazy person doing here, and in the middle of the night?" The mother fell on the floor and demanded that her son be returned to her, otherwise she would tell the whole truth. She added that she is not actually crazy. The woman was ready to do anything to get her son back. She promised to tell the guards everything that happened in the sea that day. The guards were interested in such information. They looked at each other and decided to let the woman into the shelter. The men opened the gate in front of the poor mother and said that they do not know where her son is, but they will take him to where he was last. The naval battle continued. Gilden began to worry about the young man and shouted at him to stop and back off. However, it was already too late. Chong delivered a powerful blow to the nose with his hand directly in the face of the mermaid he was holding in front of him. Song-gu couldn't do anything with that kind of power. He fell helplessly into the sea from a great height, creating a wave. The boy began to bleed. A stream of red liquid appeared in the sea, spreading from the very place where the mermaid's face was. The crew of the warship was simply in shock. Manhwa almost took human form and watched her friend with tears in her eyes. Hilda and Chandel were no less shocked by this development of events. They felt very sorry for the boy who was not guilty of anything. Yeol didn't mind any sideways glances in his direction. He said that he must have treated the orphans so well for nothing. A hideous smile appeared on his face, and the man called the children parasites who do not know their place, and tried to interfere with him. Gilden did not like such statements. He tilted his face down and frowned. More seriously, no one saw Gilden. He immediately took out his weapon and took it in his hand. The hero said that after these words, everything became completely clear to him. He asked the enemy if he knew why the hero's mask was created and why these objects were created and scattered around the world in the first place. Yeol, surprisingly, did not know why all this was necessary. He was interested in this information and told Gilden to continue. The hero poked his weapon in the direction of the enemy and said that everything was created in order to teach bastards like him true justice. John just laughed in response. He noted the deep meaning embedded in the words and offered to learn justice together. Hilda himself was not against doing it. Immediately after the enemy's response, the hero rose into the air and rose to his height. In the air, the young man loaded his weapon and fired it at the enemy. However, Chong noticed this in time and raised a big wave in front of him. From such events, the people who were on the ships felt quite unpleasant. The ship was constantly drifting in different directions. After blocking the enemy's attack, Yeol emerged from his wave and headed towards Gilden to launch his attack. Along the way, he washed away the young man's immense strength, but added that he was not thinking at all on the battlefield, shooting at random. Immediately after these words, the man pulled out his long claws and directed them at the enemy to give him no time to think. It didn't take long for Gilden to dodge the attack. He expertly jumped from one paw of the enemy to another. However, Chong was not satisfied with one swing. He continued to move his nasty claws, hoping to catch the swift opponent. At one point, he still managed to reach Gilden and grab his left leg. The young man did not expect such a turn of events. Yeol continued to laugh and shouted loudly that now was the time to show the young man what true justice was. At this moment, Gilden realized that his business was bad, so he decided to use the trump card. He quickly grabbed the bottle he was carrying on his back. The hero raised it to his mouth and began to drink from the tank. Inside was an unusual liquid, which, pouring out of the bottle, began to swell. After completing his difficult procedure, Gilden released the remnants of fire from his mouth. A difficult bullet ended up between his teeth. Yeol was just shocked by what he saw in front of him. He couldn't believe that it was the same famous silver bullet. The man is perfectly aware that this is a bullet from which even a demon cannot heal, and only those who have mastered the Hwanung technique can use it. Gilden took a silver bullet from his mouth and loaded it into his weapon. After that, without delay, the young man fired a shot into the front paw of the enemy. Yeol couldn't do anything with the silver bullet and could only scream. A large fire cloud formed on the battlefield after the shot. The princess of the Sea Kingdom was simply shocked by the skills of the young man. She watched the cloud, hoping that Gilden had survived. The governor was also in complete shock along with his crew. They had already seen enough, but this surprised them the most. With his well-aimed shot, Gilden tore off the opponent's right arm and it began to split at the seams. John screamed loudly in pain. However, the man was not going to let go of his enemy and continued to hold his leg, threatening how dare he do such a thing. Yeol shouted loudly that his opponent had angered him. Although his arm was broken, it was not enough for his death. Chong began to squeeze his surviving hand with all his might and squeeze Gilden in it. The hero needed to quickly make the right decision. He put the index finger of his left hand in front of him and smoothly moved it upwards. By doing so, he could control the silver ball. Making a movement with his index finger, Gilden passed the bullet through the body and the enemy and took it out of his chest. Taking out the bullet, Gilden said that if the bullet hit a person once, then he could do it again. After these words, the hero decided to prove them in action. He directed his bullet in the direction of the enemy and began to cut Chan's flesh with it. Feeling the full force of the silver ball on him, Yeol quickly headed down towards the sea. He really needed it. He perfectly remembered that every time he enters the sea, his body acquires the ability to quickly recover. But this time he never reached the sea. Chandel stood on the path of Chong, who hit the enemy with all his might with his new weapon. Chong's face opened another wound from the blow, which did not heal. He threatened the boy and ordered him not to interfere. Hilda also decided to join this confrontation. She jumped into the air, meeting a falling enemy on her way. She met him with her sword, using her cross slash to cut the man to pieces. After performing her lightning attack, the girl decided to retreat and land on her ally's Dolphin. Chong continued to fall. Landing, Hilda looked at the insignificant figure of the man and gritted her teeth. She wanted to repay him for everything he had done. The girl rose into the air and used another technique of hers called the windmill cut, ordering the man to take his sins back. Chong promised that when he recovered, he would immediately deal with these miners. He had reached his maximum and had to retreat. However, some had their own plans on this account. Someone put their dark-skinned hand on Chong's head, squeezing his hair. John turned his head back as he didn't understand what was happening. He saw before him the powerful figure of Gilden. The hero swung his right fist with all his might from behind his head and ordered the enemy to open his mouth now for the experiment. Gilden delivered a powerful blow directly to Chong's face, crushing him. He added that you need to be able to take the blows of justice. Gilden's punch had a very powerful force. Chong's nose could not withstand such a load and began to bleed. The hero decided to put even more effort into this attack and used his fire strike technique. The young man's fist burst into a red flame and broke away from the enemy's face. Chong's body began to burn as if in hell. The man fell helplessly into the sea, burning with fire. Gilden finished off another of his enemies, whom he taught true justice. He shouted after the defeated man that even if he won, Gilden would still never lose. The hero decided that the enemy had not received enough, so he again covered his fist with fiery energy and flew towards him. But the balance of forces on the battlefield has changed dramatically. Gilden's punch missed because an unknown force saved Yungyel. This powerful blow of the hero could have finished the thief once and for all, but he was forced to splash his power into the sea. Gilden landed in the water and watched as an unknown flying contraption carried Chong's half-life body somewhere. This was definitely not an ordinary man, as he could fly for a long time. He was wearing a hat and a black robe. He wore a mask that was upside down. The otherworldly force said she was here at the behest of the Lady of the Eight-Wheeled Spears. Covering John's body with dark energy, the enemy added that things were made a bit more difficult by the fact that John was one of the group members. He sent his body to another world with magic, adding that he cannot be arrested because he is an ecto. Hilda could no longer tolerate these monsters. She looked at him with clenched teeth, and did not understand that he was crying at all. The enemy added that the warriors could not hide from their lady's gaze anyway, and told them to simply wait for her appearance. He continued to hang in the air and watched for potential opponents. He said they would meet in battle another time. Meanwhile, the warship's crew rescued Song-gu and brought him aboard. Minnow sat over the boy's body all this time. The governor turned to the princess of the Dragon Palace and asked her for something. He wanted the Marines to help them get back to shore. The man justified this by saying that although Yungyel escaped, there were many of his people left on the shore, whom they needed to apprehend and save the rest of the children. The princess did not hold a grudge against the governor, and said that she would be glad to help. She said that she will remember the name of the governor of Kosla only in a good way. Heiran added that they will calculate the damage caused to the palace in more detail and then return. The governor was grateful for the help. The princess took Gilden on her board and said that first they would pass the ships, and then they would go to Mount Inaxen. Chandel watched Gilden on the way and noticed that he was too quiet. The boy believed that the secret of his birth could have influenced this. Gilden was really very silent and thoughtful. All the way he looked at his reflection in the water, paying attention to the mask. The hero offered to read a poem that would remind them of this. Chandel was glad to hear something from his ally and supported him. Gilden began to read a poem that had nothing to do with today's situation. Chandel interrupted him and said that he had heard this many times. Meanwhile, Songgu's mother was on her way to the guards, who promised to take her to her son. There was dead silence around. The woman was very frightened and asked the guards if they were really taking her to where her son was. The guards were thinking of something and discussed it among themselves. At some point, the men agreed and one of them took out his sword and cut the woman's face with it. He said that a madwoman cannot appreciate the value of life given to her, so she will die just like her worthless son. The mother was in complete shock and asked what the man had just said. The guard repeated that her son was dead and had turned into a mermaid. The man put the blade of his sword in front of him and said that it was time to send the woman after her son, as he had promised. The guard again struck the innocent woman in the face with his sword. She could not do anything and had to just endure. The mother fell to the ground. A guard stood over her body and warned that they would not spare her, despite the fact that she was insane. After these words, the man raised the blade of the sword to the woman's neck. She started shouting loudly, calling the guards very bad people. At this moment, the central gate of Yelpo Asylum was broken. The governor's troops broke them with a log and broke inside. They were accompanied by the governor himself, who, stepping on the territory of the asylum, immediately ordered all Yelpo merchants to go with him. He was met by one of Chong's supporters, who was unhappy with the situation. He said that despite his position, the governor has no right to break in here. The governor ordered them to be shut up because he knows all about their illegal business. He added that everyone will be arrested and will tell everything they know. The man asked what the merchants would now be able to say in their defense, and added that he was ready to listen to them carefully. However, the merchant was not going to explain anything to the governor. They understood their predicament and began to get weapons from the arsenal. The governor concluded that they had absolutely nothing to say in their defense, and asked if they were really going to fight for a lie. Ko Moon-sin added that they are already surrounded and will be punished by law, but if they want to fight, then so be it. The governor ordered his troops to attack. Shots began to ring out on the battlefield, and the infantry moved forward. Fighters on different sides began to cut each other to pieces with swords and spears. The merchants were not going to surrender to the governor. After a few minutes, the advantage on the battlefield shifted to one side. The troops of the governor turned out to be weaker than the enemy. Ko Moon-sin also joined the battle. His opponent turned to him and asked if he really thought anyone could arrest them with the help of these losers. The governor did not want to hear anything from the thieves, who achieved everything illegally. He cut through the chest of his opponent. A few more minutes passed and the advantage of Yelpo traders seemed even more obvious. They pressed the state troops against the wall. Meanwhile, the merchants, who did not take part in the battle, were carrying a cart with important goods and said that it was necessary to quickly deliver it to the sea. Songgu's mother was lying in their path, blocking the way. One of the men kicked her on the head and ordered her to get out. Seeing that the woman hardly moved, the merchant decided that perhaps the time had come to finish her off. Ko Moon-sin saw one of the traders threatening the woman's life, but could do nothing as he was busy fighting. Chong's top aides turned to the governor and said that the best solution in this situation would be to simply ask for mercy. At that moment, a man landed on the roof of one of the houses and turned to the merchants, ordering them to stop all this mess. It was the same royal auditor. He looked down and said that everything that is happening to you is only the fault of the Yelpo company. The battle stopped and all the warriors looked down on the man. He called the traffickers scoundrels who used the lives of others. The merchant, who wanted to kill the woman, also paid attention to the vampire, who said that you should not kill people only for your own purposes. Ko Moon-sin was very surprised to see the royal auditor in front of him. His assistant seemed even more shocked. The vampire was not going to wait long for a lecture to the criminals, so he took out his golden seal and decided to teach them immediately. Evil spirits flew out of the golden seal, moving forward with lightning speed and intending to devour everything in their path. Their target was the Yelpo traders, who had committed their crimes by killing other people and were now destined for hell. An unknown dark force began to devour the man, chewing their bodies into his mouth. Loud shouts of merchants began to resound on the battlefield. The governor's soldiers retreated to the wall, and were shocked by what they saw in front of them. Their faces looked very scared. The other merchants were finally able to get their cargo to the dock and began loading it onto the ship at breakneck speed. The vampire sent his spy here to follow the thieves who did not back down from their bad deeds even when justice caught up with them. This little bat with a human face landed on the wharf and started throwing bombs at the ships that were leaving. The crew of merchant ships did not expect such a turn of events. 2 ships began to burn from the bombs that fell on board. Merchants could not do anything. 2 merchant ships began to slowly sink into the sea, disappearing from the horizon. When the vampire finished dealing with the criminals, the governor turned to him. He recognized that the man was the royal auditor. The vampire confirmed the governor's theory and said that he was indeed the royal auditor, asking if they were going to fight him. Munson replied that he was not going to do anything like that, because the man, although he looks different, is doing absolutely justice. The auditor looked at the governor with kind eyes and smiled. He was satisfied with the conclusions that the manager made for himself. After that, the vampire rose into the air and headed somewhere. Then he said that he would not forget So's name, Moon Singh, who is true to his position and principles. The travelers finally reached their original destination. Mount Anaxon was just an arm's length away. Chandel was most surprised by this wonderful nature. He said that it was exactly what he expected from the mountain island. For some time, the warriors just silently looked at the mountain, enjoying its beauty and majesty. In the middle of the endless waters of the sea, Huron handed Gilden a dragon scale. She told him to throw her into the sea when they got back to shore. Thus, this scale was supposed to call Huron back and she would pick up the travelers. The princess looked at the soldiers and was about to say something else. A bit embarrassed in front of Gilden, the Sea Kingdom princess added that this item was reusable, so they could call her again sometime. Huron smiled and said that she had something else. It was a boxed lunch that contained dishes made with fresh seafood from the palace. The princess handed this box to her ally Hilda, and Hilda were very pleased and replied that they would be happy to try. Chandel was not feeling well at this moment. It seemed to him that the ingredients from which these dishes were prepared could once have been subjected to a sea palace. The dragon princess of what palace sailed away from the island on her Dolphin. Gilden waved her goodbye and said that they would see each other soon. The warriors began to climb the steep slopes of the mountain. They didn't feel any danger yet, but someone was already watching them. It was a comatose creature that looked like an owl or a cat with wide open eyes. It hid in the bushes and watched the guests. Gilden's squad climbed a mountain where it was much easier to move. The guests of the island calmly walked along the path that stretched among the trees. They had already wandered for a long time, but found nothing. Gilden looked around and wondered if they had gotten to the right place at all. The hero kept thinking about the fact that the Queen's people could hunt them down soon, and he needed to find the artifact before that. After thinking a little, Gilden decided that it would be much faster to travel by transport, and summoned his palanquin. However, everything turned out not as the young man imagined. His summoned transport immediately broke down and fell apart in individual parts. Hilda told her partner that he couldn't do anything because the whole island was covered with a very powerful seal. Chandel told his friends that he was tired of these and suggested that they take some rest and have a snack. Hilda didn't mind at all. The whole squad was in good spirits about what they were going to eat now. The soldiers really wanted to try the exquisite dishes of the Sea Palace. Chandel placed the box in front of him and began to open it slowly. The squad could not stand it any longer and chased the boy. The contented young man finally opened the lunchbox. The squad saw a pink kitty in front of them, which was all covered in food. The travelers were shocked to see a cat in front of them. They could not understand how she managed to get into their chest. Gilden took the furry cat in his hands and began to joke about the fact that in the Dragon Palace they eat live animals. He asked if it was a stray cat. Hilda interrupted Hilden's disgruntled jokes and said that he was wrong, as the cat had a bell around its neck, so it was unlikely to be a stray. The girl understood that the animal had an owner, and assumed that he must be somewhere nearby. Chandel did not understand anything at all. Gilden asked why they should be looking for this master at all. Hilda replied that this way they would be able to find a clue about what they were looking for. Suddenly, a small earthquake started around, which attracted the attention of the squad. The cat felt somewhat uncomfortable in the air. She was frightened by the earthquake and jumped out of Gilden's hands. The squad wanted to catch the cat, but it had already run too far. Travelers paid attention to the bushes, where this earthquake came from. They realized that most likely something was approaching them. They were absolutely right in making this assumption. A huge wild boar with evil eyes approached the corral. He moved very quickly and swept everything in his path without noticing anything. It is not known what caused this behavior of the animal. The guests of the island were confused and did not know what to do. Chandel shouted loudly, causing his friends to dodge the boar, but they didn't have to do the following. An unknown otherworldly force grabbed the boar and stuffed it into its mouth. It was a godfather creature similar to a giant centipede, the size of a high-rise building. She continued to stuff the boar into her mouth. The squad was simply shocked by this turn of events. They hid behind one of the rocks and assumed that it could be a mugi. Gilden confirmed his friend's guesses and said it was too bad. He then told the squad to look at his artifact, which caught fire. The hero told his godfather friends that this creature has given up trying to turn into a dragon, and instead of evolving, they turn into such monsters. Gilden thought how to defeat this animal. He couldn't use magic as the creature would notice him immediately. Suddenly, someone interrupted him. It was a half-girl, half-cat who said that Gilden knew a lot and introduced herself as Tammy, the spirit of Anen. The squad turned towards the girl and was very surprised. Their faces were like lanterns shining on the girl. The travelers immediately paid attention to the girl's mouth and the bell on her neck. Tammy asked Gilden who he was. The young man introduced himself as a student of the Dream Master and Bandits. He added that he came here to get the power to help him fight the Vampire King. From what I heard in Tammy, the eyes crawled on the forehead. She was very surprised and looked a little different than usual. The cat girl was sad for a moment and began to say the master's name. Her emotions were negative and radiated sadness. Suddenly, Tammy seemed to come alive from something. She cried out in a loud voice, thanking the old recluse for sending her a hero. She was very happy to meet him and asked if there was any inconvenience when they arrived here. Gilden replied that the cat had eaten their lunch. Immediately after these words, Tammy turned into a small cat and pretended to be dead. Gilden ordered her to get up and not pretend. Tammy stood up and began to tell the guests about the island. She said Anen was no longer a sacred place. She presented herself as a deity who protects the island. But unexpectedly, her territory was attacked by an Imugi named Ken. The girl said that she tried her best in the fight, but the opponent was too strong and she could not defeat him. She said that Imugi had placed sealers on the island stones to move around the island and only expands its power by increasing the number of stones. The guests listened attentively to the girl and asked her what Ken needed. Tammy replied that Imugi is looking for Wanan's legacy, which is sealed on the island. The girl said Kong refused to transform into a dragon for the sake of this very sealed power of Wanan. Tammy described this creature as the most evil in the world. She said Khan has a plan and is trying to become king of the monsters. Hilda interrupted the story and said that everything was clear to him. He asked Tammy where the same enemy seals are. The cat girl simply remained silent. The travelers were very surprised that the divine protection of this island does not know anything. Tammy said all she knew was that if anyone tried to break Khan's seal, their memory would be erased with dark magic. Chandel turned to Gilden and asked if there was any point in taking such a risk. The hero replied that it was the art of the immortals. Rising from the ground, Gilden said that this was necessary, as they would only be able to see Wanung's legacy once they destroyed the seal. He explained that the sealed object will belong to whoever finds it first, so it must be done before Khan. Gilden suggested that his squad split up across the island and look for at least something that could help them. Hilda stopped her partner for a second. She wanted to ask something else from Tama, who supposedly guards this island. Hilda looked at the cat girl and asked her if she had ever heard anything about the Golden Guardians on this island. Tammy replied that she had no idea who the girl was talking about. She added that this island has been uninhabited since her time. The squad split up and went in search of some clues. Hilda did not get an answer to her question and stood still for some time. Gilden began to wander through all the bushes, not even knowing where he was. He behaved as if he were at home. Having passed almost the peninsula, Gilden realized that it is quite large, so it makes no sense to just walk aimlessly, and you need to find a path. The young man stood for some time on the cliff that led to the sea and looked into the distance. A girl approached him from behind, but the hero did not notice it yet. Approaching the man, the child asked him who he was. She was absolutely not afraid and went into contact very easily. Approaching even closer, the girl concluded that the man was a hunter. She added that she had been waiting for him for a very long time, and she needed to say something. The child informed Gilden that these seal stones were not built by Khan to expand his territory, but by Tammy. The girl continued to tell Gilden about the evil intentions of Tammy, who wants to deceive them, and Imugi is actually her favorite. Gilden was very surprised. The girl began to explain that an Anen is located on a small island where magic cannot be used. Above, between the sharp rocks, there was something that prevented the use of magic. This is all in order to make sure that inhumans will not be able to penetrate here. The girl led to the fact that the monster Emugi somehow managed to get to this island despite all the obstacles and inconveniences. She explained that it was all because of Tammy, who created the 7 sealing stones around Wangan's soap seal. The girl added that under the seal there is a gate to power, and 7 seal stones create a passage through the entire island. Gilden asked who the girl was, but she couldn't answer the question because they were in danger. The attention of the interlocutors was attracted by the dark energy that began to flow out of the mountain like slime. This was not the first time the girl had seen it. It was Kin who slowly appeared and asked the girl why she stopped telling. Was she afraid of Emugi's power? Khan was not going to argue with her uninvited guests for long and decided to get right down to business, craning her neck forward. She asked if the guests really hoped that they would succeed in defeating Emugi to interfere in the affairs of the island. She attacked with smoke. Hilda immediately realized that this was no ordinary smoke, so he rose into the air to avoid unnecessary poisoning or collision. He immediately decided to show the mythical creature that she was dealing with an unusual person. The hero shot Emugi in the left eye. After that, Gilden landed on a sharp rock right in front of the large centipede's face and looked into its eyes. Kin raised herself as a goddess on this earth, and all people used to pray to her. However, now she began to hate and despise all people. This was due to the fact that once people tried to kill her. They called her a demon and blew up her house. Emugi said that now she really looks like a demon and can take people's bodies and souls. She promised to enjoy it to the fullest. Khan used a wide attack and created a mist. Gilden didn't yet understand the damage it was doing, so he decided to watch. Instead, the little girl perfectly understood the seriousness of the situation. She decided to act immediately to improve the situation. The girl used her amulet, which she carried with her. This was necessary in order to summon a mechanical frog. A real mess began to happen on the battlefield. Gilden did not understand anything while the girl tried to resist the monster. After a couple of seconds, a mechanical frog really appeared on the ground, which seemed to be covered with metal. She looked like a real tank. Upon arriving in this world, the frog immediately began to emit green smoke to block the enemy's poisonous attack. Emugi was completely shocked by what was happening. She understood only that the frog was able to absorb her poison. Gilden turned to the girl and said that he had heard of a similar technique before and asked if it was really what he was thinking about. The girl explained that this frog once fought a monster, but was defeated. However, thanks to special equipment, she was resurrected. The huntress was serious about the battle and confirmed that it was a military mechanical frog and that she would drive this machine. Gilden was also not going to stand aside and was ready to join the fight. He changed his location and landed closer. The girl stopped the hero. She warned him that they needed to avoid poison attacks as the consequences could be fatal. Poisonous smoke could completely paralyze a person. Gilden promised to be more careful in battle. Emugi was preparing a delicious meal today. The girl began to control the frog and used its mechanical skill, taking out a flamethrower from its mouth and began to emit flames. Emugi was forced to change her position in order to avoid the fire. It was very difficult for her to dodge the attacks. Khan was very angry with her enemies and asked them how they dared to fight her in the first place. Emugi launched a powerful blow from her mouth that was supposed to hit the frog. However, the mechanical animal dodged to the side, avoiding the collision. At this moment, Khan could not understand anything at all. She lost sight of her opponents and could not understand where they had split. It was the plan of a little girl who left only her frog on the battlefield. Together with Gilden, they went down the stone stairs. They reached the shelter. Hilda was troubled by the situation that they had left the toad on the battlefield. The girl said she could call her back. She went to one of the chests in the shelter and took out some grass. The girl told Gilden that she should be eaten. She said something else about Khan, who used to accept people as victims. But then she was kicked out, and she was forced to flee here. Gilden understood that all the dislike for the people of Khan was caused by the exile itself. He asked the girl why she decided to talk to him alone. The girl explained to someone that this is necessary in order to avoid the eyes of Tammy, since this creature always supports Emugi. She explained that if Tammy hadn't set up the stones to control Khan's territory, she would have been able to kill the monster much earlier. Now it was necessary to adhere to another. The girls said they needed to get to the tree at the top of an axon and break it. Thus the sealing technique must disappear. The girl added that then the same stones would become a space to suppress Khan. She really needed the hero's help. She asked if the young man agreed to help her do everything she talked about. Meanwhile, something terrible was happening in the royal palace. Dozens of killed subordinates lay on the floor, covered with rags. The subordinate girls who survived were ordered to take care of these bodies. They were not heavy because they had no liquid inside. There was an order that said the bodies should be ground into powder in a vessel and then scattered somewhere outside the palace. A huge vat of red liquid was located in the royal chambers. It was the blood of those innocent girls. It was the handiwork of a demon queen who was heading towards the tank and carrying a giant drawing bone with her. She moved as close as she could to the vat and dipped her brush in the fresh blood. It looked terrible, especially Liv. The giant queen plunged the bone as deep as possible into the cauldron. The blood reached the wooden part of the brush. After holding the bone in the blood for some time, the queen took it out. A demonic face covered with blood formed between the handle and the fibers. Moreover, it could speak and asked the queen what she was going to write. This creature had a premonition of what was written. When the last drops of blood had drained from the brush, the queen took it in her hands and began to trace hieroglyphs on the floor. After repeating the procedure for some time, something happened that shocked the queen. Her face looked surprised and scared at the same time. The face on the tip of the brush was pleased with the result. The bone didn't even need help to draw by itself. After a few minutes, a huge pattern formed on the floor, in the center of which was a creature with one eye. Strange sounds began to be heard on the territory of the palace, and the hieroglyphs drawn by the queen began to glow in the dark. Suddenly, the eye in the center of the picture began to take account of the real thing. It seemed to come alive and could now look at this world. Seeing this in front of her, the queen realized that her plan had worked, and now she could call to the world the one she needed. The giant queen thought that she needed to concentrate the blood in one point and turn it into stone for her purpose. The woman plunged into her evil thoughts. Suddenly, she was interrupted by someone's voice behind her, coming from behind the door, calling for her mother. It was the same mysterious creature that had taken Young Yel's body. He immediately apologized to the queen for the unexpected visit, but he had some important information that the queen needed to hear. He informed the woman that Young Yel had been defeated by Gilden. This strange creature informed his so-called mother that Gilden had a silver orb and the blessing of Huangun magic. The herald told the queen all the events, ending with a trip to an axon. The woman continued to play with her brush that craved blood. At one point, the queen left her brush in the cauldron and asked about the ward if there was an assassin among the enemies whom she had released. Without going inside, the assistant answered that there is. He suggested that the queen order the 8-wheeled spears to surround an axon, but the queen did not agree to this plan. She replied that the enemies should be left on the mountain. The assistant was very surprised. The giant queen said that she had just been addressed by the demon king in her head, and she knew exactly what he wanted. The woman ordered her assistant to call Anson, the same young officer who swore allegiance to the queen. Tammy was nearby and heard the conversation about her. She engaged in dialogue and said that she was caught. She glared at her would-be opponents, and said that if they did meet, they were now in trouble. Gilden wanted to say something to Tammy, but she interrupted him and ordered him to call her God. Gilden asked if all these stories were true. Tammy said it was both true and false, and it was all because they misunderstood her. Tammy began to tell her story. Vaughn confirmed that Khan had indeed arrived on an axon and that she had vacated the space using sealing techniques. Tammy remembered the very day she met Khan. It was 4 years ago, and the cat was having fun on the rock with sea animals. At that moment, Khan was washed ashore by a sea wave. Tammy realized that she couldn't breathe because the seal wouldn't let her. Khan asked God to let her onto the island. Tammy replied that she could not do that as it was a sacred place, and she was protecting it. Imugi asked to live in the holy place of a sinner like her. She said she was once God in another place, but then she was kicked out, and she was washed away by the waves. Imugi realized that this island was deserted, so she said that she would not be able to harm anyone anyway. So she continued to beg God to let her go to the deserted island. Tammy was confused, she didn't know what to do. She still decided to help the unfortunate, and allocated her a place on the island. Con behaved very well for a while and even studied. When Tammy found out that the moon of the skull was about to rise. It appears when the other side of the moon radiates the Demon King's energy. Tammy ordered Con to hide in the cave until she said, as Mugi would lose her mind under the moonlight. Tammy blamed the following events on a girl who arrived on the island that very day. Gilden continued to listen attentively. That day, the girl arrived on the island to fight monsters and threw many bombs at the cave where Con was hiding. Tammy explained that Con was very afraid of fire due to old traumas, so she immediately tried to get out of the cave. As soon as Mugi was exposed to the moonlight after seeing the skull moon, she lost her mind and began to go insane. Tammy tried hard to calm the creature down, but she couldn't. This is how Con turned into a dangerous demon. Tammy was extremely angry with the girl who arrived on the island and did an inexplicable thing, and justified herself by saying that Con is a demon. She explained that it didn't matter what Tammy thought about Con, she was a demon, and humans couldn't exist in a world with demons, so they had to be destroyed. Gilden asked the ally why she lied to him. The girl shifted the responsibility to God and said that she did not cope with her duties. She emphasized that God has no right to let a demon into a holy place at will. Tammy felt very uncomfortable. The girl continued to put pressure on God and said that for this Tammy could be expelled in general and then even more demons would come to this place. Tammy lost control of herself at this point. She began to make excuses for Con, who was doing everything she could to become human again. She hinted that if it weren't for the bombs, Con would have calmly continued her studies and training and would have been able to become normal again. Tammy stressed that she would do her best to bring Con to his senses, and then there would be no more problems on the island. Meanwhile, Hilda and Chandel continued their search on the island. They met together and came to a certain place. Gilden had told them that they should meet here if they didn't find anything, but Gilden wasn't there and the friends thought it was a little strange. Chandel asked Hilda why she was so nervous. Because the island is completely deserted and no demon can get here. The guy mentioned in the appendix about an impregnable area, where they would not even be able to penetrate without the help of the Dragon Palace. Chandel led to the fact that if the girl wants to get out of this island and run away, then this is not the best option. Suddenly Hilda started crying. The sea breeze awakened in her memories of the storm in which her friends and family died. Chandel tried to calm his partner down. He put his hand on her shoulder and gave her a little hug to make her feel like she wasn't alone. The guy said that she was so good that she dared to come here. He decided they needed some rest. Lowering the tone of the conversation, Chandel asked the girl to tell him about her homeland. Hilda was overwhelmed by the support from her young partner. She asked if he would really be interested, to which the boy replied that of course. Chandel anymore. Con used the substitution technique and all this time pretended to be a red-haired young man, pretending to be a friend. At the same time, Chandel himself wandered through the thick bushes and did not understand where he was. He was constantly looking around. At some point, the boy fell to the ground and said that he was tired. He let go of his weapon and decided that he needed to rest. As soon as the young man raised his head, he immediately noticed something surprising. Huge stones were located behind him. He immediately rose to his feet and cried out in surprise. This stone was exactly like the one that Tammy talked about. At the moment of surprise, the girl approached the boy from behind and said that she was finally able to find him. It was little Dell, who was very happy to meet her brother. Her eyes were burning with joy, and her cheeks were red from the heat. Chandel was completely shocked by what Dell saw in front of him. He couldn't understand how she ended up here in the first place. The boy approached his sister and put his hands on her shoulders. He asked how she ended up here and what happened to her. Dell continued to look at her little brother with bright eyes and a pleasant smile. At the same time, she replied that she was already dead. Chandel did not stop wondering on this island. The little girl's words echoed in his head like a funeral march. After that, Dell grabbed the boy's hand and asked him to follow her. She wanted to take her brother to her new home. A blue portal opened in front of the girl's face, which was supposed to lead travelers to her home. She said it wasn't far. Chandel did not understand what was happening to him at all, but he decided to follow Dell and they were transported to a completely different place. One brave warrior was saying goodbye to his family because the enemy troops were already coming down the river, and he had to leave. A young red-haired youth approached him from behind, who turned to his uncle and said that everyone had already started to gather. Dinechka took her father on an important mission, who went there together with his nephew and many other soldiers. The battle seemed too difficult. There were a lot of corpses and barely alive comatose men who were making some sounds under the river bank. Chandel miraculously managed to survive this battle and searched for his uncle among all these corpses and wounded. A man raised his hand. This was Chandel's uncle. The boy slowly approached the man and saw that a sword was sticking out of his chest, which would not allow him to survive. A few days after that, angry villagers came to the dead man's family and demanded that the woman pay them for the grain she had taken. The woman replied that there was no money because her husband had died in the war. Then the peasants decided that the woman belonged to them and would be a slave. Chandelivi has already been informed that his aunt and sister are in danger. He ran as hard as he could, trying to be in time to help them. When the young man ran to his uncle's house, he saw only Dell, who was crying on the ground. He asked the girl where her mother was. Dell couldn't say anything to her brother because she was too upset. She lifted her head up, but continued to cry bitterly. Chandel already understood everything without words. He did not understand at all where justice was in this world and cursed the greedy government. He broke into the state palace and expressed his displeasure at what the men dared to do to a single mother in exchange for a debt. The young man said that no one is allowed to do this, especially to people whose relatives died in the war, and they simply take them into slavery. Those present did not really like the red-haired boy's speech. They started beating him and saying that they were doing everything according to the law. After the men dealt with the young man, they simply threw him out into the street, where a whole bunch of people had gathered. Chandler was beaten half to death, and he barely limped home. People looked at the young guy and were in complete shock. After coming home, Chandler was not even going to rest. He opened the cell where he kept his weapon and took it. After that, the boy went to the same yard where he was beaten. Now he was already dictating his conditions to the robbers. After defeating everyone, Chandel reached the governor, who called the boy a fool and shouted for help as hard as he could, dripping with sweat. Chandel was not like himself. He wanted to tear the governor to pieces and told him that this town was just a black spot on the map. But in fact, Chandel did not go anywhere with Dell. It was all Khan's handiwork, acting with dark energy on the boy's brain. The girl turned to Gilden and said that Tammy had already lost the right to guard this island, since it had been invaded by monsters. She said that she would be able to break the tree on top of the mountain, and then they would be able to defend the island with the help of common weapons. Tammy said that self-confidence will lead this island to chaos, because too much power can turn even a god into a demon. The cat girl didn't agree with a single word the other girl said. She said she would handle it herself, healing Khan in the process. Gilden reassured local security and said it was too late for such actions. Tammy asked what exactly he meant. The hero pointed to his amulet and explained that it could calculate demons. Moreover, he is connected to the teacher and can transmit signals. Gilden led to the fact that the old hermit had already been informed that it was on this island that demons appeared. Tammy was shocked. The hero explained that he had no other choice, and now there was only one correct way out to get rid of Khan. At this time, Khan herself was present nearby. She hid in the bushes and heard very well what people were going to do. Gilden was not going to insist on this idea and told Tammy that in any case the choice was hers. But in the event of a refusal, Gilden said that he would then end Khan himself. Tammy was very unhappy. She could no longer be in the presence of Gilden, so she decided to run away from this unbearable place. Hilden's ally praised him for the above words. Gilden replied that it was only a warning. He meant that he would only catch Khan, but not participate in the rest of the girl's plan. The girl was not at all against this development of events. She replied that this would be enough for her. She laid out the map on the table and asked Gilden to look at all the places where the girl had seen Khan appear. She explained that if everything is marked with lines from the stones, then in principle it is possible to predict the current location of the monster. The allies set off. The girl told Gilden that she was trying to invent a demon tracker and asked him to borrow the artifact. Gilden refused the girl because he considered it unfair. They approached the rock and crouched down to avoid extra eyes. Gilden told his allies that he felt something. They slowly put their heads out and looked down from the cliff. The allies were shocked when they saw in front of them the motionless bodies of Hilda and Chandel flying in the air. Khan used her black magic to put them to sleep. She was going to use people to protect herself from her enemies. She spoke to her victims, and told them that they were very lucky to be here and now her wandering would finally be over. She wanted to replace Tammy and become the god of this island. And it was real, because the higher constellation already knew that Tammy had made a mistake. Allies carefully listened to what the monster was talking about. After that, Khan wanted to get rid of those who could threaten her. Imugi couldn't let her enemies destroy the tree on top of the mountain, because then her magic would be destroyed. She continued to raise herself to the level of gods, imagining herself in a new position, which she would occupy very soon. Khan remembered that she wanted to tell Tammy even earlier that this place would change soon, but it turned out to be impossible due to the features of the mountain. She considered it a real gift of fate that everything turned out the way she wanted. Gilden could no longer tolerate this delusion. Suddenly, Khan stopped her story mid-sentence as she noticed something happening behind her. She turned and saw Gilden in front of her. She said he has no manners because he eavesdrops on a woman. Khan noticed that the hero was getting angry, but added that he couldn't do anything in this place without his worthless magic. Gilden said that she is doing injustice when she wants to repay a good person with evil. That is why he is needed in this world. The hero promised to kill the monster without the help of magic, since his true power comes from the flame of the heart. The ally was impressed by Gilden's speech. The hero reported that this was the second warning. Khan was not bothered by any words of the opponent, and promised to defeat him, showing why she was called God. Gilden dodged the monster's first attack and immediately drew his weapon to fire at the enemy. Khan dodged bullets, and said that Gilden's warping skills were completely useless in this area. To join the battle and ordered her mechanical frog to rush at the monster. Khan couldn't do anything about it, and was trapped. The girls shouted to Gilden that this was their chance. The allies rose into the air and were about to use a double strike, taunting the demon in the process. They used their two different techniques and the monster was forced to take a flurry of blows, which became more and more. Khan couldn't do anything because she was trapped by a mechanical frog. She began to burn with fire and scream in pain. After a few seconds, the monster fell powerlessly to the floor. The combined attack paid off in this fight. Gilden slowly approached the defeated enemy lying on the ground, not moving at all. The young man pointed the muzzle of his weapon at the monster's face and ordered her not to resist, as nothing would help her. Khan refused to give up even at this moment. She said that she would not be killed by Gilden under any circumstances. At this moment, another figure appeared on the battlefield. It was Tammy who rushed to stop the allies. She stood in the way of the hero, and ordered him to remain standing still and not to touch Khan. Tammy promised to take the monster to a cave where she could re-educate Khan through a 30-day fast. Gilden asked Tammy to listen to him. He asked if she really thought the creature could thank her. Tammy didn't quite understand what the hero meant. She continued to cover the monster with her body. Gilden turned to Khan and invited her to tell them again what she had planned for the island and Tammy herself. Imugi rose from the ground and agreed to do so. She added that there is no point in hiding it. Khan told Tammy that she let the monster onto the island and upset the balance, so she doesn't deserve to be a god here. She added that she plans to replace Tammy in this place, and she will live here quietly without touching people. Khan decided to confirm her words with actions and promised to get rid of everyone who dared to set foot on the territory of this island. Khan lost control of herself. She snapped at Tammy and told her to fight if she didn't like any of the above. Tammy was just shocked to hear those words from Khan. She by no means wanted to enter into battle with her. Gilden turned to Tammy and said that now she can see with her own eyes who she led on her island. He ordered her not to waste her time on this creature, but to simply leave and he would take care of it himself. Khan ordered the hero to get out of the way as it was their business. She told Tammy to do it with her own hands. Tammy was in a confused state. She grabbed Gilden's weapon and told him to wait with his conclusions. The cat girl continued to defend the monster, saying that she was just sick and by no means to blame for her behavior. She still didn't believe that Khan was an evil spirit, and asked her to give her some time to put this monster on the right path. Gilden asked why he should give it time, since he could put Khan on the right path right now. Tammy was very angry with the hero. She rudely asked why he did not want to obey God himself. Tammy raised her staff and decided to teach the young man. But suddenly a voice told her to stop. Looking ahead, Tammy could see a man flying through the air with his feet resting on the clouds. Everyone present turned their attention to the stranger. They did not say anything, but simply remained silent and stood still. The man introduced himself as a forensic investigator and asked Tammy to come forward to listen to an order from the Supreme Constellation.